What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku died and sent to Hazbin Hotel. What happens when Izuku took Bakugo's advice and took a swan dive off the roof? As they say, suicide is a sin, so how does hell cope with a pure soul, and how will the heroes cope with an innocent demon? But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Gunter 2 for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 1. Chapter 1. Welcome to Hell. Izuku Midoriya wasn't average. He was worthless, a complete deku according to society. In a world where 80% of the population had superpowers, the 20% without quickly became the discriminated minority. This was a harsh fact that Izuku had learned from a young age after being diagnosed as quirkless. Since that day his life had taken a steep dive. He lost his friends, he was constantly bullied, his father left, and now his own mother, the woman he looked up to the most, had died, leaving him alone in the world. He sighed grimly as he looked up at the clear skies above him, before looking down at the alleyway below him. A swan dive off the roof is on the plans. Bakugo was right. The teen sighed as he took off his shoes and tied the laces together before pulling out his notebook and writing a brief message. With a resigned and tired sigh, he tossed his shoes at a power line where they wrapped around the wires. A loud explosion rattled the air and his bones as he stared down at the pavement below. With a shallow breath he leapt, the pavement rushing to meet him. A sharp intense pain and crack was felt before everything flashed with static and darkness. But the gasp he sprung up in a dumpster of all things. Didn't even die right. Deku indeed. Izuku sighed to himself as he climbed out of the dumpster, only to realize a few things had changed. First being his skin was now a pale bluish white and his uniform now had shredded cuffs. The next was there was no sky, only a rocky red ceiling high above that was partly shrouded with a red mist. Where am I? Izuku asked himself as he took note of the buildings around him, which looked like something from a 20th century rock band cover mixed with American architecture. Hey, you okay there, you're bleeding? A woman's voice asked. Jumping slightly and spinning on the spot, Izuku came face to face with a white-skinned blonde with rosy red cheeks, yellow eyes, black lips, and in a red and black hotel bellhop uniform with black high-heel shoes. Embroidered across the left pocket of the uniform was the name Happy Hotel. Her smile looked slightly strained as if something had her freaked out or she just saw her parents naked. Yeah, that bad. Eh? Izuku muttered as he brought his hand to his head and felt something sticky there. Pulling his hand back revealed partially dried blood stuck to his fingers. You must have gotten caught up in the purge, come on, let's get you fixed up. I'm Charlie, by the way, what's your name? The girl gave a grin filled with sharp fangs for teeth, but the nervousness never really left her eyes. Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. The greenette replied as he allowed himself to be dragged along by the now definitely less worried Charlie. Where are we exactly? Hell, where else, silly? Charlie giggled slightly, making Izuku stumble and nearly drag the blonde with him. You okay? Hell. I'm in hell. Izuku panicked, eyes wide in shock. Ah, new arrival then. Charlie nodded with a sympathetic smile. It takes getting used to, well apparently, I was born here, so just hearsay and rumors. So, what did you do to end up here? I guess it's because I'm quirkless. Izuku sighed in resignation. I guess Bakugo was right, quirkless freaks don't go to heaven. Wait, quirkless? That's not a reason to end up here. Charlie stated with a confused frown. Look, let's get you back to the hotel, it's safer than out here. She stated as she eyed the currently empty street. Well, I believe in redemption, there are some not so nice folks around here. Like me. A zombified looking, green-haired man coughed violently on a cigarette as he slinked out of the alleyway, several random creatures behind him. Well, looks like it's my quirkless bastard of a son. He spat. He dad. Izuku squeaked in shock. What you do, steal from an old lady? The man snorted as flames flickered around his mouth. Oh no, this is bad, this is bad. Izuku panicked as he pulled Charlie away from his disease's father. So, what was it? The man scoffed. Whatever, still gonna charcoal your ass, you freak. Is that so? Charlie growled as she stopped forward. You'd attack your own son. He's quirkless. The man spat. You're sick. Charlie snarled as her eyes turned red, her nails lengthened into claws, and a pair of horns grew from her head. He is lost and confused and you want to kill him. Look, we were just joking. One of the creatures, the one that looked like a skinny humanoid frog, stuttered in panic. Sorry for the trouble, your majesty. DCH whatever. Izuku's father spat before storming off with false bravado, obviously unwilling to get into a fight with someone much more powerful than himself. What was all that? Izuku asked in shock. The hotel is just down the street, it'll be safer there, it's almost 5 anyway, and that's when they start trying to purge everyone. Charlie explained once her features returned to normal. Now come on, we should be able to get you all settled in quickly enough. Thanks. Izuku gave a strained smile as once more Charlie dragged him down the street. While this was happening, his mind was racing a million miles an hour, screaming that he should have just stayed in the dumpster. Chapter 2. Hotel Panic Attacks. Of all the things Izuku had expected in life, a hotel located in hell was not one of them. Especially the in hell part, he was pretty sure he would have ended up in heaven or reincarnated or something. He had tried to be good and help others, but apparently it wasn't enough for the big guy upstairs. Baggy, I've bought a guest. Charlie called as she shoved open the doors to the hotel and hurried Izuku inside. The inside was decorated in various shades of red and black, in the style of a 1920s to 1960s high-end hotel with curtains. Sitting at a desk with boots up and reading a comic was a gray-skinned girl about his age, with long fanned-out gray hair tied with a red bow, a white shirt that hung on only one shoulder, a red X instead of an I and a small nose. Charlie. The woman smiled as she looked up only to freeze in fear before vaulting over the desk, drawing a spear from somewhere and holding the tip to Izuku's throat, all within a split second. No funny business. She growled. UMP, put the spear down, please. Izuku gulped nervously as he held his hands in the air, nervous sweat dripped down his face. Baggy, relax, he's harmless, just got here too. Charlie smiled charmingly as she lowered Baggy's spear. You know we don't attack guests. Unless they start it or it's Katie Killjoy. I know me more. Baggy sighed as she slumped slightly before straightening herself up and looking at Izuku. Soy Baggy. QLS tu nombre? Izuku gulped. Soy es. Nombro Izuku? He asked, butchering the Spanish language. Okay, never speak Spanish again. Baggy deadpanned before turning to Baggy. So, what's up with the nervous Cenobite? He's a new arrival, he had a small panic attack since someone told him all quirkless end up here. Charlie explained as she put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. His father is down here as a zombie. So, how was your life? Baggy asked. You in a gang? Villain, stole shit? No, nothing like that. Izuku gave a nervous chuckle. I was actually trying to be a hero and help people. Okay, how the hell did a cinnamon roll like him end up down here? Baggy asked in complete deadpan and disbelief. A loud explosion sounded from somewhere within the hotel, making Izuku squeak in fear and drop to the floor, shaking like a leaf. First off, Baxter. Baggy screamed as her girlfriend began to try and calm Izuku. Second off, what the actual fuck is wrong with him? Haven't seen someone react like that since Alistair and Angel Dust got bored. Sorry Kachin, sorry Kachin, sorry Kachin. Izuku kept muttering to himself in shock and fear, green wisps of fire flickered about his hair, not that he noticed it. That Angel Dust, as much as I hate to admit it, he is probably the best at dealing with people in shock. Charlie sighed as she hugged the terrified teen before looking back up at her girlfriend, her eyes now red and her teeth sharp fangs. Whoever hurt him is gonna pay. Damn, that's hot. Baggy muttered with a smirk as she went off to find the local second worst pain in the ass. Angel Dust had been a member of the mob before his death and had easily gained access to hell, where he became a spider demon and continued on as normal for the most part. He was simultaneously the hotel's best and worst patient. Given how well he could get better, he chose to be an utter asshole and sin almost as much as Alistair, if such a thing was possible, that is. Well, what do we have here? A voice that sounded like an old radio asked just after Baggy left the main room. The Midoriya boy, never expected to see him here. Alistair, you know him? Charlie asked in concern. Alistair was bad news, period. He was only kept around as a deterrent to other troublemakers and to keep the purges from being any worse than they already were. Of course I do. Alistair huffed, sounding offended as he tapped his microphone cane on the ground in front of him. He was on the fast track list to heaven. Why he is here, well, that is a bit of a shocker. Suicide is a sin after all, and this kid Don goofed. The radio demon gave a large fang-filled grin. What? Why would he kill himself? Life is so precious. Charlie stated as she softly began to run Izuku's back in an attempt to calm him down and to make sure his flames didn't get out of control and destroy the hotel. Oh, a little angry Pomeranian gave him some bad advice about swan diving and roofs. Alistair waved it off. Point is, expect Baxter times 10 in a few decades. Anyway, I'm done being helpful, so I'm off to see what Nifty is up to. Ta-ta. With a red wisp, the main pain in the ass was gone. Sorry Kachin, sorry Kachin, sorry Kachin. Izuku kept muttering as Baggy returned with a white furred four-armed spider demon with a large bust in a pink and white striped suit with black boots, a bow tie, 4 pink gloves, and with one eye normal, while the other was black and red. This was Angel Dust. Whoa, what happened to him? Angel Dust asked as they eyed Izuku in curiosity. Nervous breakdown, Baggy stated. It was triggered by one of Baxter's explosions. Charlie stated from her spot next to the green-haired teen. Oops, now I feel like I shouldn't have given the runt that gunpowder. Angel Dust smirked. So, who's the hottie? This is Izuku, butcher of Spanish. Baggy stated with an eye roll. Now help him. Yikes, you're being more uptight than the Pope's asshole. Angel Dust snorted as he rolled over Izuku using his foot. Just mild shock toss him in a room, he'll be fine by dinner for Kane's sake. Need we remind you of our deal? Charlie asked with a raised eyebrow making Angel sigh. Fine, ixnay on the explosives. Angel Dust muttered with a roll of his eyes while crossing his arms. So, if he just arrived in hell, how long ago did he die? On Earth. Momoyae Rozu was many things, rich, smart, flexible and kind, however she wasn't prepared to watch a teen little older than herself jump off of a building and land headfirst on the sidewalk, their head turning into a meaty pulp. For that reason alone, she quickly made a large barf bag and quickly found she filled it and 2 more before she could calm herself enough to think properly again. Someone call the doctors. She called as she rushed over to the green-haired boy, hoping in all futility that he had somehow survived. Oh, fuck. She gagged as she saw the brain matter littered amongst a growing pool of red. Little did she know, this one moment would be the tipping point that would lead to the change of her being from heaven to hell bound as she saw a notebook handing off the edge of the railing, its cover burned. Back in hell. Angel Dust shrugged uncaringly. Who cares? Not like it'll have far-reaching consequences. Chapter 3. Puzzles and Uncles. Momo growled in anger as she firmly placed the burnt notebook down onto her desk. Sections of the skin on her arms bubbled and sparkled as nesting dolls began to form and drop to the ground. The owner of the journal, one Izuku Midoriya, had been a brilliant analyst, and his notes covered multiple ways to help improve on existing quirks and how to counter and in some cases permanently neutralize quirks and their wielders. In the entire book there was only 3 that had permanent neutralization options written down, whereas everyone had a basic countering guide. The first of these was how to counter Endeavor should he ever go on a rampage using household cleaning products to neutralize his fire quirk and make igniting himself a suicidal move. Then there was someone called Eraserhead who could be stopped with a combination of various techniques and other non-quirk related methods due to the man's ability to negate the quirk of those he looked at. The final one was of a Bakugo Katsuki. This one was the largest set of notes with everything from use of deodorants, cement, full hand covering shackles, how to treat burns he inflicts, how to neutralize his sweat-based explosions with baking soda, signs of him snapping, and even his fighting style. It was easy to see the teen was the main bully to the former Izuku Midoriya. What had really made her angry however was not just what was in the book, but the fact that said explosive blonde from the book was on the TV being praised for helping fend off the sludge villain from the other month, while said blonde made death threats to Deku and swore the nerd should return or else. The mere fact the teen had the audacity to say he was the hero was what had set her off. But the frustrated huff she sat down in her chair, turning the TV off and opening the drawer attached to her desk. Inside was the usual, a few pieces of paper, pens and correction liquid and paper clips. Then there was the small puzzle box her parents had given her for her last birthday. Apparently they picked it up at an art show from an eccentric collector who had been trying for years to solve it but never got past the first few steps. But the resigned Sai Momo picked up the golden box engraved with various symbols and began to turn the faces. A simple tune emerged from the box, played on a mechanism that she could not yet see. Enchanted, she delved further. Though one piece had been removed, the rest did not come readily. Each segment presented a fresh challenge to fingers and mind, the victories rewarded with a further filigree added to the tune. A knock at the door gained her attention as she put the puzzle down, the tune stopping. Mistress Yaoi Ruzo, you must leave at once. A man's voice called urgently. Your parents have ordered you come down for supper as you have missed not only lunch and breakfast, but last night's supper as well. Very well, I shall be down at once. Momo sighed as she stood up, fixed her ruffled skirt and left the room. Happy Hotel. Izuku Midoriya, youngest demon at Hazbin Hotel, frowned as he rubbed at his left ear in annoyance. For the past few days there had been an on and off again tune that grew in complexity before stopping. Nobody could figure out where it came from exactly or why only Izuku and Alistair seemed to be able to hear it, but it annoyed the cane out of them both. With a soft sigh he pulled out his notebook and began to write down notes of what the hotel security cameras were picking up. Baggy was on front desk as usual, Baxter was raiding the pantry for snacks with Nifty on her break. Charlie was out front trying to hand out flyers with a bored beyond belief. Angel and Alistair was standing in the middle of a dark room grinning up at the camera, unmoving as he had been over the past few hours, not even blinking. In fact if it wasn't for the slight manic twitch of the eye, Izuku would have said the camera was frozen again. With a sigh he began to write up what Baxter was taking and making up a list of potential explosive combinations the angler fish of a scientist could come up with. The sudden beeping of a teleportation warning got his attention as a red pentagram and a gold circle appeared in the main lobby. With a resigned sigh, Izuku pressed the intercom system. "Everyone, Lucifer and Michael are here," he stated as the mentioned being arrived. Lucifer was a pale-skinned devil with no nose, large horns and fanged teeth, wearing a black business suit. Michael was an almost female-looking angel whose only tell as a man was the simple and neat mustache that adorned his face. On the cameras, Alistair's grin faded in an instant as he hid under the bed, terrified of Michael. Much like most staff and residents, they were afraid of the angel who could, if he wanted, kick the ass of everyone present bar Lucifer. Vaggie sighed as she slumped at reception, and Charlie ran inside with a gleeful squeal of joy. Say what you will about the heiress of hell, but she could get along with just about anybody, which really did go to show how much of a bitch Katie Killjoy was. With a slight grunt of pain, Izuku got out of the chair he had been sitting on for the past 4 hours and made his way to the lobby. During his short time in hell, he had come to learn a few things. First, that hell wasn't just one place, nor was the 7 circles of hell accurate. No, hell was a collection of dimensions and pockets of reality that loosely occupied the same area. There was Tartarus, the Greek hell, and home to several in-person deities and mid to high-level monsters. There was the labyrinth where the 13 sects and the beasts lived. The fields of glass were a wasteland where giant insects with human faces at all in sight. And then there was the realm he was in, Inferno, or Christian hell as Alistair liked to call it. Was the most Earth-like of the realms, but still the difference was visible, the massive cave roof and floating pentagram on an orb of black stone being the main two. Just as there were different realms, there was different inhabitants too. Demons, devils, deities, monsters, Cenobites and Leviathans. That in Legion, but nobody was quite sure how to categorize that one, not even Izuku. As he arrived in the main lobby with Charlie bouncing excitedly, he was treated to what he was beginning to think was a common sight. Lucifer booted open the West Wing doors while Michael pushed open the West Wing, and the two stormed towards one another. "Lucifer?" Michael nodded curtly. "Bitch." Lucifer snorted. "Uncle Michael," Charlie called as she tackled the angel into a hug. She was one of 2 demons who were allowed to hug the angel, and that was because Michael was her uncle, and he was a sucker of Charlie's charm and ideas. "Charles." Michael smiled peacefully as he hugged the blonde back. "How are things going with your hotel?" "Well, okay." Charlie gave a strained grin, making Vaggie shake her head at her girlfriend's attempt to lie to her uncle. "There is no need to lie, not everyone wants redemption," Michael replied calmly. "Oh, fucking bite me," Lucifer scoffed. "So what are you doing here, Feather Duster?" The put simply paperwork mess up on Miss Azazel's end is why young Midoriya ended up here, Michael stated calmly. "Azazel? Isn't she the one who keeps following Angel Dust around?" Izuku asked, earning a shrug from Vaggie, while Charlie nodded. "The dear has gotten into her head to study love from various realms and chose to start with hell," Michael stated with a calm shrug. "Is that all? If so, go," Lucifer stated bluntly as he made a shooing motion with his hands. "Even it was error on heaven's behalf and the work Charlie has been putting in of her own violation, Father has decided they can visit Earth if they behave," Michael stated simply. "Okay, no," Lucifer roared, making Izuku jump in fright and dive behind the nearest chair. "No boy is spending time alone with my little girl. They can have a +1 if that is the issue then." Michael smiled calmly as he handed 2 tickets to each teen. "These will allow you and one other Smite free travel to and from Earth, but not into heaven or holy ground for obvious reasons. Father has an image to uphold after all." "Grandpa is so awesome," Charlie squealed in joy. "I always wanted to see Earth." Izuku blankly looked down at his tickets, not too sure how to feel about it. His life on Earth was horrible, and ironically hell had treated him better. He had friends who liked him, even if Vaggie never forgave him for butchering Spanish. He jumped slightly when Vaggie laid a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, you of all people deserve another chance." Vaggie grinned while Izuku blushed at how close she was. Vaggie as a general avoided males, and Izuku could respect that given how she was treated in life, but for whatever reason she acted weirdly around him, and he still had no clue what it was. "Of all the times," Lucifer grumbled in annoyance as he ran his hand down his face in agitation. "Fine, whatever, now why are you here really? I know you would have came just for that, and you were here last month for Charlie's birthday, so spill." "No need for violence," Michael placated in a disarming smile. "The main reason I'm here is paperwork transfers." Lucifer growled in annoyance as a pair of files appeared in front of him. "Cane damned paperwork," he growled as he snatched the floating folders from the air. Both were a simple tan-colored folder filled with white sheets of paper. In one corner the words "In Father We Trust" was stamped above a holy cross, while in the opposite corner the words "Hail Satan" imposed over a pentagram was stamped along with the usual transfer and symbol of a sideways crucifix within a circle. One was labeled Midoriya, the other Yaozurosa. Chapter 4. The box opens. Izuku paced nervously about his room as he double and triple checked he had everything sorted. Book cabinet locked, laptop in his bag, TV off, clothes packed and importantly tickets in his pocket. It had taken a few weeks for things to settle down, so to speak after Michael's last visit, of course it couldn't fully, it was hell after all. The ones going were Charlie, himself, Baggy and surprisingly a human. Flashback, 4 days ago. It was an ordinary day at Happy Hotel, or as most called it, Hazbin Hotel, as a way to mock Charlie and her efforts. Baxter was causing explosions, Nifty was off cleaning somewhere, while Cherubim and Angel was off gambling in one of the unused rooms with Alistair and Lucifer. Izuku was at the main desk with Baggy, while Charlie was sorting paperwork for a potential redeemed soul called Luna, a werewolf who decided she was sick of having to watch her back. "Hey, watch this." Baggy grinned as she scrunched up a flyer for the pizza place down the road, not that anybody would care, they made terrible pizza, and tossed it across the room, landing it neatly in the bin by the door which led to the dining room. Score. Nice shot. Izuku grinned as he high-fived the moth demon. "Oh yeah, I'm awesome." Baggy smirked smugly as the main doors opened, then Charlie's pre-recorded song, "Inside Every Demon is a Rainbow," began to play before Baggy punched the recording machine in agitation. Alistair had figured out it could be set off multiple times at once and proceeded to swing to door about like the madman he was. "Hi, welcome to Happy Hotel." Izuku smiled cheerfully as a bird-headed being with a small humanoid, yet still bird-headed shadow sat on his shoulder. "Greetings, Dark Prince of Torture. I appear to have entered into this realm of nightmare, shadows and sin by accident, while Dark Shadow reveled in the dark. May I inquire as to your policy on living mortals?" The young man, obvious by the voice, asked in a dramatic and raspy tone. "You're alive?" Baggy asked with a raised eyebrow. "Quirks are getting weirder and weirder, I tell you," she added with an annoyed eye roll. "We don't really have a problem with them, or well, most of us in the hotel anyway," Izuku admitted, tactfully ignoring the Prince of Torture line as usual. Ever since Katie Killjoy had revealed his existence at the hotel, the citizens of Hell had two main reactions. Firstly, horror at a Cenobite being inside the city limits, the second being to laugh at the idea of a Cenobite wanting redemption. "May I ask your name?" "I am Tokoyami and this is my companion Dark Shadow, a manifestation by my quirk of my inner darkness," the teen replied dramatically. "Hi." Dark Shadow grinned calmly. "1 second then," Izuku stated as he turned to the computer. The device was linked to the Hell registry and had a list of all current and future residents of Hell that currently lived. After a few moments he finally pulled up the correct file. "Let's see, you're heaven-bound at least, so you shouldn't have need of the hotel, no major sins asides being overly dramatic and once pushing a girl over who called you a feathered freak. You're all good," Izuku stated with a thumbs up. "So, what can we help with?" Baggy asked, slumped in resignation. "Is there transportation back to the human world?" Tokoyami asked while Dark Shadow nodded rapidly. "Not exactly, you end up down here, it's forever." Baggy shrugged. "Well, Michael Sama did give us those tickets," Izuku stated. "I can use my spare one so he can get back home." "You're too bloody noble." Baggy sighed with a shake of her head. "There is a catch, there must be, no Prince of Torture would ever do such for no blood price." Tokoyami beckwried. "No, just be a good person," Izuku stated, making those present sweat drop at his honest reply. "I shall serve you forever," Tokoyami declared loudly as he bowed, his beak slamming into the ground. "Would you prefer goat or cow blood, O Prince of Torture?" "Why me?" Izuku chuckled as his hair caught on fire. The green flames only really showed up if he was experiencing an extreme emotion, in this case, embarrassment, while on the balcony above, hidden in the shadows, Alistair's grin grew shark-like before returning to his game of poker. After all, he had to make sure he fully cleared them out, even if it meant getting shot by Angel's Tommy gun again. Back to present. The soft knocking at his door gained his attention. Of all beings in the hotel, only Charlie, himself, Baggy and Alistair actually bothered knocking. Angel, Dust, Cherubim and Baxter just slammed or booted the door open. "Come in," he called while he continued to go over everything on his list. A nervous habit of his was constantly rechecking everything. "You all excited to get back to Earth?" Charlie asked with a small smile. Unlike her usual outfit choices of either the hotel uniform or a red and black set of formal clothing. "Nervous, actually." Izuku sighed as he closed the lid on his suitcase. "I've been dead over a month, it's going to freak someone out, especially if we come across Aunt Mitsuki." "It'll be fine." Charlie smiled as she sat down next to him on the bed. "I'll make sure of it." "Thanks." He gave a nervous chuckle as a familiar tune reached his ears. "I just hope nothing bad happens up there." "Come on, we're leaving now." Charlie smiled as she got up with a skip in her step. "I can't wait to see what Earth has to hold." On Earth. Momo could only shake in fear at the beings that came out of the shadows. The music box puzzle had been a trap, a horrible trap. Even the smallest of them had shrugged off being shot by the security on the grounds, and the less said about what they did with the staff she made using her quirk the better. She ran downstairs, hoping to get out of the house and hopefully away from the creatures that appeared. Abruptly she stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Her parents, mangled, bloodied and twisted almost beyond recognition, laid in a growing pool of blood, her mother's diamond nails quirk still active. Standing above them was a tall figure with pale bluish-white skin, eyes as black as ink. Their body was covered in scars from cuts, punctures, burns and other unidentified wounds and means. Their body was wrapped in glossy black leather and chains, with 6 bloody rectangles cut through it and the being's chest. A grid of cuts about an inch apart each adorned their head with 4-inch-long nails, driven through each intersection of the pattern. You have called, so we have arrived. Come child, we have such sights to show you. Chapter 5. The Puzzle's Trap. Izuku, Charlie, Baggy and Tokoyami could only scream as they were flung through a vortex of red and black, while shadows clawed at the corner of their vision. Their luggage gripped tightly in their hands while Dark Shadow gave a very feminine scream of exhilaration, clutching to Tokoyami's shoulders with an unhinged gleam in its eyes. With a sudden thump they found themselves slamming into a large bed with messy sheets. A bronze puzzle box twisted into a small monolith sat discarded on the middle, the door wide open, and a chair tipped haphazardly in the way. This isn't my house. Tokoyami groaned as he shook his head, as if to lessen the dizziness he was experiencing. Then, where are we? Charlie asked as she looked around before noticing the puzzle box. Oh no. Fuck. Baggy agreed as she summoned her usual spear. What is that? Izuku asked as he went to pick up the puzzle box only to receive a small shock. Ow. The lament configuration. Tokoyami stated in shock, his eyes wide. This place is not safe. As if to cement his statement, a scream was heard from downstairs. Without thinking, Izuku charged out the room, ignoring both Baggy and Charlie's words of caution as the door locked behind him, and Tokoyami continued to eye the corners of the room with distrust, his frown deepening as something moved in the shadows. Humming down the stairs, Izuku almost puked at the sight before him. 2 dead people in a pool of growing blood as a being from one of the hells dragged a busty black-haired girl closer to him, using a chain wrapped around her throat. She struggled, her hands gripping and pulling the chain even as they bled while her feet slowly slid forwards, unable to gain a foothold on the bloody carpet. Let her go. Izuku shouted as he jumped at the young woman and tried to help her pull against the chain. You have no business here, young prince. The being spat in anger. She has opened the gateway and I shall claim my price. The cane you will. Izuku shouted as he grabbed at the chain and began to pull. The lynx began to groan in protest as a sickly emerald fire included his entire skull, revealing the bone underneath as a pair of curved horns grew atop his skull. A mere flame? The child is but a flame user. The being gave a loud, cruel laugh as he still casually dragged the chain closer. How unimpressive. Yeah, fuck you too. Izuku snarled, his voice raspy as the chain began to glow, first orange, then white before with a final groan and shriek it snapped, making the two stumble slightly, while the being remained unaffected. Get your cane damned ass back to whatever area of hell you came from now. The being frowned slightly, dipping his nail-covered head. Very well, I cannot go against the wishes of Her Highness's family, but know this, I will return. They spat before fading into the shadows of the room. Are you okay? Izuku asked the girl who sunk to her knees, shaking fearfully. A nasty red cut circled her throat, and jagged cuts marred her hands. Crouching down in the blood, Izuku put his skeletal hands on the girl's shoulders in concern as she stared ahead blankly. Izuku? Charlie called as she rushed down the stairs, a sparking puzzle in her hands with Tokoyami and Baggy, fighting off a weird beast that clung upside down from the walls using its legs. She needs to close the portal. Miss, can you close it for us? Izuku asked as he gently shook her shoulders. Miss, please. Why? She whispered, her voice shaking slightly. Why didn't you kill me? I'm not here to hurt you. We got here by accident. Izuku stated as Charlie quickly sat the box in front of the girl, before conjuring her apple-themed trident and rushing back to help Baggy and Tokoyami. Can you tell me your name? Any time now, Dark Prince. Tokoyami shouted as he was sent flying by the beast. Momo. The girl whispered, shaking in fear at the sight of the demon attacking the group. What are they? Cenobites. Izuku stated shortly and with no lack of hate for them. Horrible border tribes of hell. Complete the puzzle and they'll be sent back to hell. Wait, what about us? Baggy asked with a grunt as she peered the beast in the eye, making it shriek in pain and anger. We should be fine. Charlie yelped as she ducked under a swipe of the beast's claws before swinging her trident and removing several of the beast's fingers, making it down in agony. Please? Izuku asked Momo as he gestured to the box. With a small nod she got to work. Each successful move yielded one less layer to the song which hung in the air, its innocent tune turned sinister by the events it had heralded. How can it send us back, child? We are already here. And now, so are you. A mocking and broken voice came from the corner of the room. A being with no lips and barbed wire fusing the nose and eyes wide open snarled. Their form was impossible to distinguish as either male or female, and clad in a suit of black leather, 6 bloody poles pierces the chest at random intervals, with a butcher's hook lodged into the ribs holding them apart. Touch her and I'll rip you to shreds. Izuku growled as the fire surrounding him grew in intensity. Yet another piece fell into place as Momo quickened her pace, not wanting the events to last any longer. The Order of Gash. Tokoyami gasped in shock as he tried to pull himself from the crater in the wall. The being turned its attention to the bird-headed teen, tilting its head in curiosity before returning its game to Izuku. We have such pleasures to share but the girl is given to us, young one. Yeah right, I'm not like you. Izuku spat before hurling a fireball at the demon who didn't flinch as the green fire quickly ate away at the leather and the left side of its torso. The fire soon died down, leaving charred bones and burned flesh covered in melted leather like cheese on a burger that had been cooked for too long. You are a Cenobite, whether you admit to it or not, the flesh does not lie. The being snarled as another part of the tune disappeared from the melody of the music box. No, I'm not a monster. Izuku snarled as several ropes of barbed wire shot from the darkness and wrapped around him. They soon grew red with heat before melting off of him into puddles of iron on the floor. I am a hero. Foolish. The Cenobite snapped as more wire flew at Izuku, all of it melting away as the teenage demon grew closer. The hero never gives up. Izuku shouted as he slugged the Cenobite in the jaw, melting half its head and sending it flying across the room and into the TV, smashing the screen. I will become a hero people can look up to. I will be like All Might and show people they don't need to fear, for I am here. He shouted with his raspy voice, his fire glowing intense enough the Momo had to shield her eyes. As the cube's pieces finally slid back into position, the Cenobite snarling as it pulled itself from the TV and gave a scream of utter rage, which echoed from several locations around the room. Whether it was its own scream or the scream of others was impossible to tell. The cube sparked violently and gave off an intense white light as the Cenobites besides Izuku faded from this reality. A dagger of bone and metal thrown from a darkened corner of the room vanished mere inches from Tokoyami's face, making the teen give a sigh of relief. They're gone? Momo asked hopefully, her hands shaking as she dropped the music box like it was a ticking bomb, and given the events that just transpired, a mere bomb was a cruel understatement. We should be good. Izuku panted and rasped as the fire began to fade away, leaving him with his usual pale complexion and a few flecks of fire in his hair. Are you okay? It can't be. Momo gasped in shock, her eyes going wide. I saw you die. You're Izuku Midoriya, the boy who jumped. We came as soon as we could. A man called as he booted down the front door, almost retching at the stench and sight of so much blood. They were wearing a pair of long black pants and shirt with a gray scarf and yellow vent-like goggles over their eyes. Oh my cane, it's Eraserhead. Izuku cried out excitedly while Vaggie face-palmed, and Charlie gave a nervous laugh at Izuku's enthusiasm. Tokoyami could only shake his head as he finally pulled himself from the wall. Dust covered his feathers and dark shadow clung to his side in a protective manner. Chapter 6. Philosophical Debate. Izawa was not having a good night. He had been dealing with the brats all day and ended up expelling the entire class, which got Nezu on his case. Then he ran into Miss Joke right after his patrol started, and she followed him for a few blocks before he lost her in an alleyway, only for her to find him again half an hour ago. Now he was having to deal with a massacre scene. The stench was awful. The smell of molten metal mingled with the stench of blood and feces filled the air like a thick fog blanketing the room. Oh damn. Not even I can joke about this. The green-haired clown gagged at the stench as she repositioned her bandana from over her hair to covering her nose and mouth, given that she didn't carry any air filters on her. Note to self, invest in a gas mask. May help in the future. What the actual fuck happened here? Izawa growled, his eyes flashing red as he glared at the excitable green-haired boy who had called him out by name. You don't want to know. Could someone call a doctor? I think Tokoyami and Momo here need to be looked at. Vaggie stated as she gave a flat glare at Izawa, one he was begrudgingly impressed with. So? I'm Charlie, nice to meet you. Charlie smiled as she stuck out her hand at Izawa. He merely glared at her before Miss Joke took her hand and shook it vigorously. I'm the pro hero Miss Joke, nice to meet you, could you tell us what happened here? The clown heroine asked with a large grin hidden behind the bandana. Your usual portal to hell opening and shit hitting the cane-damned fan. Literally. Charlie replied casually as she pointed upwards to a ceiling fan that was literally covered in feces and blood and a small amount of intestine. Me and my friends were diverted here instead of our actual destination, and we saved Momo here from becoming another victim to the Cenobites. Yeah, whatever you be been smoking stop. Aizawa deadpanned. Hey, Charlie isn't on anything. Izuku called back with his arms folded. Hell doesn't exist. Aizawa deadpanned. Besides, you all don't look like demons. Miss Joke waved it off cheerfully. She is the Dark Princess of Hell, daughter of Lucifer himself. Tokoyami stated. Dark Shadow nodded in agreement. Wait, were we supposed to keep it all a secret or no? Your uncle wasn't clear on that. Baggy asked Charlie, who looked shocked that she hadn't considered that a possibility, let alone taking into account how religious individuals would react. Izuku's eyes went wide as he started to mutter up a storm before Baggy covered his mouth, making him stop. Oh man, Uncle Michael will be so disappointed. Charlie worried as she began to pace back and forth, running her hands through her hair, nervously making it a mess. Sorry, but what they said is true. Momo shuddered as she made a lead-lined briefcase with her quirk and slammed it shut on the puzzle box. The trap in this box opens a gateway to hell. I opened it by accident, and now my family is dead. Hey, it's okay, you had no way of knowing. Izuku told her firmly as he knelt down next to her, grimacing slightly at the fact his pants would now be covered in blood. I'm sure you'll see them again someday. Yeah, in hell. Baggy put bluntly. Opening the box is a one-way ticket there after all, and well, getting to heaven is next to impossible. Stairway to heaven and highway to hell and all that crap. Wait, seriously? Huh. Miss Joke muttered as she pulled out her phone and sallied a number. Hey, it's Emi, could you have a cleanup crew, paramedics and police to that big-ass mansion in the Aichi prefecture, the one with the big white wall around it? It's a mess. 1 survivor and 4 who got caught up in it all by accident. No, they're alive too. I only said that because they arrived after most of the deaths occurred. No, I'm not joking. Why you? I am not an old crow. With a snooty huff, Miss Joke hit the end call button and stuck her nose in the air. We sure Angle Dust doesn't have any relatives? Izuku asked Charlie. Positive. Only child of an only child and the only survivor of a robbery gone wrong. Charlie replied simply. Alright, everyone out front. Aizawa ordered as his scarf blew in an unfelt wind. With a resigned sigh, Baggy and Charlie followed out Izuku, who was helping Momo along, while Miss Joke helped Dark Shadow stop Tokoyami from falling over. The front of the mansion was no better than inside. Either side of the door 2 guards were sprawled out across the ground, wrapped in barbed wire and mutilated. One looked to be a base human, asides a pair of now shredded bee wings protruding from her shoulders, while the other looked like a humanoid warthog. Oh god. Momo gagged as she struggled to hold her stomach down. They had family. Pain-damned sadists. Izuku spat as he led Momo away from the bodies, purposefully moving to block her line of sight to the third body barely sticking out of the bushes. And though Varese was a messy killer. Charlie frowned in distaste. They could have at least made the kills painless or quick, this was neither. Tokoyami nodded in agreement with a frown. His arms crossed over his chest as Dark Shadow's form grew from wisp to humanoid in the darkness. Such mad revelry and partaking of sadistic torment is not fit for such a world. Enough with the hell skid already. Aizawa grunted as a distant sound of police sirens could be heard growing closer. There is no such place. Oh, I wouldn't be too sure about that. A female voice tittered nervously, making Aizawa jump and spin around, coming face to face with a woman about 20 years of age. Her hair was short and dark brown, a silver halo floated above her head as she wrote down numerous notes on a notebook clutched firmly in her hands. Hi, I'm Azazel, Angel of Heaven. Finished stalking hell? Baggy asked with a raised eyebrow. Hi Miss Azazel. Izuku gave a strained grin. Well, he could get along well with the angel, and they often compared notes. He found that her being the reason behind the technicality that led to him being sent to hell, disconcerting to say the least. Oh, yeah, got all the notes I need. Cenobites were a bit too much to be around honestly, but I can safely think I should avoid them. Azazel stated as she briefly glanced about at the group before zeroing in on Miss Joke and Aizawa. Would you mind if I take notes? No problemo. Miss Joke grinned widely under her bandana before Aizawa could respond, making the underground hero groan. Thanks. Azazel giggled slightly as her halo wobbled. No lewd thoughts. Charlie admonished the angel. Hell's crowded enough as is. Sorry. Azazel squeaked in embarrassment as her face turned as red as a tomato, which she promptly hid behind her notepad. Why do I have a feeling you lot are going to be a problem? Aizawa sighed in frustration as he rubbed at his eyes. So anyway, why are you all here? Miss Joke asked. Here to enslave humanity. Tempting but too much work. Baggy waved it off. Got into hell due to a filing error. Izuku shrugged. I just want to be a hero who helps people with a smile, like All Might. I believe everybody deserves another chance. Charlie shrugged with a cheerful grin. Inside every demon is a... No. Vaggie and Izuku cried in fear as they both put a hand over Charlie's mouth. Having been on the door shift more often than not for the past few weeks, both were well and truly sick of that song. Mad revelry in the darkness. Tokoyami stated shortly while Dark Shadow nodded in agreement. Enough, stop pandering to their delusions, Emi. Aizawa sighed in agitation. You called me Emi. The heroine squealed in joy. The present teens couldn't help but snigger slightly at this, even Momo. Fascinating. Azazel muttered attentively as she took more notes. Please let it be Tsukauchi's shift tonight. Aizawa sighed as the police cars were finally visible from down the street. Chapter 7. Interrogation. Aizawa was many things: resourceful, strict, cat fanatic, a fan of juice and sleeping bags, but religious was not one of them. He kept repeating the mantra to himself, but the fact there was literal demons and an angel in the interrogation room at the police station was starting to get to him. Not only was hell a place, it was several dozen separate realms of torment, suffering and punishment, amidst realms of chaos and disorder. Apparently the main group he was dealing with was from Pentagram City, roughly 4 hours flight by wings from the center of all the mess. According to Azazel, the main realms of hell included Necropolis, Tartarus, Pentagram City, Imp City, Argent Denner, Void, the Labyrinth, Fields of Glass, Inferno, the Underworld, a realm that sounded like someone hawking a loogie at a fast-spinning fan, the Nightosphere, and finally Sheol Nagarxerd. From those main ones there was hundreds of offshoots each. Heaven, thankfully but also sadly, didn't need much room and consisted of just 3 realms. Paradise, Nirvana and Heaven itself. The fact that so few actually got in was a bit disheartening for the hero, especially the part where most religious people didn't get in due to petty squabbling over which book was right. Apparently there was a short list of a couple hundred each decade or so that got in. He was just happy to know his mother got in. Somehow. So, you okay, Shota? Miss Joke asked with a grin. Her hand resting on Aizawa's shoulder before he shrugged it away. Aw, come on. She whined playfully. The fact we have honest-to-God demons here is brought to worry about with you being here. Aizawa deadpanned at the green-haired hero. Come on, now you're gonna say you forgot about our date tomorrow at the movies. Miss Joke sulked playfully. We have a date at the movies? Aizawa asked in shock. Great, see you at 7. Miss Joke called as she rushed off. Damn that woman. Aizawa growled in annoyance. Oh man, that sucks. Vaggie laughed from the cell across from Aizawa. Charlie got me the same way. Quite. Aizawa grunted. Just saying. If she is anything like my Charles, she will keep going until you say yes. Vaggie sighed. Pretty sure your only other option is to hide under a rock. I have a sleeping bag. Aizawa stated simply. Next. A detective sighed as Izuku was escorted out of the interrogation room and put into the cell next to Vaggie with Tokoyami. Charlie and Momo were still being interviewed since Momo was the main one affected, and Charlie was the most knowledgeable about Cenobites in hell, although Izuku was a close second. Behind them, nearly groaning under the weight, a cart was wheeled out of the room covered in sheets of paper. Yeah, keep your pants on. Vaggie sighed as she backed away from the door to the cell and held her hands up. Still can't believe we have to interview dead people. I mean, like she was found dead years ago after a drug rape. The cop was cut off by a swift punch to the face from Vaggie. Aizawa instantly restrained the demonic girl with his capture staff. The Nunca Vuelva a mentioner Iso. Vaggie snarled as she struggled against the bindings. Calm down now. Aizawa growled as an officer with a pig head dragged away the unconscious cop. Vaggie, calm down. He didn't mean it. Izuku called to the struggling girl. Truly a sad fate. Tokoyami sighed with a shake of his head. Having never heard how Vaggie had died and ended up in hell, it was a bit of a shock to the bird-headed teen to find out how the pretty girl died. Diu todo is culpa de cerdo. Así que, si fu una chica llamada, no tenía option. Vaggie screamed as tears fell down her face, and like a dam bursting, she fell into sobs. Anyone speak Spanish? Aizawa asked with a sigh as he pinched the bridge of his nose. After nobody spoke up, Aizawa just sighed and dragged the sobbing demon teen into the interrogation room, hoping someone there could speak Spanish. Of all the languages he knew, Japanese, English, Russian, German and Polish, he never considered Spanish annoyingly enough. How come I'm not in a cell? Azazel asked from her waiting chair against the wall. The police are but corrupted fangs of a wicked beast, only biting down that which it fears. Tokoyami stated as he folded his arms. Translation. Azazel asked with a wavering smile. Her notebook clutched nervously in her hands, the pen was confiscated for security reasons. He is saying the police are biased. Izuku stated as he sat down on the simple cot in the cell. Oh. Azazel uttered with a blush. Despite spending as much time as she had skulking about hell, the angel was still for the most part pure, if a bit perverted at times. Apparently she had been banned from Shoal Nagarxert after she annoyed too many demons with her questions, which was saying something for the city of forbidden knowledge. "Tokoyami, your parents will be here to pick you up in half an hour," one of the officers called as they stuck their head out of one of the side offices. "Dark forces are cruel and unusual with their punishments." Tokoyami slumped in defeat. Suffocation seems assured. "Hug happy parents?" Izuku asked with a soft smile. Tokoyami seemed to blush slightly before giving a small, short nod. Before her death my mum was like that too. May she rest on eternally," Tokoyami stated with his head bowed. "So, what's her name, your mother I mean?" Azazel asked and she absently tapped at her notebook. "Oh, she's Inko Midoriya, do you know her?" Izuku asked hopefully. Azazel only turned pale as a sheet and let out a strangled yelp before her eyes rolled back and she passed out cold. "Azazel-san? Are you okay?" Izuku called in worry as he tried in vain to reach through the bars to check on the normally cheerful angel. "Great. Got a fainter here," the officer from before called lazily. A few moments later a tall woman with white hair and a single blank eye sighed as she walked over. She placed her hand over Azazel's head and jerked back as Azazel shot up with a squeal of shock. "Marvin, you owe me $10. The officer called as she wandered off the way she came, trying to ignore Izuku's mutterings about her quirk. All it did was give her the ability to wake people up and gave her only a gray eye that let her see better in the dark, that was it. Gambling is a sin," Azazel stated softly as the officer walked away, snapping Izuku from his mumbling rant. "So, why did you freak out about my mum?" Izuku asked. "No reason, none whatsoever, no sir." Azazel pelted out in panic as she tucked her legs up to her chin and began to rock slightly on the spot while mumbling, "Never anger green lady, never anger green lady." "Yeah, that's mum alright." Izuku gave a nervous chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head. His mum was a downright lovely lady and would go above and beyond to make people happy, but Cain forbid you made her mad. He had only seen it twice. The first was when his father tried to abuse him for being quirkless. Officially he left, unofficially the man got an early trip to hell. The next had been when a man with a potato-like face had tried to demand something from her. He had no clue to the specifics of the conversation, only that the man fled using a purple portal in a hurry, with half the kitchen cutlery being flung after him by the irate mother. "Alright, this is ridiculous." Momo huffed as she was led to the cell Vaggie had occupied and shut in, a pair of quirk-negating cuffs on her wrists, as an officer slid the briefcase containing the lament configuration into the cell with her. "I keep telling you to destroy it. It is just a puzzle box." The officer sighed in annoyance, probably having said it a dozen times. "There is no way it could have did what you said, in all likelihood someone with a portal quirk dropped villains on your house, and it was all bad timing. Ignorance is but a fatal folly," Tokoyami stated as he shook his head as the officer walked off muttering about superstitious children. "I'll happily melt it to slag when we get out," Izuku offered Momo. "No way can those maniacs be let loose on Earth." Elsewhere a short bald-haired boy giggled pervertedly as he dragged yet another body onto the sigil. His parents were the first to go, then Kirishima and that old man who always stopped him peeping on the girls' locker room. His hairballs, as it turned out, if microwaved would shirk, but rapidly returned to their proper size of 4-inch diameter when wet, so sneaking them into the food of his targets had been easy. As he dropped the final body the sigil flashed and the lights went out. "You're not my Izuku." His screams of pain were heard by no one, and the bodies weren't found for another 6 days until the smell leaked out. Yet another elsewhere a pink-skinned teen shot up in shock from her head, her gold and black eyes quickly adjusting to the dark room. "The queen is here." A quick series of thuds filled the air. "Mina, go to sleep, it's almost midnight." "Sorry, Dad." Chapter 8. First Impressions and Resurrection. Of all things Charlie was expecting Earth to be like, a near replica of hell minus the religious iconography, stone ceiling and fire, wasn't it? In fact, the streets seemed to be cleaner in hell asides the back alleys they would pass on occasion. Momo, being the sole survivor of the Cenobite attack on her family and the last remaining Yaoi Ruzo, was set to inherit her family's business of hero gear and support item manufacturing, so she had talked at the police station with her family lawyer, who would try to sort everything out for her. Tokoyami was being escorted home by his parents, and that left the residents of hell, a love-obsessed angel and Momo, to be escorted by Aizawa. It was almost midnight when a bus arrived at the station being driven by a short old lady who was using stacks of books to reach the pedals. A large orange-like cane sat to her side. After being piled onto the bus, the old lady took off like a bat from hell for a distant H-shaped building. "So, where are we headed?" Izuku finally asked while Azazel and Momo were discussing ways to destroy the lament configuration without causing an explosion. "UA Academy, young man," the lady stated simply as they slowed to a stop at some traffic lights. "UA Academy? As in the best hero school in Japan?" Izuku cried out excitedly as green flames sparked from his hair. Calm down. Aizawa grunted, partly annoyed that his quirk had no effect on demonic abilities and thus couldn't shut down Izuku's fire. For all I care, you'll still be out on your ass by the end of the night. Technically it's morning. Charlie asked as she motioned to the digital clock attached to the bus's radio. Indeed, it was showing 12:01 a.m. Quite. Aizawa grunted in annoyance only to wince in pain as the old lady whacked his across the back of his head with a cane. Don't you complain, mister, go to bed at the crack of dawn. I've been up since 6 this morning dealing with Mirio and Najira's antics. How they managed to dislocate both shoulders just by walking is a bloody mystery. The old lady grumbled as they pulled up to the gate to UA as the main gate slowly opened. Not like you have classes for the rest of the year asides Fridays now anyway. They had zero potential. Aizawa explained bluntly. Wow, and I thought heaven was strict. Azazel muttered softly as she wrote another couple lines of notes. Wonder if my uncle still works there. Vaggie muttered. Your uncle? Izuku asked uncertainly. After all, Vaggie had stated a few times how her family had treated her. Izashi is technically a fifth cousin twice removed, but it's easier to call him uncle. Vaggie shrugged it off. Momo cast her a sidelong glance from the other rows on the bus before going back to trying to figure out how to destroy the puzzle effectively. Great, more family. Aizawa sighed as he hit his head against the pole in front of his seat. With a lurch, the bus finally continued on its way to the main campus of the school, specifically Gym Gamma, where more staff were waiting, many of whom were looking annoyed at being woken up at the ungodly hour. Everybody off. The elderly woman smiled softly as she pulled the handbrake and opened the door. You too, Aizawa, you're not sleeping on the bus again. Make me. The hero deadpanned. The threat of a raised cane quickly got him moving, however. Fine. He huffed. Welcome to UA Academy. Am I a mouse? A cat? A bear? Nobody knows, but I am Nezu, the principal of UA. All items of otherworldly nature need to be checked over before you enter though, just for safety. The small man bear mouse cat thing called in a cheerful tone. You can't seriously believe the demon skit, can you? A block-headed man grunted tiredly. Oh. Introductions. Charlie sang happily. Oh great, she's singing again. Izuku sighed. Charlie, please no singing, it's too late. The blonde stopped and pouted before giving a resigned sigh and nodding. Wow, look at that. Vaggie smiled. You got her to stop singing before she started and without kissing her. At that, Izuku blushed and his hair burst into flames. It's not licketh, he squeaked. Hey, no need for that. Charlie admonished them. I'm Charlie. The other blonde is my girlfriend Vaggie, the blushing green-haired kid is Izuku, she is Momo, and that is Azazel. She finished painting to Azazel, who was behind Cementos and taking notes. The block-headed man jumped in fright, clutching at his chest as his heart skipped a beat. Hi, I'm Azazel. The angel smiled nervously as she got behind her notebook. I'm a fan of your architecture, my house in heaven is modeled after it. Can I have an autograph? She asked, holding out the notebook and her pen that Momo made for her before, since she never got back the one that was confiscated. Sure. The hero muttered in cautious confusion as he signed the book. With a squeal of joy, it was snatched back and the angel held it to her chest while her face turned bright red and her halo wobbled. Off track. Nezu stated simply as he gestured to a table to the side. All non-clothing items there, please. Oh, sure. Izuku stated as he turned out his pockets, putting down his ticket, a few spare coins from hell, a pencil, 2 notebooks, an eraser, a bobblehead of Katie Killjoy that looked like it had been used for fireball practice, and half a stick of gum before putting his suitcase of clothes on it too. Vaggie just rolled her eyes and placed her suitcase and spear on the table, ignoring the shocked and horrified look her normally very vocal cousin was giving her. The blonde human was for once in his life speechless. Charlie simply put down her suitcase and trident before Vaggie cleared her throat. With a sigh, the princess also put down her phone. Momo cautiously put down the suitcase containing the lament configuration and, using her quirk, quickly made a roll of hazard tape and wrapped the box in it. And in there? Nezu asked as he gestured to the now bright yellow case. The gateway to hell that will summon some of the nastiest pieces of work you'll never conceive or believe of being capable. Izuku stated solemnly. We just got out of dealing with them earlier. If it is alright, may I share with someone for the foreseeable future? Momo asked hesitantly. That would depend on whom you are asking about. I cannot allow you to share the room with a teacher after all. Nezu stated seriously. You can think with us. Charlie stated softly as she pulled Izuku and Vaggie to her side, making both blush brightly at the close contact and what was being said. I mean, no offense. Momo trained off, looking uncertain. Charles, she just had a run-in with border demons, she doesn't need to bunk with the more powerful versions. Vaggie stated simply as she slung her arm over her girlfriend's shoulder while Izuku tried to slink off. Where do you think you're going? D2 bed? The green-haired demon asked nervously, his face still beet red. We don't know which room the three of us are in. Baggy grinned teasingly, making Izuku faint due to a powerful blood nose. Midnight squealed in joy. Kinky demon threesome, can I join? No sex with for teachers in the dorms. The old lady snapped as she ditched her cane at midnight, hitting her in the head before bouncing back to the old lady's waiting hand. Elsewhere. A low groan echoed through a small alleyway between a series of high-rise apartments. A young girl with long hair limped out as they held their abdomen in pain, blood dripped from her mouth that did not belong to her. I think the pervert is repeating on me. Erg. The quick hunch behind a pile of trash bags and the sound of splattering and puking filled the air before she straightened back up, wiping away the blood and bile with the back of her hand. Why did I go to hell? Surely father is just testing me. But what I did after to the one who killed me? Am I truly a monster? How long was I even gone? Is it even the same night? Why am I so hungry? She muttered as she staggered along. Who is Izuku? Happy Hotel. The lister was confused as he looked about the empty room with a chair sitting empty in the middle. Where the fuck did that nun I was brainwashing go? The dim buzzing of a light bulb was his only answer. Fuck. I'm bored again. Chapter 9. Exams and Deals. Izuku could only pant in exhaustion as he laid down under the midday sun. Mere meters behind him Vaggie was also sprawled out and exhausted. Come on, 2 more laps. Charlie called joyfully as she jogged past them. How can she run that much? It's been like 90 laps. Vaggie groaned in pain as she tried and failed to sit up. I don't think I can feel my legs right now. Definitely not healthy. Is she always like this? Nezu asked from the sidelines. The small principal wasn't concerned about how much they had run, given that even Ingenium had done 50 laps before collapsing during his time at the school, so 93 laps was surely an achievement. The fact Charlie seemed to keep going was just the icing on the cake. Like you wouldn't believe. I love her, but she never seems to get tired until it's bedtime. Vaggie panted. Atlas, she isn't singing right now. Izuku shrugged as he rolled onto his front and pushed himself up, staggering slightly as he did so. The flames that engulfed his skull was wavering like mad, even though his skull was visible, and his pale hands were bright red from the last exercise of push-ups. He still managed to help Vaggie to her feet and help her off the track, just as Charlie came around for her 95th lap. Sitting down in the shade with a half-empty bottle of water was Momo. She was bright red and exhausted after only managing 17 laps around the kilometer-long track. 0.621 miles long. I say we put sleeping pills in her next drink. Charlie stated bluntly. That or that stuff Baxter made. We are not turning Charlie into a sex-crazed maniac. Izuku deadpanned at an unashamed Vaggie. Hey, she certainly didn't complain last time. Vaggie snorted as Charlie tripped halfway through her 96th lap and started snoring. Cute. Vaggie whispered in awe as the heiress of hell slept peacefully. Atlas Luna isn't here. Izuku deadpanned, unaware of a slaughter, said Werewolf was helping with in America. Way to kill the mood. Vaggie sighed as she flatly stared at the flaming demon. Quit arguing, it's distracting. Nezu grunted as he marked off a few things on a clipboard. Now, let's see what's next, shall we? Oh. Well, all done then. You almost gave me a heart attack. Vaggie groaned tiredly as she stumbled over to the shade next to Momo. Without a pause, Momo handed the exhausted demon a bottle of water. Well, that concludes the entrance exam. Nezu chuckled aloud, drawing looks from the 2 demons and 1 heiress. Why else do you think I had you doing all of that exercise? You have a special spot at the hotel when you die, rodent. Vaggie growled while Izuku gave an exhausted sigh as he rubbed at his forehead. Nezu ignored them as he cheerfully hummed while walking away. Dinner is being held in the common area tonight in Dorm 1A, given the previous tenants are expelled. Pick your rooms while I sort out your paperwork. The principal called back with a dismissive wave of his hand. The other exams start in 2 hours, so stick around and watch if you want to. Again, special place at the hotel, like door greeter. Vaggie growled. Maybe we could have a lister swing on the door again. For once, I agree. Izuku sighed with a slump in his posture. The flames on his skull finally extinguished as his muscle, then flesh knit itself back together like some form of reversed incineration. But Bakugo. Bakugo growled in anger as he sat on the bus to UA Academy. Stupid bitch of a mother, stupid father, stupid fucking Deku for jumping. He had to sort through all his crap in the spare room for fuck's sake. Across from him, a vine-haired girl in a tattered white dress couldn't seem to make up her fucking mind. She kept opening the lid to a container, then snapping it shut again while scrunching her eyes and taking deep breaths. Oh man, the fuck up. Bakugo snapped in anger, making the girl jump slightly. Nobody is going to fucking give a shit if a shitty extra like you eats or not. I see. The girl nodded as she opened up the box and pulled out a hunk of raw meat, which she proceeded to place delicately in her mouth before chewing. Fucking extras. Bakugo scoffed. You better not sit near me during the exam's meat breath. I'm sorry, I can't help it. The girl muttered around the meat, blood dripping down her chin which she quickly wiped away using a vine. Bakugo barely noticed that the vine itself was covered in a lot of dried blood. If it didn't involve killing villains, himself or his mother, he didn't tend to notice anything. Further down the bus and out of sight, a pink-skinned girl sniffed the air curiously before looking around, trying to figure out what smelt so good. Whatever. Bakugo scoffed as he stood up. Move your shitty ass tree face, we're here. I have a name, you know. The girl sighed as she packed away the small box into a bag filled with several more boxes. While she did regret killing the pervert, her vines demanded substance and better a sinner than a saint. And I don't care. Bakugo scoffed as he watched ahead. The bus, jolting slightly as it passed over the UA bar which went retracted, was little more than a speed bump. When it comes down to it, I'll be number one, not some extra. Elsewhere. Namuri grinned in anticipation at the being standing before her. Lucifer grinned back at the woman laying before him, legs spread wide. His wife Lilith licked her lips next to him as she massaged at his shoulders. Do we have a deal? Namuri asked. For sure, my dear. Lilith smirked as she sauntered over to the purple-haired woman. One night with us in exchange for some of that lovely shampoo your company makes, without having to break the bank so to speak. Pinky demon threesome for the win. Namuri cheered as she pulled Lilith onto the bed. Lucifer's grin grew. That is some kinky shit. Redacted. Namuri twitched slightly as she laid on the bed, basking in the afterglow, while Lucifer laid to her left smoking a cigar. Lilith on her right was passed out with a content grin. Well, my dear, in advance. Welcome to hell. Lucifer grinned. Worth it? Namuri grinned before a knock was heard at the door. Namuri, hurry up, we have an exam to grade. Snipe called from the other side of the door. Namuri bolted up in shock. Time flies when you have fun. Lucifer chuckled as he picked up his wife and vanished in a puff of red. 1 minute. I need to get dressed. She called as she bolted for her cupboard. The much information. Snipe shouted before storming off. Fuck, Nezu is going to kill me. Namuri panicked as she struggled to put on her leotard. Back with Bakugo. The explosive blonde growled in anger as he waited in exam area B for the test to start. Some blue-haired brat wouldn't leave him be, and it was getting on his nerves. Atlas the vine-haired extra wasn't around. The gates opened with a grinding clunk. Without waiting, he shot through using his explosion, uncaring that he took one Examani's arm clean off or burnt the face of a brown-haired girl with a bob cut, a burn that would ultimately leave a scar over her left eye. What are you waiting for? There's no countdowns in real life. Go, go, go. Examinee 1329 and 1372, we have medical bots on the way. President Mick called out over the PA system. I'll continue. The bob cut girl called as she raced into the test area with the others, uncaring of the pain plaguing her face. She couldn't let anyone else get hurt. In the observation room overlooking the test area, All Might grinned to himself like a giddy schoolgirl, just as Namuri burst into the room barefoot, her shoes held in hand. Ah, now we are all here, let us truly begin. Nezu cackled to himself. Been a while since we awarded persistence points, but I believe 1372 deserves some. All in agreement. Yes. Was the general answer asides from Izawa. Illogical. She is injured and needs medical attention. How can she save someone or stop a villain if she is half blind? Either way, that still brings it to 4 out of 5 points for her actions. Nezu stated simply. Keep an eye on the one that harmed her, however. I have a feeling our new juice will want to have words with him. Chapter 10. Entrance exam tests. To say the exam was unique would have been a gross understatement. Not even the normally sadomasochinist Kayama had much to say. One girl was fighting with half her face burnt. The blonde who did it was berserking on the robots, and a vine-haired girl was racking up points fast enough that the robot secondary programming to go after the largest threat had overloaded, causing them to go to the nearest source of noise. So, all in agreement that blonde asshole will be handed over to either the cops or hell? Vlad King asked in a bored tone. Agreed. Almost everyone replied in unison. Only Nezu and Recovery Girl said nothing. Nezu because he still wanted to see where things went, and Recovery Girl because she was biting down on her cane in anger, using it as a gag to stop her screams of anger ringing out through the school. It's illogical not to just call the police on this one. Azawa droned from his sleeping bag, a juice pouch in his grasp. Achin never went this far before. Izuku admitted softly as he entered the room with Charlie and Baggy under escort of Lunch Rush, who handed a pouch of juice to Izawa and a thermos of coffee to Snipe, who was sitting quietly in the corner of the room watching the monitors and occasionally marking something down at a computer. True, but we can't interrupt the test without having to retest everyone unless he attacks another applicant again. Nezu stated bluntly. You know the HSC is just wanting to jump in and take over the school. Stupid pencil pushers. Namuri grumbled in annoyance. On more than one occasion the HSC or Hero Safety Commission had tried to interfere outside their purview, such as with the school which fell under the Education Board or in Heroes' private lives on numerous occasions even without merit. Namuri herself had a personal grudge against them after they blacklisted her original hero costume and later did the same to her second one. She didn't get what the problem was, Lingear was clothing, hence she wasn't naked after all. Charlie nodded empathetically as she patted Namuri's shoulder. Tell me about it, the amount of bureaucratic bullshit I had to go through to open the hotel was insane. I'm still surprised that you managed to get it all done in a week, while Vaggie and I struggle with the damages list for just 1 week. Izuku sweat dropped. Shush. Tired. Vaggie groaned as she tried to get to sleep on one of the chairs in the corner. Azawa nodded in sympathy with the moth demon. Estarina B. Ibara panted as she squeezed her vines together, causing a dozen or so robots to come crashing down from above, breaking on impact with the ground. That lot alone should be about another 13 points to her total. While it was helpful, the majority of her points had came from rescue points, mainly by pulling others out of the path of danger or swatting aside fallen debris, not that she knew it, to her knowledge she was only on 28 now. Listen up contenders, only 5 minutes left. President Mick called out over the intercom system and stalled over the fake city, making many students start to hurry up or panic. 42. A blonde teen with a jeweled belt called in a French accent as he rushed down the street and into an alleyway. 39. A brown-furred teen who looked like a Sasquatch called as they ripped a robot in half. Make that 41. 59. A ginger-haired girl with large hands called as she rushed down the street in the opposite direction to the initial teen. Ibara gulped nervously. She had only gotten a few in comparison to the others. Her hair twitched in irritation as she rushed off to find more robots, only to find herself back on the main street of the Fall City, which was now littered with the husks of the robots destroyed earlier. The sound of crunching and grinding filled the air as contestants began to scream and run past Ibara, who whipped around in confusion before freezing in shock. A massive robot with treads was plowing straight down the main road, flinging debris everywhere. Something shot towards it only to be swatted aside. A shout of pain got her attention as dust kicked up from one of the fake cafes, a bloodied arm was sticking out of the rubble. Her eyes went wide as she sprinted forward, her vines helping to propel her along. Hold on, I'll help you. Ibara smiled softly as she grabbed the hand and removed the concrete using her vines. Staring up at her while growling was the same blonde teen she sat next to on the bus. He was bruised and covered in scrapes and dust, but looked fine asides, the unnatural positioning of his thumb which was twisted. Fuck off shitty hair. The teen shouted. I was just trying to help. Ibara replied as she tried to pull the teen out only to receive an explosion to the face. With a scream on pain she fell back as the cement slab fell back onto the teen's legs. You shitty ass bitch. The blonde screamed right before a massive explosion burst forth from him, collapsing the buildings and sending Ibara flying across the street. And time. President Mick called out as the robot froze, its arm was mere feet away from the blonde teen's location. Everyone leave the test areas and head back to the buses, Arena B and D, rescue will arrive shortly. Ibara could only groan as she pulled herself from the rubble. Her dress was shredded and some of her vines were torn. A cut was across her lower lip from which a steady trickle of blood was seen. But the local demons. Izuku frowned as he was rushed down to Arena B with sniped by an intern called Yagi, who was driving them by golf cart of all things. Charlie, who was still full of energy, was rushed to Arena D with Cementos after a building collapsed, trapping the teens inside the arena. Cementos was there to clear the mess, while Charlie was carrying a first aid kit given Recovery Girl was off to Arena A with Hound Dog. Only Arena C had nothing bad happen, but Lunch Rush was still headed there to hand out drinks anyway. When they reached the arena, Izuku was somewhat impressed and shocked at the amount of destroyed robots. Snipe immediately rushed to the collapsed cafe where the blonde had been pinned, while Izuku brought the first aid kit to the vine-haired girl. Are you alright, miss? He asked as he stopped next to her. Huh? She asked groggily as she blinked lazily at Izuku. She sniffed the air briefly. Aizu-sama. She uttered before collapsing into Izuku's arms. Yagi-san. Call ahead, she may be concussed. Izuku called back at the skinny man who nodded seriously and pulled out a flip cell phone to dial a number. Returning his attention to the girl, he couldn't help but notice how much blood was on her skin and what was left of her vine-like hair. Better call Recover Girl too. Chapter 11. Pink Demon and Pizza. It had been an absolutely piss-poor day for Mina Shido. First she slept in and missed breakfast, almost missed her bus, Kirishima still hadn't returned her calls from last night, and to top it all off she had been placed in the same exam arena as a flamboyant blonde who went around copying everybody's quirks and then had to Gall to insult her when he couldn't copy her. Not her fault that her quirk was nothing more than her demonic heritage. Apparently her mother had brokered some deal with a high-ranking angel in order for her to stay on Earth, even though she herself was stuck in hell from the time she had turned 2. Now to top it all off, she was stuck waiting for someone to clear the massive doors into the arena after the conjoined twins went berserk on the zero-pointer and threw it at the doors, which brought down 2 buildings once they were covered by its shadow. Currently she was sitting atop a 3-pointer that one of the kids disabled by making it malleable and unable to support its own weight. Arc 1, we request a seat. The bird-headed of the conjoined twins stated in a blunt tone. Sure, I'll budge over, name's Mina Ishido. She gave a cheerful fanged grin as she slid aside. I am Fumikage Tokoyami. The teen replied as he sat down next to her. And your sister? Mina asked after a few moments of silence. The bird-headed teen merely looked confused. You have a mutation quirk that gives you a bird head, and your sister is a sentient shadow. She deadpanned. Is that true? Tokoyami asked as the bird-headed shadow materialized on his shoulder, nodding sheepishly. Why didn't you ever tell us? I'm shy. Confrontation never solves anything. The timid shadow replied as its form wavered in the sun. I must confess this is news to me. I wonder if mother and father know. Fumikage hummed to himself while his twin merely shrugged before vanishing only to reappear sitting atop his head. Everyone back from the rubble. A voice called loudly from the other side of the wrecked buildings. A few moments passed before with a grinding crunch, the building slowly sank into the ground like kinetic sand melting into a puddle, but fast-forwarded. Standing there with hands on the ground was the pro-hero Cementos, a man who had a block-shaped head with a simple ponytail and 4 blocky fingers on each hand. Next to him was a white-as-snow-skinned teen who looked to be their age with long blonde hair done in a simple plait that reached their ass, wearing black jean and a white button-up shirt, a simple first-aid kit held in her hands, her red eyes scanning the area for anybody who needed help as she rushed into the arena. Stopping briefly to give band-aids to those with minor cuts and bandages to those who had worse, like the short girl in the dress who defeated the robots she had came across by making mushrooms sprout everywhere inside them. Mad revelry. Fumikage uttered. So much wounded. The mad revelry indeed. His twin agreed in shock. Since when the fuck did the princess have permission to visit Earth? Mina muttered, ignoring the twins' looks as she jumped off of the malleable lump of robot and made her way to the blonde who was helping bandage a cut that went down the leg of a kid who could climb into shadows. Okay, just keep off of it for a couple hours, you should be good by then. I think. She uttered, making Mina shake her head. I'm sorry to say, your majesty, but humans don't heal that quirk. Mina explained only to jump back to avoid being brained by the medical tin. Peace. Why is a member of IMP here? Charlie asked defensively. I'm not a part of IMP, Mum struck a deal with someone to let me stay with Dad. Mina explained, much to the injured teen's confusion. Michael. She started. Shush. Charlie hissed as she covered the pink-skinned girl's mouth. Ixnay on that, okay. Mina rolled her eyes but nodded reluctantly. Another one? Cementos groaned as he pinched the bridge of his rather flat nose. Is this place a crazy magnet? Another? Mina asked as she practically teleported to Cementos with how fast she moved. Charlie was only a split second behind her. The girl in Arena B being treated by medical bots is scanning similarly to you and your friends, miss. You know I never did get your last name. Cementos broke his sentence off with his stray thought. Oh, it's Magni. Charlie waved it off. Behind them Fumikage made his way over. Greetings, oh dark princess. The bird-headed teen nodded with respect. Hi again, your parents doing good? Charlie asked with a grin. Father didn't listen and Mum insists I need to listen to more. Hifib. He shuddered in horror at the mere notion of the music. You know each other? Mina asked with a raised eyebrow. Trust me, the circumstances were odd to say the least. Charlie gave a small grin. Fumikage buried his beak into his hands in embarrassment while Dark Shadow gave a small chuckle. Mina grinned, oh, she just had to hear this. Hell. Ballister grinned widely as he casually walked down the streets of hell away from the hotel and towards his favorite pizza parlor. The owner was a man who had died in the 1920s after murdering several of his competitors, only for the last one to do him in with a knife to the throat. Opening the door, it jingled, announcing his presence to those inside. Most of the others vacated the building near instantly, many jumping through the window to get out quicker. Only the demon who ran the parlor and a stone golem didn't leave. My, what an amusing reaction. Ballister mused to himself aloud. Greetings, Nicholas. Good day, Mr. Radio Demon. The burly demon gulped slightly. The usual please and one for this brave fellow as well. Ballister laughed as he neatly sat down on the bar stool next to the golem. Pleasure to meet you, good fellow, I am Ballister. Hi. The golem blinked. I'm kind of new here. New arrival, welcome to hell then. Ballister grinned wider. May I have your name, good sir? I saw the signs when I arrived. The golem frowned slightly. Lister dropped his hand but nodded politely and watched as Nicholas continued to make his usual order, a simple banana pizza with root beer float on the side. Inside, however, he was fuming. Ever since that Midoriya brat had started putting up those signs, it got more difficult to actually amuse himself with the new arrivals. Mind you, Atlas did, annoyed that idiot Kruger more than it annoyed himself. Say what you like about Lister, but kids were always off limits in his books, so Kruger and that Chucky bastard that kept getting out of Doge were near the top of his shit list right behind Jack Frost. There was a tense silence for a while before it was finally broken by the demon who ran the parlor. "Here you go, sir." Nicholas gulped as he sat down the 2 orders in front of the pair and quickly bolted out the back door of the parlor with a girlish shriek. "Ah, nothing quite like a good pizza." Lister smiled softly as he picked up a fork and knife and began to cut the slices that ran down the middle. "Anyhow, my good sir, what can I call you if not your real name? It would be most rude of me not to ask after all, and I would hate to be rude. Well, I did want to be a hero before my death, call me Red Riot." The golem replied after a few moments of silence. "Well met, good sir." Lister grinned with a fang-filled mouth. "I have a feeling this is the start of a most wondrous friendship, my good sir." Chapter 12. Medical Ward and Fathers. Izawa growled lowly to himself as he slammed his head once more against a random wall in Recover Girl's medical ward. He kept repeating the same mantra to himself. There can't be more demons. Across from him, sitting at her desk, Recovery Girl rolled her eyes as she filled out the basic forms Baggy had provided to the elderly nurse. All up, it was a basic hotel resident form for Happy Hotel, citizenship papers for Hell which Baggy was helping her with, and a medical report chart which the moth demon left for the nurse. Izuku meanwhile was still out at the arena digging his former friend out of the rubble. The basic resident form was quite simple, it only required name, age at death, stay in hell, genders, basic description, quirk, demonic abilities, dietary restrictions and allergies, and finally sins. The form ended up filled by the time the other exam areas had been fully cleared and most of the examinees were sent home. Only a few had remained behind. The girl from the support class exam called Mei Hatsune, who had to wait for a pickup truck to arrive to haul her stuff back home, and the local demons and Momo, who were now living on campus for the foreseeable future, with Momo leaving her family properties in the hands of the resident staff for as long as needed. "Stop trying to kill yourself, I'm one of only 2 people who handle paperwork at the hotel, and I am not wanting any more." Baggy warned Izawa before tossing a pencil at the brooding teacher. "Don't get me wrong, but I don't plan on dying soon." Izawa stated bluntly. Baggy rolled her eyes, but went back to helping Recovery Girl, and everything was quiet for a few minutes, only punctuated by the tired hero's repeated mantra. "That's what most people think." A chipper voice stated as Charlie skipped into the room with a burnt and bruised Katsuki Bakugo who was bound and gagged, who was dragged in by an exhausted-looking Cementos. "Charlie, we love you dearly but don't ever fill out the forms." Izuku groaned as he staggered in behind them, a mountain of paperwork taller than he was in his arms, a short red-haired, pale-skinned demon with a single yellow eye, and a large fanged grin skipped in next to him, a box of paper in her arms. "Hey, boss," she chirped, shoving the box on the desk in front of Baggy and Recovery Girl. "Found these in the drawers for housekeeping instead of admin." "Hey Nifty, why are you here instead of keeping Baxter out of trouble?" Baggy deadpanned at the cheerful demon. "Oh, I just asked Baxter to use the teleporter." Nifty shrugged before skipping over to the spare coats Recovery Girl kept on the wall and put one on. "Oh neat, I'm a doctor. Paging Dr. Nifty, the patient needs their eyeballs replaced." She giggled loudly. "Two things," Charlie stated. 1. How are things at the hotel? 2. You didn't teleport Brad, did you? "Well yeah, it's all we had to test the device before I could go through that didn't involve losing something important." Nifty replied as Recovery Girl snatched the coat back from the demon and tossed it in a laundry basket near her desk. "I'll go deal with it." Izuku sighed as he dumped the paper on Charlie and walked back out the door. "Explain." "Now." Izawa ordered. "Baxter's teleporters often turn Brett into full-blown food demons." Baggy supplied as she helped Charlie with the papers just before she lost her balance, sending it everywhere. "Joder, solo porque." "Language?" Recovery Girl snapped, whacking Baggy across the arm with her cane. Who knew she could speak Spanish? Nifty hummed to herself before jumping onto the bed next to the vine-haired demoness. "Oh hey, I know her." "You do?" Charlie asked. "Yeah, Lister brought her into his spare room in the hotel." Nifty replied honestly as she began to kick her legs back and forth. "Lister?" Charlie screamed, her horns, claws and blood-red eyes were visible for a few moments, making Izawa gulp nervously, and Recovery Girl nod in understanding, having on more than one occasion wished she could do similar when dealing with a certain buffoon. The room got darker as radio static filled the air. Reality itself seemed to glitch like a television with really bad reception as the buzzing grew louder and Vaggie pulled out her spear defensively and Cementos dropped into a fighting stance before with a loud fuzzy buzz. A black pointed shoe attached to red pinstripe pants stepped out of the darkness. The cane topped with an old-style microphone not used since before the dawn of quirks appeared next before the figure fully stepped out. Standing there in all his smug glory was Alistair, the radio demon, and one of the most feared beings in all of hell in his signature red pinstripe suit, his crimson hair spiked up as always, and his dark pink monocle was as always balanced neatly on his cheek. "You called, your majesty." The demon grinned widely, his yellow eyes scanned the room with disinterest until they fell upon the unconscious vine-haired demon. "Ah, that is where she went to." "Alistair, what did you do?" Charlie asked as Nifty shot under the bed to hide, taking a few loose papers from the floor with her. Though simply put, this little sinner was preaching falsely when she was ripped in twain by one of the upcoming attractions and devoured. "I merely found her first and decided to help." The radio demon grinned with a bow. His cane stretched out behind him with his other arm across his chest. Bakugo merely growled through his gag like an enraged chihuahua, going unnoticed by many. Cementos shushed him while keeping his eyes on Alistair. "And why?" Vaggie asked while glaring daggers, knowing full well how the demon operated. "The same reason as any other person does anything." Alistair grinned in a wide and unsettling manner, his head tilting to the right as he leaned forward. "Pure, unadulterated boredom." "Should have seen that answer coming." Vaggie deadpanned. "If teleportation is common, why did she take the unstable teleporter?" Aizawa asked as he glared flatly at Nifty. "Oh, she just wanted the excuse." Alistair waved it off with a more normal grin. "Anyway, now I know she is in good hands, I will be off. I have a radio show to get to, toodles." With a burst of static, he was gone. The room was silent for a few moments before the doors were once more opened and an exhausted Izuku stumbled back in, now covered in a greenish-brown dough. "Bread monster is dead." "Hello, green bean," Alistair shouted as he appeared right behind Izuku. The green-haired demon screamed in fear, his hair caught ablaze and flared several feet in height as he went rigid and fell over onto his side. "Such a joker, anyway, have fun." With a wink, the demon once more vanished. "Fucking hell, tell me he isn't going to do that often." Recovery Girl panted slightly while clutching at her chest. "Unfortunately, we can't promise that," Charlie admitted as Nifty grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and began to spray Izuku before he could accidentally burn down the room. Further down the hall, another scream followed by Alistair's cackle reached their ears. "Sorry. Didn't he say he has a show?" Aizawa asked. "Not for another few minutes, Adley." Vaggie sighed as she checked the clock hanging from the wall above Recovery Girl's desk. "You're all problem children," Aizawa declared bluntly as Nifty grabbed a now foam-covered Izuku and literally tossed a teen onto the bed next to the vine-haired demon. What happened next shocked everyone as her vine shot out and wrapped around the catatonic teen and pulled him close. Once he was within arm's reach, she wrapped him in her arms and legs while the teen turned bright red in shock and embarrassment, his hair thankfully not igniting thanks to the foam. "Aizu-sama." The girl muttered softly but still loud enough to be heard in the quiet room. Even Kachisuke was quiet, although it was more probably in shock of seeing his should-be-dead victim clearly, since before the teen had kept behind and well away from the explosive blonde. "I hope she stops that soon." Vaggie muttered darkly as he grip tightened on her spear, while Charlie's usual smile grew strained. "Teenagers?" Recovery Girl huffed. "I'm demanding a raise." Aizawa deadpanned as he turned and left the room, headed straight for Nezu's office and officially done with his shit. Elsewhere, Azazel smiled as she sat in the local church. There was no service or sermon, just quiet as the priest went about his normal duties. A man with a white shirt with a gold tie sat down beside her with a soft smile. "Hello." He greeted them quietly without looking. "Hello to you too, daughter." The man smiled softly, chuckling quietly when Azazel whipped around, eyes wide at him. "Father, you shrunk." Azazel uttered bluntly, too in shock to do anything. "No honey, you've just grown." The man replied with a soft smile. "You've been behaving, haven't you?" "Of course, father, but where have you been?" Azazel nodded softly as the priest made his way down the aisles, a broom in hand. "Ah, hello you two, do you require any help?" The priest asked with a calm smile. His quirk simply gave him a pair of extra arms, and as such his suit had been adapted for that fact. "No, we're all right," the man replied with a soft smile and shake of his head. "You remind me of someone." The priest hummed softly. "Oh?" The man smiled softly with closed eyes. "Yes, you rather do look like Morgan Freeman," the priest stated. "I do get that a lot," the man admitted. "Sorry for disturbing, but may I ask how long you will be?" the priest asked. "I have to clean the aisles, and I don't wish to inconvenience you two by blocking your path." Ah, I see, come along, I saw a nice ice cream parlor down the street. The man smiled as he took Azazel's hand. My treat. You still like waffles, right? Azazel nodded, drooling at the mere thought of one of the few pleasure foods allowed in heaven that she was more than willing to indulge in. When we're done we have a lot of catching up to do, like how is everyone? Is my sister behaving? Did you remember to wash behind your ears? Father? Azazel muttered in embarrassment while the priest smiled in amusement and went back to cleaning once the two had left the church. Chapter 13. Imp. Bakugo growled in anger as he glared at the blank padded metal door in front of him. After the red-haired Alistair had left, Cementos had shunted him into a detainment room to wait for the cops to show up, something about stupid procedures. Fucking rock-headed bastard. Bakugo snarled to himself as he turned his attention to the quirk-nullifying shackles that were on his wrists and linked by another chain to a bench which was bolted to the floor. Oh, how the rising star crumbles. A snide voice taunted. Standing in the corner of the cell was a red and white skin being barely taller than he was with large black horns that were striped with white segments. They were wearing a black tuxedo with red tie and pink undershirt. I don't normally deal with this shit personally, but that asshole Stolas got hungry again, so I flew the coop. They shuddered. You wanted it, shitty red vitiligo bastard. Bakugo shouted in anger. The FTE, I'm from Hell Dumbus. The being snorted a laugh. Now, you have two options, 1 calm the fuck down and live. 2, I put a hole right between your eyes and feed you to Stolas. You wouldn't dare, you shitty extra. Bakugo growled. Try me. The being glared as they pulled a metallic grey revolver from the inside of the front of their pants, drastically reducing any previous bulge. Bakugo growled darkly before the door was slammed open, making the being jump and fumble slightly with the revolver. What are you doing here, Blitzo? Charlie asked sternly as Baggy pulled out her spear. The now named Blitzo replied, simply put, kid has a hit on him with a provision that if he behaves then he gets to live. Also, do not pronounce the O in my name. And who put it? Baggy asked sternly. Some short Cenobite lady. Blitzo shuddered. Nasty thing, but between doing one contract or having them kill a horse in front of me, I took the contract. Then why show up yourself, you're not one for dirty work. Charlie frowned. Stolas is hungry for dick and bird beaks aren't exciting. Blitzo deadpanned. Fucking gross. Bakugo scoffed. I'm sorry, but are you homophobic? Baggy growled as the grip on her spear tightened drastically. No, the bird thing. Bakugo huffed. Anyway, can I kill him? Blitzo asked as he gestured at Bakugo with the revolver. Yes. Baggy deadpanned. No, you can't. Charlie stated at nearly the same time, earning a look from Baggy. Human law is taking care of him, he still has a chance for redemption. Just fucking great. Blitzo groaned as he dragged his palm down his face. You're about as bad as Cherub. Hey, Charlie is no hypocrite. Baggy growled back. Cross-eye bitch. Bakugo scoffed. Do you seriously want to die? Baggy screamed as she pointed her spear dead at the blonde's throat while Blitzo pressed his revolver to his head. Let's all just stay calm and put our weapons away, okay? Charlie asked, attempting to defuse the situation. Otherwise things are going to get messy. Fine. Blitzo huffed as he returned his revolver to the previous location, much to everyone's disgust. Can I at least get a form saying he is being taken care of? I don't want to see a horse turned inside out, thank you. And who the hell is this? Azawa sighed tiredly from the doorway, Nezu peeking out from his scarf and a pair of officers behind them. Blitz, head of imp, that is immediate murder professionals. Blitzo gave a mock salute to the officers who quickly drew their handguns. Easy easy. I haven't killed anyone, my visit is more of a behavior check on the Pomeranian. Shut it, shitty asshole. Bakugo snarled in anger. More demons. What the fuck is with this city? One of the officers asked rhetorically with an eye roll. These from the same city as us, mortal weapons won't do a thing other than sting a lot. Baggy shrugged. I can't do much, and as long as he isn't hurting anyone, Charles here probably won't either. Sorry. Charlie tittered nervously. Can't really interfere with imp without annoying their backers, which annoys dad. What the fuck you waiting for? Shoot the fucker. Bakugo snapped. Now, no need for that. The HSC has threatened to shut us down if you don't pass, so sadly, we have to take you as a student in the hero course. Nezu sighed. You got to be fucking kidding me. Baggy groaned. Nezu, I swear to God. Azawa growled. Yes, he will be in your class, the officers are just here to escort him home. Nezu stated. I also don't like my grandfather's name being taken in vain. Ignoring that terrifying thought, I demand a second raise. Azawa deadpanned. His only response was a cackle from Nezu that made even the demons present shudder in fear. Fuck you. Azawa deadpanned at the laughing rodent. He is never allowed to meet up with a lister. Baggy harshly whispered to Charlie. The blonde only nodded in agreement. Such a do would cause as much of a mess as Kratos did back before the fall of Greece. Nezu's ears twitched slightly, unnoticed to everyone as a small smirk formed on their face. Off you go now, you will receive a letter detailing everything within the next few weeks, ta-ta. Nezu cackled as he tossed a pair of keys at one officer and buried himself back in Izawa's scarf. Elsewhere. Moxie groaned in pain, Millie laid next to him with a satisfied grin and a mallet in hand. Have we learnt our lesson? Millie grinned. Don't steal from the cookie jar. Moxie groaned. And Millie grinned savagely. Yeah, I've got a good swinging arm. Moxie asked his wife only to get a slap as Millie bolted up with a frown. Ow. What the crumbles was that for? It's our anniversary, asshole. Millie shouted as she slammed her fist into Moxie's gut, making him flinch in pain. Go die in a ditch. She huffed before stalking off. A distant cry of clothes. From Luna and shut up fury. Followed by the sound of knuckles on flesh and a slamming door marked her departure. I love her but oh that smarts. He winced as he sat on the bed covered by only a blanket. Wonder why I forgot. He muttered, not realizing the memo board he usually kept the reminders on had been knocked behind the desk a few weeks back after he tripped on a loose shirt of the floor. The Lister voice soon flittered over the radio kept in the corner of the room. Greetings and salutations ladies and gentlemen of Hell, do I ever have such marvelous news for you about Hell's royalty today? Let's start with a certain green bean shall we? Chapter 14. Police and Death. It was with an annoyed groan that Mitsuki reluctantly climbed out of bed and donned a bathrobe, her husband using the opportunity to chug a glass of water on the nightstand and to find more condoms. The knocking at the door had come at an annoying time too, and she wasn't expecting her son to be home for another 2 hours, which should be plenty of time to clean up. But the short stretch she opened the door after making sure she had herself covered. A salesman, a reporter or even a neighbor was what she expected to see, not 2 officers. She blinked in shock before sighing. What has my son done now? It may be best if we talk inside. One officer stated simply. That chance of it doing any good, walls are paper thin. Mitsuki shrugged as she waved them in, only now noticing a third and fourth officer trailing behind them, her son cuffed between them, and a tired man with a scarf wrapped around his neck in black clothing, who hadn't shaved recently tailed behind them. First off, your son isn't in any trouble right now, he is however on a probation period of sorts. The first officer explained. What the fuck did you do, brat? Mitsuki shouted in anger. Fuck off, hag. Kitsuki snapped back. It's all shitty Deku's fault. I don't blame him for running away with how much shit you put him through. Mitsuki snapped at her son. I swear the amount of crap that comes from your mouth would make a sailor blush. Oh for fuck's sake, did nobody do a DNA check? The man groaned as he dragged his palm down his face. DNA check? What happened? Mitsuki asked in worry as her head shot around to look at the scruffy man. The 2 officers either side of Bakugo kept a stern eye on the blonde, almost daring him to react. Bluntly put, your nephew killed himself. Aizawa deadpan, making the blonde woman gasp. What the fuck are you on about? I saw the shitty nerd in the nurse's office cuddling up to shitty hair after the red suit bastard showed up. Bakugo scoffed in agitation. Okay, explain what is going on. Mitsuki sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Long and short of it. Your son suicide baited Midoriya into jumping off the school roof. We had no way to identify the body, and he recently came back from hell of all places with some beings he met there. The man stated bluntly. As if, shitty nerd is probably trying to get pity from some dumb bitch. Bakugo scoffed before flinching back slightly at the glare his mother was giving him. Kitsuki? Mitsuki snapped in anger. What the fuck did you say to Izuku? Who gives a shit about that quirkless Deku? Kitsuki snapped back. A flash of red flames filled the center of the room, making everyone jump in fright before the flames died down, revealing a familiar imp holding a mug standing there accompanied by a werewolf in goth clothing, with a pentagram-shaped bra, visible through the boob window of her SHRT, who merely sighed as they held onto a clipboard while typing on a red phone. Hello again, shit stain. Blitzo grinned cheerfully at Kitsuki before he looked around the room while sipping at a hot chocolate in a unicorn mug, his eyes landing on Mitsuki where he did a spit take spraying one officer with a drink. Mitsuki Aoyama. Bakugo now actually. The woman blinked. Aren't you that guy who always used to go to the charity shoots to help with the horses? Well yeah, I think horses are just the best. The imp gave a shy smile with his head bowed slightly. Way to go, dad, how did you manage to sneak that into a contract? The werewolf asked with a raised eyebrow and sarcastic drawl, knowing full well 9 times out of 10, he tried to sneak it into a contract. Actually, it was fairly simple, it was the payment for killing some old gangster in charge of the 7 prefects of death a few decades back. Blitzo admitted proudly. Some germaphobe Kai something or other didn't want to get his hands dirty, literally. You do realize we are on duty, right? One officer asked. Statue of limitations. Blitzo grinned smugly. Translation, the idiot forgot you were there. The werewolf stated as she handed the clipboard to Mitsuki. Read it through then sign it please, just states that your son is under supervisor, as per the non-fatal clause in a hit put on him, otherwise I've got a knife I can ram through his chest. Shut up you shitty furry. Kitsuki snapped. What? The werewolf growled. Hey. Blitzo snapped. Nobody talks to my baby girl Luna like that. Shut up. The scarf-wearing man snapped, his eyes going red as his hair stood up on end, and his scarf waved about like an angry cobra. Everybody calm down. Sure thing pencil head. Blitzo huffed. It's erase your head. The hero sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Now get to the point, I'm just here to collect Midoriya's stuff, seeing as this place isn't going to be suitable for him to stay at. Can I see him? I know my son is an ass and Izuku is probably under watch, but he is still my nephew. Mitsuki pleaded to the hero. I'll have to run it through my boss. Erase your head deadpanned. So far all I have seen is a brat who won't shut up and has too large an ego to remain unchecked. Is this a bad time? Standing up the top of the stairs in nothing but a towel was Masaru Bakugo, who looked shocked as anything at everyone in the room. Hey, isn't that the guy with the horse obsession? Elsewhere. The groan of cement filled a small room as a bright light shone under the doors and through the cracks in the walls and floor. Everything shook like a tremor as a scared little girl was huddled in the corner on a tattered old mattress, a golden cube clutched in her hands, bloodied. The gas mask wearing man in white with gloves on his hands and purple feathers around his neck lay twitching on the floor in a puddle of his own flood. A gash was at the base of his neck which was bleeding profusely. With a slam the door was flung open, revealing a short black-clad figure, their features indistinguishable due to the bright light at their back, shrouding their front in shadows. They looked around briefly, only turning their head before they spoke in a female voice. You have called and I have answered. There was no warning before a chain shot out of the light, a rusted butcher's hook on the end dug into the man's skin, making him scream out in pain. Several more shot out of various locations around the room, seemingly coming from the shadows themselves, as the man was wazed into a perversion of Jesus on the cross. This is no sight for a child, look away. The figure advised only for the girl to shake her head. No. Do you wish to see what becomes of him? The girl gave a shy nod as she clutched tighter at the cube. The figure merely waved a hand, and with an agonized scream of pain, ripping of flesh and popping of bones, the man was rendered apart with a spray of blood, covering everything in the room in a layer of red including the girl. You can't be left here. The figure beckoned the small girl. Hesitantly she stumbled closer until she was mere feet from the figure, now able to see the soft smile from pink lips and pale skin framed by green hair. With a soft and caring smile, the woman brushed some blood-soaked hair away from her face, revealing a small budding horn. Come along now. She smiled as she led the girl into the bright light. Who are you? The small girl stuttered slightly. The woman paused briefly before she blinked and looked down at the small girl. You may call me your new mum. Chapter 15. Morning. Mitsuki growled with gritted teeth as she tried to wrangle her pain in the ass-son into a headlock to brush his hair. Stay fucking still brat. Bite me bitch. Kitsuki snarled as he tried in vain to get away from his mother. The sound of thudding, hissing and a male yelping in pain was heard from a different room in the house, but was ignored until the door that led to the bathroom was slammed open and a disgruntled Masura stumbled out covered in scratches. A small old tabby cat who was missing an eye and had two fangs poking from below, its upper lip saunter out smugly. Cat's had its tablet. The man grumbled in annoyance. The cat had originally belonged to his brother Hisashi Midoriya before the man left his wife and son, and after Inko's death, Mitsuki decided to take in the half-blind feline. Matters were only made worse by the fact the animal had a quirk that allowed the furball to eat anything it wanted and as much as it wanted. With a hacking cough the cat spat up a small red oval-shaped tablet into the rug. It could also vomit up anything it had eaten on command as well. Fucking cat. Masura muttered in annoyance at the smug feline. Hopefully Izuku is able to take the furball back. Boy shut up. Goose is fucking awesome. Kitsuki declared fiercely. The explosive blonde had taken a liking to the furball, who seemed to not only understand what they were saying, but purred with smug satisfaction whenever it annoyed Masura. It also helped the furball used to cough up things such as loose change or small toys for them when him and Izuku were in preschool. I said hold still brat. Mitsuki shouted as she slammed her fist down on her son's head. You are still in deep shit for what you pulled mister. Mitsuki, sweetie, it's only 7:30. Marusa stated as he shuffled off to look for band-aids for his scratches and some wipes and paper towels to deal with what was left of Goose's tablet. So? Mitsuki grunted as she tried to get her son's hair somewhat presentable. We aren't leaving until 10 a.m. He replied, making Kitsuki freeze in shock and realization. You telling me she is fucking with my hair when we rent leaving for another 2.5 fucking hour? Kitsuki screamed in fury as he tried to struggle more. You bitch. As another fight broke out, they failed to hear the mail slot open as a letter drifted down to the mat below the door. The envelope was a plain white with 3 golden diamonds printed on the front, giving the illusion of a cube. Just below it was a simple sentence that, without the correct context, was a harmless business slogan that read, "We have such sights to show you." Goose glared, hissing softly at the letter and backed off, never breaking eye contact with it the entire time. Elsewhere. Ibara yawned tiredly as she blinked blearily at the increasingly familiar ceiling above her. What was new, however, was the sensation of being wrapped around someone, her vine hair holding them and 2 others tightly against her chest. Looking down, she quickly snapped from half asleep to fully awake and blushing as she caught sight of the green-haired boy who saved her yesterday, while the blonde-haired girl with rosy pink cheeks in a set of red pajamas with an apple pattern on them and a gray-skinned girl with silver hair in a simple nightgown, each held down one of his arms, essentially pinning him to the bed more so than her vines were currently doing. "Izu-sama," she uttered while blushing. "I'll repay your kindness by our Lord's Gra." She shrieked in pain as she clutched at her head in pain, faintly aware of something warm running from her nose. Her screams seemed to be the thing that woke the others up all at once. Izuku from the shock instantly had his skull engulfed in flames as his flesh burnt off rapidly, bringing the stench of charred flesh that only served to make Ibara hungry, while Vaggie and Charlie sprang up with weapons drawn as their eyes quickly landed on her. "Why the fuck are you screaming at this hour?" Vaggie groaned. "I don't know what happened," Ibara admitted as one of her vines wiped the blood from her upper lip and nose before she grabbed onto the appendage and started sucking on the end. "Bad thought." Izuku squeaked as he turned around, the small fire that was present flared into a raging inferno as he did so. Vaggie's eye went wide as she blushed, and Charlie just giggled like a perv. "Too early for this shit," Vaggie muttered to herself as she looked anywhere but the oblivious Ibara. "I'm going to grab coffee, want anything?" "Juice please," Izuku squeaked. "A drink as dark as my soul," Charlie declared dramatically with a stern expression, gaining Ibara's attention, who blushed upon realizing what she was doing and promptly stopped. "So, hot chocolate, 70% milk, 3 scoops of sugar and marshmallows?" Vaggie asked with a grin. "Yes please." Charlie beamed cheerfully with a skip in her step as she headed for the bathroom. "Anything for you?" Vaggie asked Ibara. "Just some bread and water please, raw meat too if they have it," the vine-haired girl requested politely with a bow. "I think the detective will be over shortly to discuss arrangements for, well, your body," Izuku stammered awkwardly. "Mother will be insufferable." Ibara sighed in resignation. "Father would probably have a fit too." Izuku didn't know what exactly to say in the situation, but he certainly knew the feeling, given that it was his life up until he took that piece of terrible advice. Chapter 16. Breakfast and ahead. The main common area of the dorms was rather simplistic in design, a few tables for eating at, a small kitchenette, 3 couches and a simple television on a cabinet. The only 2 windows in the room overlooked the main campus, which at the time was empty aside Cementos, who was fixing up the exam grounds from the entrance exams yesterday. It was with a tired yawn that Izuku finally stumbled down the stairs and into this area in a pair of shorts that barely passed his knees and a plain white shirt that simply read "Camisa de Taco" with a picture of a cartoon taco on it. It had been a gift from Vaggie after the green-haired demon had managed to keep Baxter from exploding her room while she and Charlie were trying to get back on TV after the last fiasco with Killjoy. Ibara had stumbled down as well, still dressed in the clothes she wore yesterday, while Charlie was once more wearing her white button-up shirt, black formal pants and suspenders, accented by a black bow tie. Vaggie meanwhile was busy sorting out all the food she had managed to find around the kitchen. 2 coffees, a hot chocolate, a juice and a glass of water and a few slices of bread for Ibara. Sadly, the only meat in the freezer and fridges was in the form of pre-cooked pies and a half-eaten stew labeled as "Awa's touch and you're expelled." "Here's what we have got," Vaggie stated as she grabbed her own coffee and sitting down at the table next to Charlie and Izuku and across from Ibara. With a content sigh, the moth demon downed the entire mug of coffee in one go before grabbing the second one. "Is that much caffeine truly needed?" Ibara asked curiously as she sipped at her water. Her vines draped over the back of the chair seemed to enjoy soaking up the sunlight from the window behind her. "Trust me, I had trouble getting to sleep last night without the constant background noise of hell outside the window. It was weird as fuck." Vaggie shrugged. "Language?" Izuku and Ibara chided the moth demon. "So, I know my parents would probably be paying for me, but what about you 3? Ibara asked, making Izuku and Vaggie freeze in shock. "I'm pretty sure the bank has confiscated my account after I died." Izuku seemed to pale even more, if such a thing was possible, given his naturally pale complexion. "Don't worry, I had it sorted." Charlie smiled as she pulled the 2 in for a hug. "I had it paid for in full the other day. Japan accepts souls." Izuku asked in confusion. Contrary to belief, hell didn't deal with mortal souls, rather the currency was called souls, and a misunderstanding on the part of humans lead to them calling the human spirit a soul. Needless to say, it had resulted in several awkward moments and even a war in the past. Of course not, I exchanged it at a bank. They all have ties in hell, since dad seemed to like helping them with the startup funds. Charlie shrugged it off with a smile before letting go of Izuku to take a sip of her hot chocolate before pulling the green-haired Koenobite back into the hug. I always knew the banks were run by sinners. Ibara deadpanned with a sigh. Great, now I'm a hypocrite. Izu-sama, do you still love me even if I'm a hypocrite sinner? Can we focus on fixing whatever Alistair did to her first? Baggy asked with a sigh before downing her second coffee in one go, same as the first. Well, inside of every demon is a rainbow. Charlie was quickly silenced by a kiss from Baggy. The blonde blushed then grinned lazily with a content sigh. Hey wow. Is this normal? Ibara asked as she watched the scene before her with a thoughtful look, her vines raising up behind her like a snake rising from a basket. Yeah, pretty much. Izuku admitted bashfully, both demons had used impromptu makeout sessions to stop one thing or another, mostly Charlie singing or Vaggie trying to hurt and or kill Angel Dust or Lister. I see. Ibara hummed to herself before her vines wrapped around Izuku, and she pulled him in for a kiss, causing his skull to combust into a raging inferno of green fire. Despite the heat and slight burns, Ibara kept her lips pressed against his lips, but then his teeth as they burnt away. She hummed contently as a blush blossomed across her pale cheeks. Hands off our boyfriend. Vaggie and Charlie screamed as they dove across the table, both in their demonic forms, and tacked the vine demon to the floor. My Izu-sama. Ibara snapped possessively as he vines wrapped the two demons before they could think rationally and pull their weapons on her. Please don't hurt them, Ibara-kun. Izuku asked with a raspy voice, unable to move from the neck down due to the vines which constricted him from the shoulders down. Why you called me kun? Izu-sama called me kun. Ibara squealed happily as she blushed a bite red. If Izu-sama wishes it. I too shall join this harem. I think she completely misunderstood the situation. Vaggie deadpanned before being silenced by a rather heated kiss from the vine demon. Bad thought. Izuku squeaked as he tried to look away only for the vines holding him to constantly adjust to have him looking at the scene before him. Me next. Charlie shouted upon seeing the satisfied grin her girlfriend was sporting. Ibara was more than happy to oblige the princess of her request. Wow. Okay, you are definitely allowed to date us. I'm pretty sure this is a sin. Izuku admitted he would have certainly been blushing by now if he had any skin on his skull asides his vocal cords. How he could see he had no clue and chalked it down to magic. I mean maybe, but they let Hitler into heaven for killing Hitler. Dad is still pissed about it. Charlie admitted with a faint blush and panting. Wait, how does that work? Ibara asked in confusion as her vines finally withdrew. I have zero clue who decided it, but basically whoever killed Hitler was guaranteed a spot in heaven. Baggy explained. Since that hi-ho deputy Nazi offed himself, he got out of his dues. Why didn't they just kick him out? Izuku asked with a strained tone. The Second World War may have been centuries ago, but that evil little man had contributed to the deadliest war in history and the deaths of millions of people. No clue honestly. Charlie shrugged. Although given the amount of people in hell with the axe to grind with him and his regime, you can bet the second they do kick him out he won't last a minute. Great, now my breakfast is ruined. Ibara pouted as she looked at her mushed bread on the table. At least being in Izu-sama's harem is worth it. I don't have a harem. Izuku protested. I don't know, I think Momo looks pretty hot. Charlie waggled her eyebrows with a teasing grin. What do you think, room for 2 more in one day? Damn, Charlie, did you drink Baxter's energy drinks again? Vaggie groaned with a face palm. I hope we aren't interrupting anything. Nezu laughed from his spot atop the secretary's shoulder. The skeletal blonde man looked shocked and embarrassed, as Awa, who as usual looked half asleep, and the officer with him just looked fed up with everything. We just need a signature, and we can hand over your corpse. The man sighed in agitation as he passed Ibara a standardized form. Sign on the lines and initials where the X are. How often does this happen that it's standardized? Vaggie asked as she took the forms from Ibara and began to look them over for any hidden legal trappings and loopholes. Bureaucrats are terrifying. The skeletal man sweat dropped. Azawa deadpanned. More often than not it's ectoplasm or one of his relatives that has to deal with that shit. Ah yes, before I forget, the exam results will be handed out in 2 weeks' time, once everything has been graded. Until then, suffer hahaha. Nezu cackled like a maniac. Again rodent, special place in hell. Vaggie growled with a twitching eye as she looked up from the contract, already having found several poorly hidden, by hell's standards, legal trappings and loopholes that were relatively easy to get around, as long as Ibara wasn't planning on collecting life insurance or selling off the meat from her former body as dog food. Not food, just dog food, nothing about any other animal or even person, then she was in the clear. They also couldn't claim the body was the Dalai Lama for some reason, unless they had the blessing of the previous Dalai Lama. Am I all good? Ibarra asked as she read over Vaggy's shoulder. You're good so long as you don't collect the insurance, use your body as dog food, or claim it as the Dalai Lama without their consent. Vaggy shrugged as she handed the forms to the vine demon, who began to fill out the forms. Right, well that is happening, who wants some tea? Nezu asked with a large grin. I have gold tips I have been saving for a while, now that I was holding onto for a special occasion. Speaking of special occasions, when am I getting my raise? Aizawa asked the principal. When you stop expelling the entire class. Nezu cackled maniacally. Fucking rat. Aizawa grunted in annoyance. Can I at least expel the blonde bastard? Nope, the HSC will be on both our asses if that happens. Nezu shrugged. You've got to be shitting me. Aizawa groaned. Can't the pencil pushers just fuck off? Done. Ibarra stated as she handed the signed form back to the officer. Here you go. He deadpanned as he handed her a small black case and left with the forms. Ibarra immediately opened the case and raised an eyebrow at her decapitated head. The tooth marks across the severed neck and lower jaw certainly revealed how she died too. Nope. Just nope. With that, the vine demon slammed the case shut again and planted it firmly on the table. My parents can deal with it, not me. Just no. Chapter 17. Meeting the families. Mitsuki Bakugo hummed to herself as she fixed up her hair with one hand, while her husband held a small mirror for her. Her other hand was currently holding onto her son's shirt to prevent him storming off. The gate to UA was certainly much bigger than the TV made it out to be for sure. The midday sun bearing down on them probably didn't help much either. Done. She nodded to herself as she took the mirror from her husband and put it inside her handbag and then hit the buzzer next to the gate. Being early meant that they hadn't been expected for a half hour or more later, but as luck would have it, Aizawa was close enough that Nezu was able to rope the tired hero into answering the gate once the principal saw who it was through the cameras. It was with a flat blare that Aizawa gave a simple warning to the small family. Don't cause problems or I'm kicking you all out, that goes doubly for you, living hand grenade. Fucking bite me. Kitsuki snarled in anger only for Mitsuki to cuff him around the back of his head. Fuck off, old hag. You sir must have the patience of a saint. Aizawa sighed as he gave a flat look towards Misura, who was trying to mitigate the situation. You don't know the half of it. The brown-haired man sighed as he led his bickering son and wife into the school after Aizawa, who was somehow keeping walking pace while crawling in a sleeping bag. Eventually they had arrived at a massive H-shaped building covered in windows with several balconies along the upper levels from the third floor up. Entering the building itself, Misura was rather impressed with the design and made a few mental notes about looking into the designer for the next fashion shoot he and Mitsuki would be doing. It was only a simple lobby, but the aesthetics was pleasing to look at. Entering an elevator at the back of the room, Eraser head in one swift motion, went from laying down to standing up before he pressed the level 3 button and the doors closed. Heads up, there may be a dismembered head laying around somewhere. Aizawa stated bluntly. Pardon? Mitsuki gasped in shock. The problem child isn't the only one who is unread here. Aizawa sighed. How he hated Ken right now. Bastard had bribed Nezu with cheese, tea and wine to keep most of the demons out of his classroom, only taking the former nun as Nezu didn't want things to be too easy on the vampire-themed hero. As the doors opened, they were treated to the sight of what could only be described as a flaming man made of muscle fibers being wailed on by a teen with a burning skull for a head, a pale woman covered in razor-sharp vines, a giant female anthropomorphic mother with a red spear, and a white-skinned stereotypical demon with an apple-themed trident in a dress shirt. What the actual fuck? Kitsuki deadpanned. He was not in the mood for weird shit. Oh, hi Kachin. Izuku gulped nervously before awkwardly kicking the burnt being. Problem child, what is that? Aizawa deadpanned. I'm sorry sir. Ibarra uttered as she warily kicked the burning demon. I tried to make lunch, but it summoned this instead. Less talk, more banishing legion. Baggy snarled as she tried repeatedly to skewer the demon under them. Her spear had barely made a scratch on the multi-demon due to the heat shield it was producing with its body. Suffer not the brats. Aizawa sighed in annoyance as Bakugo jumped into the fight, each explosion actually harming Legion more than the last. At least they're not fighting each other. Misura stated with a raised eyebrow, pointedly ignoring Mitsuki joining in on the fight. Her own quirk had the nice side effect of providing a buffer layer against the fire. I better get the fucking raise. Aizawa growled, knowing full well he quirk wouldn't work on the demons and he couldn't use it on Mitsuki or Kitsuki without potentially getting them killed. 3 weeks later, Tokyo. A blonde girl with vampire-like fangs grinned to herself as she licked the blood off her blades with a blush. She had gotten into some rich art snob's house and found him already dead, ripped to shreds by hooks of all things, leaving a delightfully bloody mess. She had of course stabbed him a few dozen times to make sure he was truly dead, but she wasn't one to complain over free blood and stabbings. She looked over to the middle of the bigger blood puddle, such a waste of blood, and saw in the middle of it all was a small gold dagger, engraved with lots of different symbols. With a tight of her head she picked it up and gave it a few practice swings. This isn't that good, not very swishy, must also be good for stabbing. She grinned widely as she plunged the blade into the corpse of the man a few times experimentally. A arch of energy shot across the blade, leaving a burning sensation in her palm, as the handle clicked open and turned slowly, a melodic tune playing in the air. "Oh, my gosh," she squealed in joy. "It's a stabby that plays music." "Hey, you found the knife Mummy gave me." A soft voice interrupted her fun. Turning her head she saw a small albino girl with blood-red eyes in a simple white dress stained with blood looking at her with excitement. "Mummy said I can be friends with anyone who can make it play music. Will you be my friend?" "Sure. I'm Toga." The blonde grinned widely as she licked some blood from the blade, what little hadn't been absorbed by it at any rate that is. "What's your name, cutie?" "I'm Eri." The small girl grinned. "Do you like blood like my mummy does?" "Blood is awesome." Toga grinned back. Eri nodded seriously with a smile. "I've got a game I want to show you. If I tell you my name, you'll have to play, too. I've been here for ages, biding my time waiting and primed until I could find you," Eri sang as she skipped over, uncaring of the puddle of blood she walked through. Her time with Overhaul had long since desensitized her to such things. "Just give us a shake and we can be friends. I'll be here for you until the world ends. Enjoy all the joys. We will supply you. Only live once and you'll be mine," Eri continued to sing as she grasped Toga's hand which held the gold knife. As the room began to creak and shudder, a bright light seeped under the doors and through the cracks in the walls. "The day you die, I'll have my playmate your eternal soul's arraignment. Did you divine our fun arrangement? You will love the entertainment." Eri gushed as she spun around with Toga, bloody footprints trailing in their wake, as the vampire teen laughed joyfully. This was the most fun she had in years. "The fun desires you've been serving, you can bet that you're deserving no regret for who you're hurting. Why, it's almost like you're laughing." Eri continued as Toga slipped and fell yet continued to laugh, even though she had sliced open her hand on the knife which was now sparking violently. "Come into my world, take a look at me. I am the sunshine on the dark side of the moon. I'm your first, last resort, so call me when you need a helping hand. Play your cards right and I'll see you soon." Eri grinned widely as the room around them fell apart, revealing them to be on a platform near the middle of a sprawling maze that went on far beyond the visible horizon. The giant monolith spun slowly in the middle of it all. "Sorry, I don't mean to alarm you if you ask to stay. I would be charmed to. You all have such cozy little lives. How do you survive like that?" "I wish I knew." Eri shrugged cutely as Toga's eyes went wide with what she was seeing. Even her fractured mind realized something was horribly wrong. "But you've got a lovely little secret. You're tired of feeling awful small, so you give us a call to make a deal, because you're looking for the sights. You want to see them, earthly delights. You feel you need them, your appetites. I'll help you feed them. I'll be your sweet Cenobite demon." A new figure sung as they approached from the light emitted by the central monolith. A short female figure with pale bluish-white skin, green hair and black soulless eyes. "And once your boredom has abated, don't forget your friend who waited, watched as you had your fun, and did I mention that you're cursed?" The woman sung as she lifted the now terrified Toga up by her jaw. Her fingers dug into the girl's skin, drawing blood as they slid around under the surface. "Come into my world, take a look at me. I am the Nutmer on the dark side of the moon. I'm your first, last resort, so call me when you need a helping hand. Play your cards wrong and I'll see you soon," the woman sung as she delicately wiped some bloody hair away from Toga's face, leaving a streak of blood as Eri dragged a small round table with snacks over. "You lay your chips out on the table now. When you gamble snacks, the house will always win. I'm double dealing in the apples and I'm here to catch my payout. I hope it was worth a life of fun." Eri sang proudly as she waved around an apple as if it was the best thing in the world, not even noticing or realizing what was happening to Toga as a bad thing, especially compared to the horror she had endured. "Welcome to my world. Take a look around inside your fantasies, deep beyond the little box. You made a wrong turn at the crossroads. Now you're at the final episode, eternity with me in hell." The woman sung as she pulled her bloodied hand out of Toga's skin, leaving behind a trickle of blood amidst a red smear. The blonde was left shuddering and poking at the wounds with a curious expression. All the while her dagger started to collapse in on itself. Gears churned and clicked as it unfolded and folded in on itself multiple times as it did so, its melody becoming more complex and beautiful as the seconds ticked by. "Pleasure to play, how I will enjoy you. Let's just say when I play, I don't lose. Collect on the debts that you owed." It was such a laugh, I really am amused. The woman grinned as the light of the monolith bathed them in a bright light. Toga screamed in pain as she dropped to her knees, clawing at her arm, as the dagger unfolded a blade right into her arm between her carpal bones. Have a fun thought, I'm right beside you, a casual giggle just to guide you, look over your shoulder, and I'm gone, remember this song, and I bid you good day. The woman and Eri sung together as Toga dropped to her side, tears streaming down her face as her heart felt like it was held in an icy vice. Mummy, is she going to be my new sister? Eri asked curiously as she sat down with her apple to eat. The song had been her way of getting between her home and other people's homes, similarly to the cubes were used. No, there is something more special in mind for her, sweetie. The woman explained gently. She is a bit sick and we're going to make her better. Like a doctor? Eri asked nervously. Don't worry, little one, nobody is going to hurt you unless you ask. The woman hushed Eri as she cuddled the smaller girl against her chest. Neither really cared much that there was now blood on both of them, for them this was an everyday occurrence. Now, let's get her all better for your brother. When will I meet him? Eri asked curiously as she pulled back. Soon, sweetie, soon, and then we can be one big happy family. The woman grinned cheerfully before with another pass of light from the monolith the three of them vanished without a trace, only smears of blood on dusty stone marked their visit. Chapter 18. Quirk Exam. All too soon school had started for the year. With the first day of class came a rush of new faces to the campus, with the only year-round students being a trio of students now starting their third year, and a lanky student with a squirrel tail in the business core second year. The morning started off as normal for the group. Aggie and Izuku grabbed everyone breakfast, Ibarra was soaking in the morning sunlight while nibbling on a loaf of bread, and Charlie was humming to herself as she enjoyed a cup of hot chocolate. So, which teacher do you think you'll have? Izuku asked as he enjoyed a piece of toast smothered in butter and topped with bacon and egg. I think it's either Present Mick or Midnight for me. Vaggie shrugged as she blew on a cup of coffee. Well, they stuck us in 1A while Ibarra is in 1B, so one of us is getting Mr. Grumpy Grumps. Charlie hummed happily. Not even the prospect of a grumpy Aizawa dampened her mood. As long as you're not in the same class as Katsuki, I'm good, Aizu-sama. Ibarra admitted with a soft frown. The girl really hated the blonde bomber after he had proceeded to insult everyone in the room with less than 20 words, and then started to try and threaten her Aizu-sama. This all happened while they were trying to banish Legion too. She was just glad the others didn't end up meeting her parents when she left for that after the incident, or who knows how they would have reacted. Was nice of the principal to let us share a room though. Charlie smiled happily to herself while Izuku blushed in embarrassment from the mention of it. After finding out about the arrangements, Katsuki had thrown a fit while his aunt went into matchmaker mode. He was positive there had to be a succuba somewhere within her family line, it was the only thing that made any sense. Well, it could be worse. Vaggie shrugged as she chugged the coffee in one go. Atlas the rat didn't sell us out to the media yet. I can see the headlines now. Charlie grinned widely as she stood up, one foot resting on the chair as she waved her left hand in the air. Not all demons bad. Or demons infiltrate hero school for evil plan. Izuku replied with a sigh, more than fed up with the media in both hell and earth. If it wasn't the vultures who pester every hero on earth, it was Killjoy and Tom down in hell, trying to ruin Charlie's dream while ridiculing him and the other hotel staff. BSH, I'm sure it won't happen like that. Charlie waved it off. Did we learn nothing from Killjoy? Vaggie sighed as she put her mug in the sink and picked up a simple satchel bag from the bench. I'm off, got to get to 1E before the bell rings and it's the other side of the school, adios Miss Amores. See you after the opening ceremony. Charlie called back excitedly before taking a long gulp of hot chocolate. We should be off too. Izuku sighed as he stood up, cracking his fingers as he did so. You're going to get arthritis. Ibarra stated absently as her vine shot across the room to grab her bag. That's a myth. Izuku retorted as Charlie grabbed her bag and walked into the elevator with them, still drinking her hot chocolate. After a quick descent, they came into the main lobby to find Aizawa asleep in his bag with a do not disturb sign hung around him. They simply ignored it, long since used to the man's sleeping habits. Even amongst other hero schools, Aizawa was well known to be able to sleep just about anywhere, as long as he had his sleeping bag. How isn't that empty yet? Izuku asked curiously as Ibarra split off from them, heading towards campus east instead of north like they were. Bottomless cup. Charlie shrugged. What? That makes no sense, it would just continue to fall after you put the drink in if it was bottomless, or you'd need an increasingly longer straw to reach it. Izuku replied in confusion. No. Charlie managed around another mouthful. I swear you're lucky you're somehow immune to cavities, Charlie. Izuku sighed as they found the sign for class 1A. This is it, I juice. I'm so excited. Charlie practically squealed as she pushed open the door, revealing only a few desks were filled. Momo was sitting around back to the side and writing something in her notebook. The hazard tape wrapped briefcase was on the desk next to her. Tokoyami and his sister were located in the back corner of the room, with the two of them reading from an occult book. Izuku blushed bright red while Charlie giggled. After all, the symbol on the front was for a dating service in hell. The blue-haired teen with glasses was near the front, sitting as still as a statue as he went over the timetable sheet he had in front of him. Also in the back row was a set of floating clothes that was talking animatedly with a pink-skinned demon called Mina that Charlie had told him about. The rest neither here. Charlie had met before. A ginger-haired girl whose hair was done in a similar ponytail to Momo's, a girl with purple hair and audio jacks for earlobes, a rock-headed teen who was sitting quietly to the side, a teen with 6 webbed arms and a scarf over their mouth, a girl with green hair and a frog-like mouth, a purple-haired boy who looked like a mini Aizawa, a muscular teen with massive lips. The girl with a burn scar over half her face and a bob haircut, a teen with half his face also burned, corresponding with his red and white hair color, and a girl with pink dreadlocks, who was wearing a pair of overalls instead of uniform, who was sitting on a desk and tinkering with something. The final person was a girl whose hair seemed permanently wet and draped over her face, her skin was a clammy gray color, and small scars adorned her fingers. With a shrug, they chose to sit in the back row between Tokoyami and his sister and Momo. "So, how are you holding up?" Charlie asked Momo softly. The black-haired teen had been living off campus while her estate and parents' funerals were sorted. I've been better. Momo sighed. "I still want to destroy this blasted thing before anyone else is hurt by it." "Maybe we could try acid," Charlie suggested. Momo shook her head. "I dunked it in piranha solution, and even sulfuric acid, all it did was remove any dirt and blood still within the joints." "Maybe we can melt it," Izuku offered but blushed when Momo deadpanned. "I put this in a crucible hot enough to melt tungsten, and all it accomplished was singeing it," the heiress revealed bluntly. "Maybe we should just dump it at the bottom of the ocean," Charlie suggested. "On the list of things to try next it goes." Momo hummed as she wrote it down. "So, how have you been?" Mina asked as she turned around in her chair with a smirk to face the back row. "Any juicy details? Are we sure Angel Dust didn't lie about not having relatives?" Izuku muttered to Charlie. "She is giving off serious Angel Dust vibes." "It's her mother who is from back home, not her father," Charlie replied, deliberately avoiding use of the words hell or pentagram city. "Are we sure Angel is a guy?" Izuku replied. Charlie opened her mouth, finger raised to reply before she frowned with a thoughtful expression. "You know, I'm not sure honestly. Let's just label Angel Dust as Angel Dust and call it a day, shall we?" Charlie asked with a soft frown. She was certain that it was written on their hotel forms, but she couldn't remember what was listed given Angel Dust's atrocious handwriting. With a loud crack, the door was booted open, making everyone aside. The pink-haired girl jump in shock at how sudden and loud the sound was. "What the fuck you looking at, you shitty extras?" "Oh, hey Kitsuki." Izuku sighed, slumping slightly at the fact that his childhood tormentor was in the same class as him. "Shut it, Deku." The blonde snarled before storming to his desk and putting his feet up. "At your feet of that desk now," the blue-haired teen ordered as he stood up and made robotic chopping motions with his hands. "It is highly disrespectful to our upperclassmen, not to mention your atrocious behavior is unbecoming of someone who made it into UA. Bite me." Bakugo snapped only to be pelted in the back of his head by a pencil. Shooting up, the blonde snarled as explosions crackled in his hands. "Who the actual fuck has a death wish? I still owe you for blowing off half my face." The girl with a bob cut snarled as she gripped at another pencil. At this point, the other students got up, ready to restrain either the explosive blonde or the girl, depending on how the situation went. "My parents are in debt because of the shit you did." "Like I give a shit, you bloody extra." Bakugo snarled as he made to dive at the brown-haired girl, only to find himself wrapped up in a scarf of all things and unable to use quirk. "Who the actual fuck?" Bakugo stepped down. Aizawa growled from his place at the door, his eyes glowing a bright red as his hair floated around his head. "Same goes with you, Bob Cut." "Hey sensei." The purple-haired started gesturing behind the tired hero. "Who's that?" Izuku could only fathom him as Aizawa jumped in shock, making him drop Kitsuki face first onto the ground. Charlie giggled at the sight. Mina, however, was hyperventilating in fear. Standing behind Aizawa was Azazel, who was as usual writing down her notes in her notepad. "Why are you here?" Aizawa deadpanned. "Oh, Nezu hired me to help mediate the class," Azazel admitted. Just because I'm more focused on research doesn't mean I can't fight." "Whatever." Aizawa groaned as he pinched his nose, tossing several bags onto the desk at the front of the room. "Everyone grab a PE uniform and head down to Field Beta after getting changed. If you take longer than 6 minutes, you're expelled." Without missing a beat, several students rushed for the uniforms, while some, like the rock-headed teen or the teen with 6 arms, were not moving from their spots. "You've wasted 10 seconds, get moving." Aizawa snapped, causing the remaining students to grab a uniform and rush for the locker room. Once everyone had left, he leveled a glare at the angel. Why are you really here? I told the truth, I was hired to mediate the class by Nezu. Azazel muttered with a blush as she hid behind her notebook. At Aizawa's glare and growl she gulped. And to keep an eye on any potential or budding romances. Figures. Aizawa snorted dismissively as he climbed into his sleeping bag and made his way towards the field. Don't think I didn't see you following me, and Ms. Joke on that date she dragged me on either. Addendum to Aizawa's file. Son dear. Azazel muttered quietly. I have good hearing too. Aizawa called back, making the angel squeak in fright and rush after him. Field Beta. As the class gathered in the designated field, Aizawa could only roll his eyes at how enthusiastic two of the class demons were being. He did make a mental note to avoid putting certain students in groups or against one another, mainly this was between the living hand grenade, Bob Cut and problem broccoli demon. Right, everybody listen up. Aizawa called. Bakugo, what's your top score for ball throw? Like 70 meters or some shit. The explosive blonde replied with a scoff as Aizawa tossed him a ball, taking no small pleasure from the fact he nailed the blonde in the face. Stand in a circle, so long as you don't leave it, you can use any means to throw the ball as far as you can. The teacher deadpanned. Bakugo growled but entered the circle before he wound back his arm, and with a cry of die. And a massive explosion, the ball shot forwards. Charlie, Azazel and Aizawa noticed how Izuku and the bob-haired girl flinched at the explosion, while the girl with ear jacks winced in pain. A beep was heard as Aizawa pulled out a scanner that showed 764.3 M as a result. This is what you're training for. The education system is behind in the times and won't allow quirks to flourish, here we'll change that. Aizawa stated as he showed the class the scanner. Azazel hummed as she marked down the number in her notebook. Wow, we get to use our quirks. This will be fun. Mina exclaimed with a large grin as she punched the air. Fun? Natural disasters, villains, terrorists, having your own home attacked. Does any of that seem fun to you? Aizawa growled. That is the nature of being a hero, for that whoever scores lowest will be expelled. But that's not fair. The floating uniform shouted while jumping up and down. Life's not fair. If you think this will be a handy little 9-to-5 job and hanging out at McDonald's after school with your friends, then you have another thing coming and should just walk out now. Aizawa frowned at the invisible girl. Hey, I'm not gonna give up. Charlie grinned widely. If it means I can help people improve themselves and live a better life, then I won't quit. Heck yeah. The ginger girl shouted with a fist pump. I can't let my dad down, so I won't quit either. Shut up extras, I'm gonna be the #1 hero. Bakugo shouted back. Like hell you are. The bob-cut girl shouted back. I'll be a better hero than you. Bring it. Bakugo shouted and went to jump only to be restrained once more by Aizawa, who sighed in agitation. For those who want to know why the blonde hand grenade hasn't been expelled yet, the brat has protection from the HSC, however if he doesn't shape up, we will be booting him into general studies. Aizawa threatened. His reply was a feral growl. You bob-cut don't have that protection, so save it. So? What's your name? Charlie asked with a grin to the bob-cut girl. I'm Ichako Uraraka. The girl responded. Nice to meet you, I'm Charlie Magni, this is my boyfriend Izuku. Charlie grinned as she pulled Izuku in for a hug. Charlie. Izuku whined with a blush. Problem child too, don't make him burst into flames again. Aizawa stated bluntly. Next up on the ball toss is Toru Hagakure. The invisible girl walked into the circle and began her turn. Was he joking or is that your quirk? The girl with audio jacks for earlobes asked with a quirked eyebrow. I can turn into a flaming skeleton and have pyrokinetic and thermal manipulation abilities. Izuku explained using the cover recovery girl had, literally, hammered into his skull over the last 4 weeks, along with several insensitives from Vaggie and Charlie in the form of snacks. The Bara who was barred from the kitchen instead tried offering everything from massages to movie dates to even herself, that last one had almost ended in the dorms burning down. Damn, that's cool, all I can do is make my fists big. The ginger girl sighed in resignation. Oh no. Charlie uttered as Izuku began to mutter rapidly to himself before with a burst of flame his skull was exposed as he paced and muttered. Problem child. Aizawa snapped in annoyance as the 6-armed student started his throw. Wow, you weren't kidding. Ichako uttered in shock. Izuku sweetie, you're muttering and pacing again. Charlie warned as she nudged his shoulder. He stopped, looked around before skull palmed with a raspy groan. Sorry. He rasped before his flesh appeared over his skull in a reverse of incinerating flesh. Urk. Uraraka gagged as she covered her mouth, trying not to vomit. Unfortunately she forgot to lift her pinky and started to float upwards before the green-haired girl shot out her tongue, which wrapped Arian the nauseous girl, and pulled her back down. If you're quite finished Todoroki, you're up. Aizawa called. Sorry. Izuku gulped nervously. Achako opened her mouth to apologize only for liquid rainbow to shoot out and onto the ground in front of her. Here. Momo offered as she lifted her shirt enough to expose her midriff, and a bucket and towel melted out of her skin, which she promptly handed to the vomiting girl as she lowered her shirt. I'd make some nausea pills too, but I'm not allowed to make medication or currency or the HSC will toss me in Tartarus. Logical idiots. Azawa muttered in annoyance at the HSC comment, moments before a massive glacier sent the ball flying through the air. The device beeped twice. 203.01 M Magni, you're up. Yes, sensei. Charlie called as she jogged over. Your uniform is stretchable, so use your quirk. Azawa ordered bluntly. You are sure? Charlie gulped as with a burst of flame she assumed her demonic form. She was 3 foot taller, not counting the 2-foot horns atop her head, her fingers now ended in sharp black talons, her eyes turned completely red, and her teeth sharpened into fangs. Revelry in the dark. Dark Shadow cackled. Hush my twin. Tokoyami chided his shadowy sister. Spooky. The wet-haired and gray-skinned girl hummed softly from next to him. Ryuko Yanagi. Yumikage Tokoyami. The bird-headed teen replied. Yumikage Kira. His shadow replied softly. My conjoined twin is the social one, please leave me be. She is weakened by bright lights, she can be a right menace in the dark. Tokoyami admitted. I know a good bookstore not far from here, wanna come along later? Ryuko asked softly. As the dark powers will it? The raven-headed teen nodded, thankful his feathers covered the blush he was experiencing. Hey, no talking. Azawa ordered, barely reacting as a gust of wind from Charlie throwing the ball blew his hair everywhere. The device he carried beeped once more. 666 meters. With a frown he turned to Charlie. You did that on purpose didn't you? Did what on purpose? Charlie asked in confusion before snorting a laugh when Azawa showed her the screen. Nope, but that's funny. She giggled. Azawa rolled his eyes at how immature she was acting before waving her off. Akito Sato, you're up next. Azawa sighed. He already regretted getting out of bed this morning. It was going to be a long day. Elsewhere. In a seedy rundown pub, a blue-haired man covered in hands growled in anger as he slammed his now dissolving handheld console onto the table. Fuck. Language. Chitted what could only be described as purple smoke in a suit. Here, I'll grab the sack of games. They offered as they pulled a large bag out from under the counter and started rummaging through it. Game Boy, PSP, Xbox handheld, PS8, Nintendo Move. Huh. When did a puzzle cube get put in here? Puzzle cube. Fuck it, I'm almost out of batteries anyway. The blue-haired man sighed in agitation as he scratched at his neck. Where did you steal it? With a shrug the mist man pulled out a small intricately carved puzzle cube plated with gold. You know, I can't quite remember. They mused before going back to cleaning the bar. From the looks of it maybe one of those art collectors you killed the other week who said your art wasn't up to snuff. Fuck them. My art is gorgeous. The blue-haired man raged as he pointed at a crudely done finger painting of himself standing on a dead All Might. Now hand me the fucking cube will you or will I have to die of boredom. Chapter 19. Exam Results and Reveal. Mina groaned as she flopped onto her back in the middle of the grass. Besides her Izuku and Tokoyami and Kira were doing the same. The only two still going at the current test, endurance laps, were Momo and Charlie. Momo had made an electric scooter, and Charlie was hopped up on 2 liters of sugary hot chocolate from that morning, and Azawa was starting to get annoyed. How is she still going? The ginger-haired girl, Itsuka Kendo, panted as she hunched over breathing deeply. She had made a total of 23 laps before exhausting herself, while Charlie and Momo were on lap 72. Such mad revelry. Tokoyami groaned from the spot he had laid down, he had made it barely 16 laps before he had to stop, coincidentally it was in the shade. His sister was simply cackling at the sight of Charlie zipping around the track like she had too much caffeine. Alright, pack it in. Azawa shouted, now officially bored of the test. You proved your point. With a skip in her step, Charlie quickly made her way back to the main group of students, most of who were lounging around in the shade of the few trees that lined the field. The only ones not lying in the shade were the frog-like girl Tsuyu Asui and Mina who were lying in the sun, and Shoto Todoroki, who had face-planted just to the side of the track and proceeded to half-freeze himself to cool off. Finally. Azawa muttered to himself as he pressed the compile results button on the measuring device. I'm not going to go over everything individually so here are your results. He droned before with a press of another button the results showed up on the main view monitor that hung above the field and was used for events like the sports festival. In first place was Charlie who had only really failed the side jumps after she tripped over her own feet 20 seconds in. Tied for second was Shoto and Momo. Izuku somehow managed to grab third place by a mere 2 points which he gained during the ball throw, managing 666 meters like Charlie. Of course Aizawa had threatened to expel both him and Charlie if they managed to pull that number as a result again, much to most of the class's confusion. Fourth was Bakugo. The blonde hadn't taken it well obviously, but a glare from Aizawa was enough to keep him in check for now. Eventually all the way down in last place was Toru Hagakure, the girl with an invisibility quirk. She was on her knees crying softly, certain she would be sent home, while Tsu and Ichako tried to comfort her. By the way, nobody is expelled, it was all a logical ruse to make you perform better. Aizawa stated blandly as he tucked himself away in his sleeping bag. Thank God. Toru sobbed with relief as she hugged Tsu tightly. The frog girl merely croaked in shock before shrugging. Down in hell a grape-haired demon who was being tortured by an irate Luna who he tried to grope, sneezed. It was rather obvious that's a lie sensei. You expelled your entire class last year. Momo pointed out, having heard about what happened to the previous class from Recovery Girl the night her parents died. What? Toru shrieked, making Tsu flinch due to how close she was. Nobody here has zero potential. That said, Aizawa frowned severely as he glared at the students. You all better shape up. The only ones who have to hold back for safety reasons are Midoriya who could incinerate us all, and Todoroki who could freeze us all. That said, I expect tighter control from both of you. Hatsum, why the hell you aren't in the support class is beyond me, but if another of your inventions explode in my face, you're expelled. Huh? The pink dreadlock girl grunted as she barely looked up from her latest baby that looked like some sort of metal boot mixed with a hairdryer. And pay attention. Aizawa snapped in agitation. Sure sensei. She waved him off absently. Bloody rodent mixing up class rosters. Aizawa grumbled quietly enough that only Jiro heard him. Nezu had apparently decided to mix which students went into which course, much to the agitation of most teachers. Some sparkly French kid had been moved from the hero course to business, his class gained Shinsu, Vlad had gained Ibarra due to his bribe backfiring, Namuri had a boy called Siro in her class after he was originally slated for his own, and Power Loader had gained an overly competitive kid called Tetsu in the support class. So, what now? Jiro asked uncertainly as her ear jacks clicked against one another. Now you brats will grab your work packs from homeroom and head home, you'll all be moving into the dorms tomorrow, and I expect you to be able to do it yourselves as I won't be holding your hands. Aizawa stated bluntly as he pulled out a juice box and started drinking. Where does he even get those? Shoji asked in confusion. We have no idea. Izuku admitted with a huff. We've checked everywhere in that bag and can't find anything. Aizawa smirked to himself behind his juice box upon hearing that. The simple answer was he kept them in his costume between his scarf and his jacket. He had designed the costume originally with hiding sandwiches in mind, back when Gran Torino was still teaching. He briefly frowned remembering how painful the old man's kicks could be, especially if he bounced from somewhere high up. Class dismissed. Aizawa called flatly before turning his attention to Azazel who was writing rather quickly in her notebook. Are you quite done? Almost, just finishing up on the concept of harems that seems to be affecting Izuku. She shuddered, try as she might she was still too terrified of the name to actually say it. You never anger Green Lady, especially not by threatening her son as she had seen how that played out for the woman's husband and his boss. She shuddered, so many knives. Problem children. Aizawa sighed with a roll of his eyes. Oh, Miss Joke also asked me to give this to you. Azazel stated as she pulled a slightly crumbled letter from her pocket and handed it to Aizawa. With a sigh of resignation the man opened the letter. His eye twitched. Subs Awa. Got hired at UA so totes gonna see ya teaching business class, but we have time after school for the Lavan. See ya Friday. Zoxoxo. I believe this is a love letter. Azazel asked as she read over his shoulder while writing in her notebook without looking, but still managed to stay on the lines and neat somehow. Izuku. Aizawa screamed in rage as he clenched his fists screwing up the letter. Azazel jumped in fear, unwilling to risk her hearing she also covered her ears. Up in his officer the principal cackled loudly as the screams of his staff reached his ears. He may be shipping trash, but he was smart shipping trash who liked to fuck with everyone around him. He had gotten Chio together with her husband after all. He was also currently pushing Power Loader and Lunch Rush with 2 other pro heroes he was aware of. Hell, he was the reason his uncle got together with Lilith in the first place, not that they could prove it or cared to at any rate. With a small grin he noticed the appearance of a small box of tea bags appearing on his desk. Oh thank you grandfather. He smiled softly. I'll be sure to track down another waffle place for you. He barely finished his statement when a small thank you card appeared on his desk. Why something him dead is beyond stupid, why if I took a vacation nobody would assume me dead. Happy Hotel. Angel Dust groaned in boredom as he wrapped his fingers across the table in the hotel dining room. Ever since Charlie, Vaggie and Izuku left, the only people working at the hotel were Lister, Nifty, and that stupid cat Lister dragged in who took all the good booze. Baxter didn't count as staff as he was a hotel resident. Then there was some new guy, a real rock-headed macho man of a golem going by Red Riot. Now that was someone Angel Dust could get along with, certainly helped that his human form was hot too. The dreaded song started to play before Nifty hit the speaker in agitation from the desk. Looking up, he gulped at the sight before them. Standing in the lobby was a trio of Cenobites, one freshly turned, given how alive their skin tone was too compared to the normal bluish-white most Cenobite skin tended to have. The shortest was obviously only a child for Kane's sake. Say what you would about Angel Dust, but kids were off limits unless it was selling drugs. He was immoral and not a monster. Behind the counter, Nifty slowly reached for the shotgun while the drunken cat bastard merely hid behind his bar. His hand quickly darted back up to grab the whiskey he left on the counter though. Now, no need for senseless violence, it is a waste of good suffering. The lead Cenobite chitted as she wagged her winger at Nifty like she was a misbehaving child. I'm merely here to drop off 2 patients for my daughter-in-law's hotel. My daughter here was mistreated by humans and not even the good way. At this, the Cenobite child frowned while looking down, making Angel shake their head in disgust. How bloody bad did a kid have to be treated that the fucking Cenobites treated them better? I'm sorry, but you are not Lilith. Nifty gave a forced smile. Her hand twitching to get at the shotgun to blow the Cenobites' brains all over the walls. Oh, I never said I was Vaggie or Charlie's mother, my dear. The Cenobite smiled cheerfully. I'm sure you've heard of me, either of my time as a mortal or in the thousands of millennia I have been. Can I stab her? The blonde Cenobite asked as she pulled a switchblade out of her arm. Make her all pretty and red. No, my dear, she is Izuku's friend, you only get to make his enemies pretty. The older Cenobite chitted softly as she traced her fingers over several puncture scars along the blonde's jaw, making them shudder slightly as a fresh scratch was left from their nails. Who are you? Nifty growled in fear. Only the threat of facing 1,000 millennium Cenobites stayed her hand. The older being smiled cheerful with a slight giggle as they pushed a lock of green hair away from their face. You may call me the dark goddess of pain and pleasure, Leviathan. Chapter 20. Medical problems. Momo yawned as she flopped down at the table in the common room of the dorms. Her hair was a mess and her skin was pale. Across from her, Vaggie and Ibarra were much the same, although Vaggie's exhaustion was caused by Nezu's long and dull speech, while Ibarra's was from lack of sunlight in the auditorium where she spent a good half of her day. Charlie was as usual chipper and full of energy as she hummed to herself while filling out some forms to send back to the hotel for Nifty and Cherry Bomb to deal with. She knew Lister would just dump it on them and run, given the demon's hatred for actual work, beyond annoying someone or his radio shows. Izuku was in the kitchen, given he was the only one able to cook without the food being toxic to humans and demons alike. All he was making was a simple fried rice with spicy pork on the side. The room was quiet asides the sounds of cooking food and pen on paper. That all changed when a soft tune drifted through the air, unheard by most of them. In an instant, Momo was up and brandishing a small serrated knife she made with her quirk, while Izuku's head erupted into flames, exposing his skull and still budding horns as he dropped into a defensive stance. What is it? Charlie yelped as she fell out of her chair. Vaggie and Ibarra were moments behind Izuku and Momo with dropping into a combat stance. It's the fucking tune again. Momo replied, her mouth dry with worry. They're coming back, they're fucking coming back. Don't worry, we kick their asses once, we can do it again. Izuku replied shakily as he quickly made his way to the table with the others. Oh shit. Vaggie swore as she scanned the corners of the room for unnatural shadows and the door frames for any bright lights. They all jumped as a click was heard, and Momo broke out into a cold sweat, her arms twitching slightly as her knuckles went white from how tight she was holding the knife. Who the fuck? Azawa could be heard from the other room before the door was broken open, the hero groaning amidst the shards of wood from the floor. A brown smear was visible on his capture scarf which was wrapped around his neck. Oops. Miss Joe cuttered in embarrassment, holding a jack in the box with a now crushed box of chocolates on the end of the spring. I think I wounded too tight. Anyway, hi again, you adorable love demons. I think she just about gave us a heart attack. Momo replied faintly as she stumbled back into her seat, her hands now visibly shaking as she dropped the knife onto the table. Izuku just breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't looking forwards to fighting any Cenobites, especially considering the end result of his encounter with the priests. Forget that. Azawa groaned in pain. She broke my collarbone. I'll call recovery girl. Charlie volunteered as she dashed for the phone which hung in the kitchen. Lord 4GAHH. The bar yelped in pain while rubbing at her head. I really have to stop praying, it isn't good for my health. Pray to Satan then. Miss Joe asked as she walked into the room and leant over Azawa. You okay my honey bun bunch of love? Joke, call me that again, and I will make sure you're wrapped up so tightly you can't speak. Aizawa groaned as he tried not to move and risk making his injuries worse, which would result in a cane to the head from the resident nurse. Boo kinky. Miss Joke sung. Please don't pray to my dad, kinda weird for me. Charlie stated before going back to the phone call. I'll get the ice. Izuku offered as he opened the freezer only to get deadpanned at by everyone as the air extinguished his skull and knocked him over. Wah? Miss Joke uttered in confusion. His flames tend to do that when in contact with ice, unless he's flaring his fire. Baggy explained as she stepped over Aizawa to grab the ice herself. No clue why he seems to keep forgetting the fact. Maybe because he was quirkless and not used to his powers. Momo replied. The amount of things he had to deal with are astounding, honestly it's a wonder he didn't snap and kill half his old class using the things in the science labs. Explain now. Aizawa ordered from his spot on the floor only to wince in both pain and annoyance as Miss Joke decided to lay down next to him and cuddle his arm as Baggy put a bag of ice on his shoulder to try and numb the pain. The blonde Pomeranian with the attitude problem wasn't the only one to bully him, honestly that school needs to be investigated and shut down. Baggy scoffed disdainfully as she folded her arms. And the HSC wants him to attend why again? Aizawa groaned tiredly as Charlie hung up the phone. She's on her way now with Nezu. The blonde explained as she pulled a pot from the cupboard, turned it upside down and propped up Izuku's feet with it. How did you get the music to play so that only Izuku and Momo could hear it? What music? Miss Joke asked in confusion, making Momo's eyes widen in fear. Seriously, what music? Oh fuck me. Momo whimpered as she curled into a ball on the floor, clutching at her chest. Random weapons dripped from her skin and fell to the floor. Daggers, switchblades, swords, tossers and maces, the list went on. Nobody was able to get close to her however, for fear of being accidentally stabbed or cut by the weapons. They could only watch on in horror as the weapons were starting to come out no longer clean, streaks of blood or sections of ripped off skin adorned the blades as cuts opened up across her skin. Oh my cane, what the fuck? Baggy uttered in horror. Charlie was already hunched over a garbage can and vomiting, while Labara was trying to stop herself from lunging forwards just to lick the blades clean of any blood. What's happening? Aizawa demanded. I can't see shit so tell me what's happening. Her quirk is out of control. Baggy replied quickly. She is literally having a panic attack and she is going to bleed herself to death. Damn it. I don't know how to help here, if I use my quirk it could just make it worse. Miss Joke gulped as she pulled herself away from Aizawa and stood up. Stay there Aizawa, I'm going to run outside and grab Recovery Girl quicker than she can walk. Damn it, get back here. Aizawa shouted at the retreating back of the clown-themed hero. Damn that woman. It hurts. Momo groaned in pain as tears ran down her face. SHH, it'll be okay. Ibarra shushed the sobbing teen as she wrapped her in a hug, wincing in pain as a blood-stained knife sliced down her lower leg as it fell to the floor. Recovery Girl will be here soon. It burns. Momo screamed in pain as what could only be described as a trio of techno-organic blades forced themselves out of each of her forearms, her flesh hanging from the blades for the lower quarter as blood tripped down them at a gradually slower rate. Okay, either your quirk is broken or it is evolved. Charlie gave a strained smile as she tried to comfort the black-haired girl. Look on the bright side though, now nobody can tie you up. Out of the way. Old lady coming through. Miss Joke cried as she sprinted back in with Recovery Girl slung over one shoulder and Nezu riding on her other. Put me down. Recovery Girl snapped as she whacked her cane over Miss Joke's arm before being let down. What happened? She demanded as she made her way around the room. Problem child knocked himself out, I have a broken collarbone, and Yayoi Ruzo had a panic attack and her quirk is acting weird. Aizawa explained from his place on the floor. You didn't move did you? Recovery Girl growled at the underground hero. I'm not risking another cane to the face. Aizawa stated bluntly as he glared at the old woman. Last time he had moved after breaking a bone that hadn't been either set or death with Recovery Girl had left him with a nasty bruise and a ringing in his ear after she was done yelling at him for being stupid. You better not. Ryosuri Girl huffed as she kissed the hobo hero on his forehead. With no time at all Aizawa was out cold and with a healed collarbone. Seeing there was nothing further that could be done for Izuku given his feet were already propped up, she moved on to Momo who was still shaking and now rather pale from blood loss. Look, she's here now. Ibarra tried to soothe Momo while using her vines to collect up any and all weapons that the girl was making. Looks like a simple case of panic-based quirk activation, give her some time to calm down and she'll be alright. Recovery Girl hummed. As for her lacerations, I can fix that now. Leaning down, she placed a kiss on the black-haired girl's head only to frown when nothing happened. Odd. What's odd? Momo asked in worry. Nothing you need to worry your head about, dearie, just want you in my office for observation tonight if it's okay. Recovery girl asked politely before frowning as she tried to check Momo's wrist for her pulse. Her expression began to grow worried when she couldn't find a pulse on the girl's neck either. Oh my. Nezu hummed to himself as he strolled over. Been a while since I saw this in person. What in person, you damned rodent? Baggy growled in annoyance. Come on, let's all just get along, after all inside every demo. Charlie pleaded only for Ibarra to wrap a vine around her mouth to silence the song before it began. Nezu merely grinned widely with an unsettling cackle before he replied. Well, the creation of a Cenobite, of course. Heaven. Cherub was in full swing making their usual preparatory work before a job, mostly dumping it all on Colin, while the others relaxed. What they had sadly overlooked during this all, however, was a teeny tiny little detail of "Do not approach" and "danger" stamp on the file of the one they wanted heaven-bound, if only Colin. Guinea and Cletus hadn't been sent to hell with it would have been a simple task to notice. Sadly, things were about to take a turn for the worse for Cherub during their visit to one individual who's most commonly known by their pseudonym of Hero Killer. Chapter 21. Prelude to Destruction. Silence reigned in the dorm at Nezu's proclamation. Momo herself was staring ahead blankly with eyes wide in shock, while Ibarra cautiously and slowly pulled the black-haired teen into a hug using her vines. Charlie gave a soft smile as she tried to be supportive of her friend, remembering just how it had hit Izuku when he first came to the hotel and learnt about what he now was. Baggy, however, looked torn. On one hand, she had known Momo for over a month, and the girl was no sadist and preferred to do the least amount of harm possible. On the other hand, she knew just how dangerous Cenobites could be and still flinched whenever Izuku assumed his demonic form. The sound of a cane slamming onto someone's head drew their attention to Recovery Girl, who had hit Nezu over the head. Quit being dramatic, she scolded. It is true, however. Nezu cackled. Last time I saw this happen I hadn't yet jumped. At that statement the girls winced at the choice of words, and Recovery Girl hit the rodent again, knowing full well how Izuku ended up in hell in the first place. Let me give some advice. Nezu stated softly as he laid a paw on Momo's arm. No matter how you look, you are still you. Look at me, I may look like a chimera of different animals, but I'm still me. Wait, you don't normally look like that? Ibarra asked with a tilt of her head, while one of her vines formed a question mark behind her. Spoilers. Nezu cackled only to be hit again. Quit being dramatic and vague. Recovery Girl snapped. The poor girl is scared witless, and here you are making jokes. Hey, that's my job. Miss Joke butted in with a self-amused grin. Quieter, it'll do more than hit your arm. Recovery Girl threatened the immature pro-hero. Miss Joke merely smirked as she made a zipping motion across her lips. You two bicker more than the misers. Nezu cackled. The who? Recovery Girl asked as she eyed the rodent, more than ready to slam a cane across his head again. Not that it does much, she had seen Nezu be perfectly fine after being hit by a semi before. While being hit by all 9 wheels on the left side, he merely came out cackling like a maniac and proclaimed he was designed to destroy. The miser siblings, they're in charge of Christmas weather. Charlie explained. Heat miser occasionally visits hell for vacations. Given the heat in some parts being 130°F on average, I personally tend to avoid those places. Everyone but the fire demons do, Charles. Baggy snorted. Kane knows a lister just wants to dump a massive iceberg in there to cool it off, but won't cross the lord of the area. Hey, focus. Recovery Girl snapped at the sidetracked girls and whatever Nezu was. Look, she'll be fine, give her a good night's sleep and a meat-heavy breakfast, and she'll be right as acid rain. Nezu replied. Acid rain is bad though. Ibarra frowned. Exactly. She's still a Cenobite, so it is probably one of the better outcomes. It could be right as a volcanic eruption. Anyway, I'm off. Grandfather sent me some good tea that I want to try. Nezu waved as he walked off, leaving the others to deal with the 2 unconscious individuals, the near catatonic Momo and a fuming Recovery Girl. That rat. Recovery Girl snarled as she gripped her cane tightly enough that her knuckles turned white. When he dies, I'm sticking him on door duty for a few centuries. Baggy snarled. Centuries? Ibarra asked in confusion. We can't technically die again, Ibarra sweetie. Charlie explained gently to the new demon. Only an angelic spear or powerful holy item can kill us for good. Kane, I've seen folks get their chests ripped open just to walk it off. Right now I don't think I can finish my dinner. Recovery Girl huffed, throwing her cane at Charlie, which the girl ducked under, only to be hit on the back of her head as the cane made the return trip. How do you do that? Charlie winced. Practice. Recovery Girl smirked as she turned and started to hobby off. Miss Joke, get Izawa back to his room. Pin key is 2313, use it well. Remind me to never make her mad, please. Baggy requested. Lady is loco. Elsewhere. Two islands were impossibly close to one another, one covered in snow and ice, the other molten rocks and borders, were filled with the shouts of two men, one sounding like a jolly old Englishman with a cold, the other sounding like an old American with a slight rasp in their voice. Their argument was heard for miles as balls of fire were flung to the ice-covered island, and massive spears of ice were flung at the boulder-covered one. White Christmas. Green Christmas. White Christmas. Green Christmas. Between them a pair of women, one blue-skinned with frizzy hair and a blue round hat, the other orange-skinned woman with slow-flowing lava for hair, were both rowing an oar of a small boat away from the islands. "Sorry about my dad." The lava-haired woman replied softly. "Sorry about mine too." The blue-skinned woman replied with a slightly nasally voice. "You'd think they'd have learned to get along within the last 800 years or so, wouldn't you?" "White Christmas. Green Christmas." "Yeah, probably." The lava-haired woman replied. "Let's just keep rowing, I hear Greenland isn't too far from here." "I thought we were going to Iceland." The blue-skinned one asked. "Germany?" Sure, Germany is fine, I hear they have good pubs." "Hell." It was with a childlike giggle of glee that sent many inhabitants of Pentagram City running. The rest soon followed upon seeing the impromptu tour of the city being led by a lister of all demons, behind him a pair of young Cenobites and an adult Cenobite woman with green hair. "You know, it's rather refreshing to be back here and out of that maze," the woman stated with a hum. "What do you two think?" "So pretty." The youngest awed with a pure smile as she looked up at the many buildings adorned with anything from teeth to eyes and even wings. "Hey Candy Cane, how much do apartments cost here?" the blonde one asked as she fiddled with the switchblade sticking through her arm. "I am not a candy cane." A lister snapped in annoyance as his eyes flashed red before with a huff at the green-haired lady's glare, he answered the question. "About 5,000 souls a month for a small one." "Wow, fucking rip off. Think I can get a discount for threatening the landlord?" the blonde asked. "No, young Himiko, if you want a discount here you must rip their skin from their flesh and roast their hides upon a fire." A lister roared dramatically with a manic cackle, his antlers showing as radio static filled his voice. 6 out of 10, sweetie." The green-haired woman smiled politely while the smallest Cenobite giggled at the display. "Remind me how I got roped into babysitting you three again." A lister moped. He was supposed to be feared and reviled, not playing tour guide, and mocked for how unscary he was. "Your contract includes dealing with threats to the hotel and helping Juice when absolutely necessary. We fall under both." The woman replied as the smaller one tugged on her sleeve. "Yes, Eerie." "See, can we get ice cream?" Eerie asked softly as she pointed at a nearby ice cream parlor. Graffiti covered the storefront from swastikas to penises and even insults to people's mums. "Sure we can." The woman smiled as she made for the parlor. "Wow, immature and unoriginal, even my bitch mum could do better." The blonde frowned before pulling a bloody blade from her arm and carving Toga X Izuku on the outside wall. "I go through all the trouble of causing romantic friction and chaos between Charles, the Moth and Greenbean by introducing the nun, albeit it happened before I had her ready, and I get upstaged by a wannabe vampire turned sadist." A lister groaned to himself before grinning widely. "You know what, this is exactly what I need. Miss Leviathan, do I have a deal for you?" "Happy Hotel." Nifty huffed in anger as she pinched the bridge of her nose, only halfway though the files of the younger Cenobite called Eerie, and she wanted to go to Earth, track down the bastards who held her captive and kill them slowly. Angel Dust was already searching the city for Kai, just so he could rip the bastard a new one for how he treated the girl. Children are meant to be cherished, not tortured. Cain, even hell had standards, and child molesters and abusers usually didn't last long, especially if their victims got to them first. Let it never go unstated that kids are vindictive assholes, doubly so for demonic kids. "So, how do we break the news to the boss?" Husk asked bluntly before chugging a bottle of scotch as he leant against the bar. I'll just tell her when I deliver the reports and hope she doesn't get overly excited again." Nifty replied honestly. "I'm already behind on housekeeping, especially with Baxter teleporting bread last month. I'm still finding pieces in the rugs. I don't need to clean up after a party too." "And the fact that thing is Green's mum?" Husk asked with a raised eyebrow. Nifty gulped slightly. I don't know." You're fucked." Husk snorted before going back to drinking, leaving Nifty to her miniature freak out over how to break the news to her employer. She was so worried that she was barely paying attention to the fact Stolas had dragged in Mayberry and Blitz to the bar for a few drinks while discussing contracts. A few minutes passed and what passed as sunset started before a loud explosion rattled the hotel, and not the usual kind that happened regularly in hell. No, this one was accompanied by a lister's mad cackle, which echoed through the realm. "Sounds like there'll be televised carnage again." Husk snorted to himself as Mayberry and Blitz ducked for cover from the falling glass from the chandelier that got knocked loose from the shock wave. Stolas merely sat on a stool, unbothered by the chandelier that fell mere feet behind him. Hopefully he got that killjoy bitch for once. Chapter 22. Destruction. Hell. Minoru Mineta was having a rather bad time. Sure, he finally got a sexy demon babe, but she fucking killed him, then he finds himself in hell, not exactly what he was going for, but he figured more sex for him. Sadly, in the few months he had been there, the only fun time he did have involved a guy Cyclops, and it wasn't so fun for him. At least they had decent food down in hell. With a soft sigh of resignation, he made his way to the only place he could afford using what little money he could scrounge up, an ice cream parlor covered in graffiti. Entering, he found some fox demon talking with a green-haired demon, while a white-haired girl with a horn sat between them kicking her legs while enjoying an ice cream with a smile on her face. He brushed them off as a family that probably died in a wreck or something, maybe a villain attack for all he cared. What did catch his attention, however, was a blonde girl with pale skin, black eyes, C-cup bust and small fangs, who was looking over the flavors of ice cream with a thoughtful expression. With a cocky smirk, the short demon sauntered over to the blonde, confident he could gain her adoration. After all, he survived a full month in hell, that has to be worth something. "Hey there, good looking, I'm Minoru Mineta," the short perv began. With a mere glance, the blonde rolled her eyes and went back to picking a flavor. "I can show you a good time, what do you say, good looking?" Mineta asked as he slapped her ass. With a squeak of shock, the blonde darted around, fangs bared as she growled at the short teen. "Piss off, midget." "Ooh, fisty, wanna go find somewhere private?" Mineta asked, completely missing every possible sign that he was screwed, and not the good kind of screwed. The demon behind the counter ran out the back door, leaving their lit cigarette on the counter, and the sound of slowly grinding chair legs on the floor filled his ears. "I'm sorry, but did you just solicit my daughter-in-law?" the green-haired woman asked in a voice that was too calm. "Can't you see I'm busy, you dumb bitch?" Mineta scoffed, ignoring the woman as he leered at the blonde. The red-haired demon just grinned widely at that, ready to enjoy the show. "What did you call me?" the green-haired woman growled as the white-haired girl glared at him, and the blonde was cracking her knuckles. "I called you a bitch, now piss off," the cocky teen snarked. "Nobody disrespects Mama Inko." The blonde snarled before grabbing his throat in a vice and picking him up so their faces were level. She sniffed, then gagged. "You smell like shit, I'm not eating this." With that, Mineta found himself thrown out the window and across the street into a camping needs store, colliding painfully with several butane canisters, one of which started to leak after its spout was knocked loose. He made mommy and big sis Toga mad. The small girl frowned in anger as she pulled a puzzle knife from her pocket and threw it at him. With a shriek, Mineta nearly fainted. The knife was embedded mere millimeters from his crotch in the ground. "You don't fuck with my daughters." The woman frowned. "And you don't call me a bitch," she screamed as she flung a stool at the purple-haired midget, striking his head. He screamed in pain as he clutched at his face, the chair having stuck to his hair and sprung back to hit his nose, only added insult to injury. "Toga, my dear, this is where you get to burn his hide." Alistair grinned widely. "Oh, yay." Toga grinned as she pulled a lit cigarette the demon that fled had left on the counter and flicked it across the street. There was a brief moment where nothing happened, then the air inside the shop caught fire and the teen rolled around, screaming in pain before with a massive window-shattering whump the canisters exploded and Alistair cackled insanely as the midget tried desperately to extinguish the flames. One canister went flying out of the shop, flames shooting out of the spout as it rocketed down the street and into a Mongolian restaurant that Alistair happened to know was Killjoy's favorite, which promptly caught on fire too. "Such beauty." Toga giggled as she watched the burning demons run around in a panic. "It reminds me of the Great Fire of London." Inko sighed softly. "That was such a fun time." "You madam are twisted," Alistair replied with a large fanged smirk. "Here, have one on the house." He grinned as he pulled a card from an inner pocket of his suit. It simply read 1 favor redeemable with Alistair equal to or lesser than 1,000 souls. Offer not available on Fridays, public holidays, birthdays, unbirthdays, funerals, weddings, discount Wednesdays, bar mitzvahs, taco Tuesdays. Weekends or New Year's Eve. In event of loss of limb, life, personal belongings or pets, Alistair is not accountable. Alistair can be held responsible for loss of taste, sanity, insanity, loss of virginity, loss of genitalia, and change in coloration of your pets. "Huh." Inko uttered while reading the card. "There is a story behind each and every word there, my dear, perhaps we can discuss over tea?" Alistair asked politely as he leant on his cane. "Once my children are taken care of, then you, my good sir, have a deal." Inko giggled softly. "I'll bring the hooks and chains. It'll bring the music and the food." Alistair replied with a suave grin, both ignoring the pained screams filling the streets. "Dear, you ate dorms." With a terrified squeak, Izuku shot up fearfully. "Oh, are you okay, Izu-sama?" Ibarra asked in concern as she turned her attention to Izuku. I'm not sure, I just got a really bad feeling just then, like something just decided to piss on my grave. Izuku replied. It could be a tanuki, I often saw them in the grounds near the church. Ibara replied. Oh geez, it's going to be weird visiting my own grave. Izuku groaned as he rubbed at his face before looking around. Where did everyone go? Charlie and Baggy are just taking Momo to our room, Izu-sama. Ibara replied softly. One of them should be down shortly to make sure you are alright. I'm fine, Ibara. Izuku's sweat dropped. Call me Ibara-kun again please. The vine-haired demon asked pleadingly. Alright Ibaraka-kun. Izuku replied hesitantly. Izu-sama. Ibara squealed in what could only be described in pure bliss as she squished her cheeks and giggled like a lunatic. The click was heard before Nezu's voice was heard from a speaker in the upper corner of the room. Please be aware that if you two make a mess in the kitchen instead of the dorm rooms, then you will be cleaning it up along with the teacher's lounge. That is all. The principal cackled loudly. Wait for me. Charlie and Baggy shouted as they barreled down the stairs towards the still giggling vine demon and the now flaming teen whose fire was almost touching the ceiling, despite sitting on the floor. Izu-sama called me kun. Ibara giggled to herself with a dopey grin. The next day. It was a clear morning in Japan, and the students at UA were starting their second day. Aizawa as per usual was in his sleeping bag, not as per usual however was the fact he still had a homeroom class to teach, along with Azazel who was standing in the corner taking notes. Mina was still wary of the angel, and several of the students were trying to get Momo to tell them where the blades and scars came from, along with her sudden change in eye color. Please leave her alone, it's just a quirk evolution. Izuku explained for the quiet girl, she had barely said anything since the night before, only asking if she was a monster now before Charlie and Izuku had to convince her she wasn't while Vaggy kept Ibara from finding someone to kill for Momo's condition. Shutadeku. Bakugo snapped as he stormed in with a cat carrier which he put on Izuku's desk. Here, the old hag won't let me keep him. Goose. Izuku grinned excitedly as he saw the cat lounging lazily within the carrier. Bakugo, you better not have brought a viscous winged asshole into the classroom. Aizawa deadpanned. Watch what you say about Goose. Bakugo snarled in anger. That cat is fucking awesome. Pat. Aizawa asked suddenly next to Izuku who was scratching the cat's ear between the bars, making the cat purr. I call watching him during class today. What? Mina shouted as she stared at Aizawa in shock. Addendum, Aizawa likes cats, will suggest milliseconds joke invests in catgirl outfits. Azazel muttered to herself as she made another note in Aizawa's page of her book. She absently ducked under the piece of chalk thrown at her by said hero. She had long gotten used to dodging projectiles while writing when she was searching hell for the meaning of love. Cute. Tokoyami uttered while his twin nodded her head in agreement. Shoto merely blinked then nodded as well, an asshole his father may be, but even he had a soft spot for cats. Hoda, whose love of animals was well known to the class, already was writing up a meal plan to spoil the cat without making it overweight, while Jiro was merely ignoring the cat, along with Shiro and Ryuko. Iida was reciting the rules on pets in the school, while Kendo and Tsu were busy trying to cheer up Momo still. Nobody could tell what Toru was doing exactly given the only indication she was even there was a floating uniform. Uraraka however was making baby noises at Goose and giving him some sardines from her lunch while keeping the white rice to herself. Oh Goose. Izuku smiled softly as the cat curled up, gently grabbing his finger between his paws while purring. Why did the Wanab hand grenade even compliment such a cutie? Echako cooed at Goose. Fuck you. Bakugo snapped. Goose has a fucking awesome quirk, he can eat anything, even shit as big as a tire. As if to prove a point, or merely be a nuisance, it was hard to tell with cats. Goose coughed up a tire which broke open the cage before bouncing off the back wall and knocking over an empty bookshelf. He then proceeded to stretch out on the remains of the cage with a yawn and grab onto Izuku's arm, curling up asleep. That cat's shown more potential than half the class already. Aizawa said bluntly, making most of the class freeze with fear. That said, I'm not your teacher today. You're not? Echako asked. No. Aizawa said bluntly as he started to pat Goose much to the cat's enjoyment. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. Chapter 23. Boom goes the building. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. Oh my gosh, it's All Might. Fuck. That was my ear, huge hands. Yeah. Can I get an autograph? Too loud. Yes, I am here to teach you all to be heroes. All Might grinned widely only to freeze slightly on the near blank look he was getting from Charlie and the frown from Izuku. His Silver Age costume. It's so cute. He's bigger in person, Kiro. Mad revelry. Quit your yapping. Aizawa snapped as he picked up Goose and made his way to the front of the room. I'm about to grade papers now, quiet or you're getting an F. What papers? It's the second day. Shoto asked softly. As always sensei, can I have Goose back please? Izuku asked. After class. The man rebutted simply as Goose purred in contentment. Traitor. Izuku sulked at the smug cat. Charlie couldn't help the giggle that slipped out at his expression. Annette with 3 for 5. Where are the other 2? All Might asked after a quick head count. Hatsum tripped campus security this morning and pulled Shinso in a swell. Mina explained with a raised hand. One of her inventions has them stuck by the main gates in Capture Putty. It's supposed to last 2 hours, or until the equivalent of a C4 detonation crumbles it. Very well, I'll go grab them and get them free for class. All Might nodded to himself before opening a window and literally leaping out of it. There was a perfectly good door, you meathead. Azawa snapped out the window at the blonde hero before growling in irritation and slamming the window shut hard enough to make it rattle. Wasn't he the teacher for this session, Kiro? Sue asked, perplexed. Why me? Azawa sighed as he wheeled in a trolley All Might had left in the main hallway, which was covered in suitcases. Everyone grab a suitcase corresponding to their seat number. Hurry up and grab one before you head to training grounds B or you're expelled. With those final words, the class was all rushing to grab their costumes. Some were rather simple, like shot suit or Toru's boots and gloves, others like Iida's suit of armor and Bakugo's militaristic costume were much more complex. Mina had opted for a eye-catching 80s style fluoro outfit, complete with a fuzzy pink scarf that reminded Izuku of one of the overlords of hell, as well as angel dust, while Momo's costume of a red leotard with a reference book for chemical formulas and a short cape was also eye-catching, but not for the same reasons. The Chacos left her looking like a pink astronaut mixed with Kirby if it wasn't for her scarred eye. Ryuko looked like she was in a stereotypical ghost outfit, and Sue was in a tight full-body green wetsuit with goggles and high-heel flippers, which resembled frog feet. Zero and Koda were in what could only be described as generic superhero costumes aside Zero's tape dispenser helmet. Endo was in a generic karate guy with a black eye mask and a red ribbon keeping her hair up. Charlie had opted to go with the same uniform she wore at the hotel minus the tie and swapped the formal shoes for combat boots. Izuku had gone with the same green All Might inspired outfit he had designed with his mum as a child minus the hood due to obvious reasons and made of a fireproof nylon spandex material similar to what was used in Endeavor's costume. It wasn't long before the class arrived and the lesson started, as Awa had managed to somehow drag his desk along with him while still being in a sleeping bag. Alright. It's time for combat training. All Might boomed with a bright smile looking over the assembled students. Shinso stood behind him in what looked like Azawa's costume, only a darker purple and minus the scarf and goggles, bits of a bright pink heart and foam dotted his hair. Mei's hair was in a similar state and was dressed in what could only be described as a mix of blacksmith and mechanic clothes with numerous gadgets strapped to her person. Sensei. Izuku noticed that while in the suit of armor, Iida looked like a miniature, slimmer and less tech-heavy version of his older brother in it. Will we be trying out urban combat again like the entrance exams? All Might shook his head. I'm 2 steps ahead of you. While most villain battles happen outside, the worst villains will retreat indoors. Therefore, we will be working on internal battles. The class shall be split into teams of 2. 2 teams will fight. One will be heroes and the other will be villains. With no safety or weapons training. Izuku asked in mild confusion. Vaggie had practically hammered it into his head to always know your weapons and gear before you went into any sort of combat training. This had resulted after he had been messing around with a broom while cleaning the lobby of Happy Hotel and slapped himself in the face with it after pretending it was a staff. All Might laughed. We are doing this to teach you the basics. This is no fight against robots you can beat up. You'll be fighting each other. Immediately questions started pouting in. What determines victory? Can we still beat people up? Will the punishment for failure be expulsion? How will we be split up? Can we send Bakugo into space? All Might grumbled. I shall answer all of your questions. He pulled out a booklet. In a second. He's as bad as you. Charlie chuckled quietly at Izuku with a knowing smirk. Quite. Iida warned, making the demon heiress zip her lips with a smile. The villains have a 5-story building as their lair and have a nuclear weapon hidden there. The heroes are trying to disarm it. The heroes have to get to the device or capture the villains within an allotted time limit. The villains need to protect the nuke. They will also win if they manage to catch both of the heroes. Teams will be decided by drawing lots. All Might recited. Teams are decided that haphazardly. Iida shouted. Why are we not deciding our own teams? Let's put it this way then. Izuku began grimly getting the attention of the class and All Might. Let's say your partner is too hurt or even dead and can't help you, but someone from another agency just arrived and you don't have enough time for someone from your agency to show up or people will die. Lita gulped in shock. I see. That does seem like a likely scenario. Sadly, one that is all too common. All Might stated firmly. Teams will be decided by drawing lots. Since we have an even number, things will work out just fine. Now gather around everyone as I demonstrate how to draw lots from a hat. I'll be keeping Goose here so nobody get favored. As was stated from his sleeping bag, Goose was poking his head out just below the man's chin and purred with content. Nobody could refute that argument, even Bakugo didn't stop him scoffing though. Soon the lots were drawn and the students began to pair up. Team A. Izuku Midoriya with Shoto Todoroki Team B. Iida Tenya and Mezu Shaji Team C. Echako Uraraka and Momo Yaoi Rozu Team D. Katsuki Bakugo and Mei Hatsum Team E. Hitachi Shinso and Mina Shido Team F. Kaji Kuda and Rikadu Satu Team G. Itsuka Kendo and Kyoka Jiru Team H. Sayu Asui and Fumikage Tokoyami Team I. Charlie Magni and Toru Hagakure Team J. Ryuko Yanagi and Hanta Zero. First up for the hero team is. Team against the heroes is Team D. All Might declared after having drawn lots in an overly dramatic fashion. Midoriya and Todoroki, you have 5 minutes to look over the building plans. Once you enter the grounds, grab a earpiece each and head on down. Bakugo and Hatsum, grab an earpiece each as well. You have 15 minutes to prepare. Time to show off my babies. Mei grinned widely as she snatched up one of the earpieces with a near insane grin. I will fucking crush you worthless bastards. Bakugo snarled as he snatched the earpiece and stormed off, muttering under his breath about shitty extras. Why me? Shoto sighed as the explosive and hyperactive Pincat took off after Bakugo, who ignored the stairs and just jumped to the ground floor and made his way to the training grounds. Izuku, good luck. Charlie grinned as the green-haired demon smiled back before making his way out after Hatsum and Bakugo. Shoto merely deadpanned and followed him as well. Outside was a multi-story apartment building marked off with yellow and black hazard stripes painted around it, with a table covered in blueprints just outside of the marked area. Anything you want to input? I saw yesterday that you can make a lot of ice. Are you able to shape it? Izuku rattled off. I don't need help. Shoto scoffed bluntly as he folded his arms. Especially not from some dumb hothead who can't even control his quirk. I can control it, it's just prone to flare-ups. Izuku replied. You let your emotions get in the way. Shoto replied bluntly as he turned to face the building. Come on, we have to work together. I know how Katsuki fights, and I know he will head straight for me. A loud explosion cut off his sentence as a chunk of the building gave way and collapsed onto the pavement below as a singed and soot-covered pink blur was sent flying out of the building. Don't fucking die, you bitch. Bakugo shouted as he dove after them. His costume was burnt in several places and his gauntlets looked battered and damaged. All students clear the area. All Might boomed as he jumped clean through the observation room window, shattering it as he shot himself towards Hatsum. There was a fucking door and it was closer. Aizawa shouted in disbelief. With a burst of ice, Shoto created a glacier ramp to intercept the flying students, and All Might while Izuku blasted a quick torrent of flames at it, melting it slightly and providing a less jagged slope as the trio slammed into it. Move your ass. Bakugo shouted as he tried to shove the unconscious Pincat off of him. What was all that? Mina shouted out the broken window. Indeed, young Bakugo, I know you didn't use your quirk, and the blast originated too far away to be Hatsum's fault. Could you tell us what happened? All Might asked loudly. How the fuck should I know? Bakugo snarled at the blonde hero. Some fucker probably didn't clean up after the last class. Logical. Aizawa grunted. Such destruction. Kirai uttered in shock from her twin's shoulder. To think it remained hidden like the snarling beast in the depths. Tokoyami hummed. Please don't bring that thing up. His twin shuddered. I still have nightmares. You sleep? Ryuko asked in shock. I do, but my sister likes to possess my body to go on dark revelries. Tokoyami replied. I ate all the beeshagers. Dark Shadow sang aloud. Hush, you dark beast. Tokoyami huffed. He was disgusted that his sister loved reversed hamburgers. They were so messy to eat and he always had to pick cheese out of his feathers afterwards. Attention. All Might called as he re-entered the room, Hatsum out cold on his shoulder. Young Iida, may I ask that you get Hatsum to Recovery Girl's office. Everyone else go and get changed. Classes are postponed until we clear out the third-year obstacles. A few groaned or complained, but a quick glare from Aizawa saw everyone trudge back to the change rooms, aside Iida, who was taking Hatsum to the nurse's office, and Aizawa and Goose, who were looking out at the destroyed building. Everything from the third floor up was totally destroyed on the western corner of the building. Bricks, glass and dust covered the area, and a good chunk was frozen under the slowly melting ice slide Shoto made. That wasn't a third-year obstacle. Cementos made that building only yesterday. Aizawa frowned. It'll be taking to Nezu, it's clean, someone is trying to send a message. All Might frowned darkly. Nobody is going to harm my students. Chapter 24. Meeting of the classes. After the disaster that was the first heroics class, the day progressed on normally, and like most normal high schools if one was honest. Present Mick was teaching English, Ectoplasm was teaching science, and the day ended with what was supposed to be mathematics, with Power Loader turning into a free period after he was dragged off to help Cementos in Arena B with all the rubble. With 1B jammed into the same room as them since they were supposed to have literature with Cementos, the room quickly became crowded. Of course, certain students migrated towards one another. Kendo, as it turns out, was friends with Pony, the American exchange student, since they had been pen pals before school had started. Ibara had practically jumped onto Izuku's lap and used her vines to bring Charlie in for a group hug as well. She had tried to grab Momo too, but her bladed arms had made that impossible. Get away from 1A trash this instant. A blonde with more flair than angel dust demanded with a pompous tone. Everything about him screamed arrogant. We'd have had heroics training by now if it wasn't for them ruining the arena. First off, Monimo. Ibara growled darkly as she hugged Charlie and Izuku possessively. Who put you in charge? Second, tell me to leave my boyfriend or girlfriends again, and I'll gladly arrange a meeting between you and one of my Marthonrier vines. She is grumpy, bitch. Pony asked with a tilt of her head. Pony? Kendo scolded. Who taught you that? Monimo said bitch is what I am and what Kinoko is, he says it mean girl. What it mean? The American asked in confusion. Monimo meanwhile was cowering under the combined glares of the other students, with one whose head was a speech bubble, showing numerous symbols $H. Number in response to the information. Bakugo just laughed and Momo was angry enough that she lost control of her quirk, which made a baseball bat and a wooden staff on instinct. Echako had her mouth covered in shock and Mina was cracking her knuckles. It's a very rude word that means bitch, you want to say Ononoko for girl. Charlie explained in English. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Pony gasped back in English, looking horrified before switching to Japanese and bowed her head. I sorry. He teach me wrong. It's alright, I had problems with Japanese myself to be honest. Charlie waved it off. Wait, your first language isn't Japanese? Kendo asked. Yeah, I kinda grew up isolated by my parents who were super protective when I was a kid. Mum speaks Sumerian, German, English, Dutch, Arabic and Japanese. Dad speaks just about everything. Charlie explained. I only know English, Spanish, Sumerian and now Japanese. Agi-san knows Spanish. Ibara smiled softly, then continued with a giggle. Izuku-sama isn't allowed to speak it for mispronouncing everything. At the raised eyebrows and weird looks, Izuku could only blush as his skull caught fire, making those in 1B who hadn't seen it before jump in shock or fear. Ibara. Charlie groaned in exasperation as the vine-haired girl proceeded to roll on the floor like a maniac while blowing on the end of a vine that got singed from Izuku's flames. She knew the former nun was just being dramatic, as her vines only had a muted sense of feeling to the point that one would have to hit it with a hammer to feel the same force a tap would generate. See? Monimo shouted as he pointed at Izuku like he was a criminal. He hurt her, and those 1A brats did nothing. Proof they're all shitty villains. You wanna die? Bakugo shouted as he leapt atop his desk, explosions crackling in his hands. I've been itching to beat the shit out of you since you opened your mouth, Blondie. Bakugo, sit down. Iida ordered with robotic gestures. Leave Izu alone, you jerk. Charlie huffed. Such stupidity. Tokoyami sighed as he shook his head. Dumber than a box of rocks labeled stupid. Ryuko added. Dark Shadow grinned and high-fived the less enthusiastic girl. Fight. 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 Mina, Echako and Tetsutetsu cheered them on, each wanting it for different reasons. Mina wanted to see a brawl, Echako wanted Bakugo to get punched, and Tetsutetsu wanted to see a display of manliness. Jiru was just huddled in the corner covering her earjacks in pain, while Kota tried to help her. Shoto meanwhile was ignoring everything and concentrating on eating a container of cold soba he had snuck into the classroom. There will be no fighting. Iida once more tried to calm the situation, as did a fur-covered teen with glasses from 1B. Just as well they're too weak to waste my time with. Monimo spat with a huff. Fuck you. Bakugo spat in anger, his left eye was twitching. Exactly what I did to your mother last night. Monimo smirked. Izuku instantly dove under his desk, dragging Ibara and Charlie with him, while Tokoyami grabbed Ryuko and pulled her away. Momo however made a riot shield and crouched behind it, kicking her chair back at the same time. Nobody speaks about my mother like that. Die. Bakugo screamed as he launched himself across the room, tackling the blonde to the ground as he ignored his quirk in favor of beating the crap out of the moron with his own fists. An explosion from Monimo sent Bakugo flying back, where he slammed face first into Momo's riot shield with a pained grunt. The blonde growled in anger as he wiped the blood away from his broken nose and got back up. Ha! I'll see you expelled for that, you wannabe villain. You and the rest of your class. Monimo gloated. What is going on in here? An enraged voice demanded as the door was slammed open. Standing there was Izawa with his capture scarf wreathing around like an enraged cobra. "He's a villain, expel him," Monomo shouted, pointing at Bakugo before anyone else could speak. "Sorry professor, but that statement is false," the fur-covered teen stated as he fixed his glasses that were now cracked from the shockwave of the blast. Monomo there goaded the blonde with the foul tongue into attacking him with derogatory falsehoods against his mother, then unleashed an explosion upon him, which resulted in him breaking his nose. "I see. Todoroki. Take Bakugo to the nurse's office now," Izawa ordered the teen, who now had cold sob on his face and the contained on his head. With a sigh, the bi-colored teen got up from his desk to do as he was told. As IX Monomo's rant was cut off as he was wrapped in the capture scarf of the pissed-off teacher. "You've got one chance, shut up now or I expel you for attacking another student outside of training and inciting violence," Izawa all but growled. "He also tell me word bitch," Pony added. "He was rude shroom," the mushroom-haired girl added with a small frown as she tapped her fingers together. "You've also got detention with me tomorrow for that, if you are still enrolled, that is," Izawa stated as he dragged Monomo out of the room. Stopping at the door to turn, he addressed the remaining students. "Next one to cause any ruckus is expelled. Goose, watch them." With that, he left the room as Goose walked in and jumped onto the teacher's desk where he curled up lazily. Is cat not bird though?" Pony uttered in confusion, making a few sweat drop at how naive she was. "Put away any rulers," Izuku stated bluntly. "Why?" A boy whose skin was as black as dark shadow asked in confusion. "My ruler?" Iida gasped as Goose's tongue shot out and ate the ruler in one go. The glasses-wearing speedster was frozen in shock at how quickly the ruler vanished too. "Flurkin." A brown-haired boy screamed in shock as he fell over in his chair, his legs literally spinning as he tried to get back up and away from the cat. "He thinks they're food." Izuku chuckled nervously. "Sorry Iida. I'll buy you a new one." Chapter 25. Dinner and a juiced. The classes could only stare in shock at the orange ball of fuzz that was Goose after the cat managed to eat 2 more rulers before they were all away. Now Izuku owed rulers to Iida, Tetsu and a girl with a lizard-based quirk called Satsuna Tokage, who just outright fed Goose the ruler for her own amusement. Mei, who had been quiet until now, sitting in the back with Shinso and a girl from 1B, called Yui Kadai, who was using her quirk to increase some sheets of paper for Mei to write her blueprints on. "All those in favor of never mentioning that again?" Momo asked with a raised hand. Most of the 2 classes raised their hands. Iida hadn't as he was still chopping the air in shock, and Sen, the kid whose quirk let his limbs move like drills, was rocking back and forth in the corner, muttered fearfully while staring at the cat with wide eyes. "Agreed then," Momo stated with a soft sigh and cautiously got up from behind her riot shield, which had some of Bakugo's blood on it, along with some spit and sweat, where he slammed into it before and sat back in her desk after putting the chair the right way up. "Mere you adorable little ball of squishy fluff," Charlie cooed at Goose while making kissy faces. "Charlie, please don't bring the cat closer. I happen to like my stationery the way it is, thank you," Ibarra requested while she hugged up to Izuku, making him blush, but for once he didn't ignite. "Goose, guard the desk," Izuku stated. The cat yawned way too wide for a normal cat and rolled over on the desk, purring loudly. "Awa." All the girls cooed at the cat asides for Tsu, who croaked slightly and went about her schoolwork. "So, everyone got their stuff sorted for moving in?" Mei asked absently as she pulled her goggles over her eyes and started to work on the very fine details of her latest blueprints, that being the designs for a backpack with extendable stilts built into it. "Ugh, don't remind me," Mina groaned. "Moving stuff is so dull." "Hey, we could do room comparisons afterwards," Toru suggested. Instantly everyone had agreed asides Charlie, Izuku and Ibarra, who shared a room and honestly didn't want anybody looking through their stuff, especially if they accidentally found the paperwork for the hotel. "It is agreed, we shall all do a tour of our dorms. I should say after dinner would be best as it would be set up by then, and afterwards we shall have enough time for homework before we sleep. I can't wait to show you all how manly my room is." Tetsu grinned widely as he gave a fist pump. "So, will this be between both classes or just our own?" Satsuna asked as her head detached from her body and floated in a full circle, so she could see everyone. "I think both, hopefully it would calm down Monomo if he isn't expelled," a kid whose teeth were outside of their cheeks applied. "Plus I kinda want to show off my posters." "Heck yeah." Toru jumped and waved her arms around. Honestly, for the invisible girl, it was probably her way of showing she was smiling. "I thought Sensei said to be quiet." Iida shot at Toru with a frown. "Party pooper." The invisible girl huffed as she appeared to cross her arms. It was kinda hard to tell, given the uniform only has short sleeves. Later that night, Izuku hummed to himself as he was once more delighted to kitchen duty, only this time he had help from Bakugo, Sato and Tsayu. Given the amount of people within the dorm, it was agreed that it would be done in shifts of 4 people, with Momo and Todoroki being barred from cooking after the first 2 minutes, in which Momo set water on fire, and Todoroki was cooking so poorly that Bakugo kicked him out. After saying his cooking would make his sister cry. The food was rather simple, a basic stew with white rice and some chicken with a salad on the side. Ibarra had of course hidden up in their room eating some pork she had snagged before the others had arrived, as she didn't want to be seen eating. It had only been through extreme restraint she had avoided eating like a wild dog on the bus the day of the entrance exam. She simply didn't think she could hold the same restraint every day and had no wish to embarrass herself. Eventually everything was served up buffet style, with Kota taking the white rice and salad while avoiding the meat, given he was a vegetarian. Nobody could really blame him for that given his quirk let him speak with animals. Bakugo being the maniac, he was decided to douse his in chili sauce and wasabi, while Vaggie, who half the class was curious about, simply sat next to Charlie, trying to get the girl to not smother everything in sugar and honey. "So, who's she gray girl?" Shinso eventually asked, deliberately talking under his breath to stop his quick activating. "I'm Vaggie, General Studies." Vaggie replied bluntly. "I'm with Charlie." "Wait, but doesn't Charlie date Ibarra and Izuku?" Jiro asked. "It's a group thing." Charlie replied with a grin. "First it was just me and Vaggie, we met at a place she was working at, then I found Izuku a few months back, and eventually Ibarra at the entrance exams." "How did you parents react to that?" Achako asked. Given her parents, while supportive of her, were somewhat traditional in terms of relationships, she didn't even have the heart to tell them about her own preferences. Dad threatened to disembowel Izu initially, while Mum started planning the wedding. Charlie chuckled, making Izuku shudder. Lucifer had perfected the overprotective parent act to a T. "What about you two? That's if it's not too private, Kiro." Tusu asked in between forkfuls or salad. "My parents don't give a shit." Baggy scoffed dismissively. For those of them who knew her background, it was understandable, while the others just thought she had neglectful parents, instead of outright abusive people who sold her to the mob that they actually were. "I kinda ran into her after I lost my mum," Izuku stated nervously. No way did he want to explain what actually happened, nor how she found him in a dumpster of all things. "Yeah, and you forgot something shitty, Deku." Bakugo cackled. "She pulled you from a trash can." "Hey, Sierra La Boca." Vaggie glared at the explosive blonde. "Ooh, tension." Mina cackled before a burst of fire above the table saw a familiar red-skinned imp slam face first into a bowl of chicken, smearing it over his face. With a pained groan he pulled himself up. "Need your help." Blitz groaned as he handed Charlie the papers before licking his fingers and pinching a small fire on the end of his tail to extinguish it. "What's this for?" Charlie asked as she looked through it. Who the fuck is he?" May asked. "He's Blitz." Izuku explained as he handed the imp a title to clean himself with. "He's a friend of ours." "Fucking lame ass brony too." Bakugo scoffed. "Take that the fuck back right now. Horses are fucking awesome." Blitz shouted as he pointed and glared at Bakugo. "Brony." Tokoyami chuckled under his breath, caused Dark Shadow to break out in hysterical laughter. Ryuko giggled slightly next to him, causing him to blush under his feathers, once again glad that it wasn't visible. "I like ponies," Todoroki stated as he raised his hand, making the others look at him in bewilderment. Blitz just gave the half and half teen a nod of acknowledgement over the awesomeness that was horses and ponies, and made a mental note to get the teen tickets to a horse show. Me too, Toru called as she waved her arms in the air. The longer sleeves of her casual wear made it easier to her to express herself compared to her uniform. "They did what?" Charlie screamed, as with a flash of fire she assumed her demonic form, glaring at the piece of paper. "Hey. Don't incinerate the messenger, I hate this too." Blitz shouted as he took a step forwards, unfortunately stepping into the bowl of rice as he did so. "Isa para Rana." Vaggie shouted as she read over her shoulder. "What happened?" Izuku asked as he too read over the paperwork. "What? How can she do that legally?" "The same way most things she does, she sleeps around and bribes people." Charlie sighed in agitation. "How long?" "I have 2 days." Blitz snarled as he pulled at his horns in anger. What exactly happened?" one of Shoji's mouths asked from the end of his arm. "Basically because my little girl got involved in a riot outside of a contract that Killjoy bitch is trying to claim legal ownership of her." Blitz fumed, making Todoroki literally freeze in rage, having heard of how his mother was in a similar situation when she was sold to his father. She had lost control of her quirk in a public place after being burnt by someone flicking a cigarette at her, which left a burn on her arm and caused her quirk to flare up. "She and 2 of my employees were just sitting down in a restaurant for dinner to celebrate a contract completion, then some purple-haired midget on a flaming gas can came shooting into the window and the place caught on fire. Next morning the bitch hits me with that piece of shit." He finished with a glare at the offending paperwork. I now stole as a metric fuck ton for finding the loopholes in that thing. What are they? Baggy asked. Well, she didn't always get along with Luna, they were sort of friends. 1. Luna gets killed, not gonna fucking happen. Blitz snarled as he held up a finger. 2. I pay Killjoy 30 billion, I don't have that kind of cash, and the bitch wants it up front in 2 days or 3. Blitz sighed while throwing a glare at Izuku. I contract my girl to someone else first. What? That's it? Izuku asked, shocked. How the actual fuck did she manage all this? Language. Iida scolded with an arm-chopping motion. Momo nodded in agreement, but internally she was agreeing with Izuku on the matter. She had only met Luna briefly, but she seemed nice enough under the punk rock exterior. Japanese. Izuku snarked back, making Bakugo laugh. Who can you even marry her to that she won't kill and is trustworthy? I doubt Alistair or Husk are either of those things, and I'm sure she would rather kill Baxter than stick around him. We'll just discuss this upstairs. Charlie offered as she grabbed Izuku and Baggy by their arms, dragging them upstairs. No eavesdropping. I'll need to get some cotton. Jiru stated as she pointed to her earjacks. Momo made and handed her some specialized ear muffled for her. Thanks Yoyoruzo. Call me Momo, I know my last name is a mouthful. The black-haired Cenobite requested simply. Just don't call me Mo. Why would we? We don't have Larry or Curly. Mina snorted a laugh, making Shinso crack a smile and Bakugo to bark out a laugh. Say what you would against Bakugo, but he did have a physical sense of humor and enjoyed not only the Three Stooges, but also Jackass and Jackass. The new idiots which followed their kids and grandkids. The current show was starred by Samantha Knoxville, who like her great-grandfather, was prone to stunt-related accidents and stupid ideas. The latest he had seen involved her, Rupert Paxton and Louise Acuna fist fight a hero-grade training robot covered in tozzers with a rubber chicken on each of their hands. It certainly didn't help that Rupert's quirk enhanced electricity within his vicinity, and Samantha's quirk only allowed her to heal bruises. Louise, however, had a quirk that let her eat much more than her size would indicate, meaning she was usually delegated to food-related stunts like eating 10 kilograms of wasabi mixed with Carolina Reapers. So? Anybody gonna eat that? May asked as she pointed at the food Blitz had landed in. I'm good. Tusu replied, looking ill at the idea of eating food someone had landed in and stepped on. Meh, more for me. May shrugged as she reached over and grabbed the bowls of food. More fuel for designing my babies. Chapter 26. Dorm's night. Aizawa could only glare at the trash dorm common room where 2 students were embedded into the wall, one without shoes or pants, the other with only their ass hanging out, and the imp known as Blitz was dangling from the ceiling by his horns. A rather pissed off grey and black hellhound was stalking back and forth in the kitchen, while May just continued eating a bowl of rice at the table while working on some new blueprints, despite it almost being 8 p.m. I'd ask for help, but I'm happy to be out of her reach for now. Blitz deadpanned as he kept his legs tucked in so his pissed off daughter couldn't just pull him down. It'll grab a chair if you don't explain what the fuck happened. Aizawa deadpanned at the imp. You're bluffing. Blitz scoffed. Aizawa raised an eyebrow as he nudged a chair with his foot, making the imp freak out. Okay. I'll talk. Well? Aizawa asked after several seconds of silence. Long and short. A bitch called Killjoy tried to steal my daughter away from me, and my only viable option was to marry her off or at least have her engaged. Blitz explained only to yelp in fear as a knife, 3 forks and a salad spoon, barely missed his head and embedded in the ceiling around him. She did not take it well. Especially since it now means I can plan the wedding. He finished with almost childlike glee. The problem, broccoli child. Aizawa sighed when Blitz merely nodded. And who is stuck in the wall exactly? I don't know, some robotic arm brat with glasses and some blonde brat who fell through the ceiling ass naked. Luna panicked and punched him into the wall. Blitz replied as ominous creaking was heard. Oh, fiddlesticks. He uttered before he fell from the ceiling and onto the table with a loud bang. You're dead, Dad. Luna shouted as she charged the imp on all fours, making him scream and run upstairs. Huh? May asked as she finally looked around. Where did everybody go? Hatsum, get some fucking rest. Aizawa groaned, feeling like a massive hypocrite for doing so, but even he had to admit that girl had a problem with not sleeping, and she only just arrived that morning. A loud crash of splintering wood was heard before shouting started along with the sounds of Blitz screaming out for mercy from his daughter. Running up the stairs after them, Aizawa quickly found Blitz being slammed around like a ragdoll by his angry daughter, while Mina and Tetsu was cheering her on. The rest of the class was pushed as far back from the fight as they could, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. Only May, Iila, who was stuck in the wall downstairs, Izuku, Momo and Charlie from his class wasn't present. Bushido. Stop encouraging them. You two, get the hell out of the dorms now. Aizawa snarled as his eyes glowed red and his hair floated in the air. "Woo mummy, I don't wanna ride that again." Blitz groaned in a semi-delirious state as he tried to stop the room spinning from his perspective. "Asshole." Luna snarled as she huffed and stormed off down the stairs. "Oh man, my door." Mina groaned as she looked forlornly at the destroyed door that littered a good third of her floor now. "It'll have Cementos replace it in the morning, Ashido," Aizawa stated bluntly. "Next time it happens I'll call the family lawyer about whoever supplied you guys the doors." Mina huffed grumpily. She had seen the sticker on the newly installed door that was guaranteed under warranty to survive a car slamming into it. She knew there was no way a hellhound could produce enough force to break one at Luna's size. "Trust me, I have tried," Aizawa replied as he used his capture scarf to drag the potentially concussed imp out of the room. He remembered how many doors they had gone through over the 4 years of him being a teacher, and he was starting to wonder why Nezu kept buying them, given they broke much easier than advertised. "So? That just happened," Jiru stated as she watched her teacher drag the stage individual out of the room. You okay?" Mina asked a near catatonic Kendo who was rocking back and forth on the floor. "Never go back to Fozbears. Never go back to Fozbears. Never go back to Fozbears," the red-haired teen repeated as she hugged her knees to her chest. "Wasn't that the pizza place that was burnt down?" Zero asked softly. Bakugo scoffed dismissively. "Fucking big hands probably got scared of the robots and freaked when she saw them up." Meanwhile in hell, the purple humanoid demon with glowing whitish yellow eyes sneezed loudly, scaring the crap out of the purple grape-haired demon he had been following for the past 5 minutes. "Fuck me," the man groaned as the midget dove into the vents. Screw it, Mangle will have fun with him." He shrugged and continued on with his shift of tormenting the few souls who didn't escape the arson attempt and were now bound to hellish recreations of the animatronics dubbed nightmares by the midget when he first saw what was once Foxy. All too soon the sound of horrified screams echoed through the vent, making the man laugh to himself. "Back on Earth." Charlie groaned as she hit her head against her desk in frustration. This last month's bills for the hotel included the usual for gas, water, electricity and taxes, a high as cane 30%. What was the cause of her annoyance was the increased expenditure on liquor and hazelnut cookies. She just knew Husk had a poker night again, it happened every bloody time. "Something wrong, Charles?" Vaggie asked as she looked up from her homework. "Yeah, it was the first day, and they had homework annoyingly." "Husk had a poker night again." Charlie sighed. "He really should know better." Izuku shook his head, barely looking up from the lament configuration Momo had given him to try and break. So far all he had managed was to break his own tools, judging by the amount of snapped knives, dented hammers and a wrench tossed to the side. "Isn't the point of the hotel to stop them sinning, not encourage it?" Ibarra asked the blonde demon. "It is, but it doesn't stop them, sadly. It's better to slowly work them out of their habits, or they'd go insane or more insane as the case can be," Charlie explained briefly. "I think I need a new crowbar," Izuku uttered as he glared at the lament configuration which had somehow snapped the crowbar in half when he tried to break it open. "Or a hydraulic press," Vaggie added as she blushed and threw a bemused look at Izuku, who was starting to sweat slightly from his efforts to destroy the cube, making his wide undershirt cling to his body. "Well, it may work, but give Wathafik," Izuku screeched as he spun around looking about the room. "Aizu?" Charlie asked in concern. "It's the music again," Izuku replied before the door was booted open by a terrified Momo, swords and knives emerging from her skin in a defensive manner. Vaggie had instantly summoned her large spear, and Charlie pulled her apple trident from thin air, all of them waiting for the inevitable shitstorm. "Not again," the black-haired Cenobite vowed with a slight quiver to her voice. "Elsewhere." "Hey Kurogiri, I think this fucking thing finally starting doing shit." Shigaraki grinned as he sat at the bar. The puzzle box was playing a simple tune now. "Wonder what it sounds like when it's fully solved." He hummed as he tried to figure out what else of the hundreds of moving parts would need to be turned next as the music slowly died down from inaction. Must be a wind-up style of puzzle," Kurogiri hummed while cleaning a class with old rag. "Perhaps we shall leave it for later, we do have a mission tomorrow, remember?" "Ugh, fine," Shigaraki groaned. "Piece of shit puzzle doesn't even play 8-bit music." Chapter 27. Less Bombs, hopefully Part 1. Aizawa growled in anger as he glared at the most prominent annoyance on the campus, who was currently snuggled up to him in his own sleeping bag. "Don't get the fuck out of my stuff." Aizawa growled in anger, wishing for once that his quirk was optical lasers so he could glare the clown-themed hero to death. "Floofy's aw," Joke muttered, half asleep as she rolled over, snuggling up to the sleeping bag-bound teacher. "Fucking hell, get up. I have class in half an hour." Aizawa shouted right in Ms. Joke's ear, making the woman screech in pain as she bolted upright, clutching her ear. This unfortunately had the added effect of flipping Aizawa face first into the break room coffee table. Izawa, no way to treat a woman the morning after. Miss Joke groaned. Don't make shit up. Izawa groaned in pain. I know for a damned fact that I fell asleep in here by myself. Just as planned. Nezu cackled from his spot on the couch, announcing his presence. Izawa merely glared at the rodent. Damned morning people rad angel thing. Whatever Nezu was. I am demanding another raise if you keep doing this shit. Izawa growled as he unzipped half the bag and literally kicked Miss Joke out before zipping it back up. Don't expel the class and you can. Nezu grinned knowing full well only one class made it to the first Friday, and that was because Izawa got knocked out by a drunken student on a Thursday and was in recovery girl's office until Saturday, and he finally finished the forms by Monday. Whatever. Izawa groaned as he made his way out of the room like a caterpillar. And best hurry, you have 28 minutes until homeroom. Nezu called with a laugh before turning to the slightly dazed Miss Joke. You don't have class until second period, I would suggest you see recovery girl. Yeah. Miss Joke groaned in discomfort as she tried not to stumble as she stood up. Well, if you excuse me, I do have to interview a fury new employee today. Nezu grinned as he walked off for his office. Oh, we'll meet again, don't know where, don't know when. He sung, making the Miss Joke shudder with fear. Whatever the rodent was up to really did not agree with her. Elsewhere. Bachako yawned softly as she made her way down to the dining room where, like yesterday, Midoriya and his girlfriends minus Abara, who had left already, were eating, while Tokoyami was groaning over a mug of coffee. Ryuko sat next to him quietly eating a small bowl of fruit while Kota helped himself to some cereal. Shoto and Siro were cleaning up some plated by the sink, and Momo was sitting with Tsu and Mei, while most of the others appeared to have either left or were still sleeping. Late night? She asked as she sat down next to the bird-headed teen. Dark Shadow gave a sheepish chuckle and hid. My sister took control and made me scream into the dark void beyond. I'm pretty sure that a great old one told us to shut up. Tokoyami admitted. Yeah, that sounds like recovery girl alright. Charlie gave a slight chuckle. No way in Kane did she want a human to go mad, because the old ones were bored. Insane humans usually ended up in hell and caused all manner of headaches. Come on everybody. Class starts in half an hour. Iida called with his usual robotic arm movements. Spoil sport. Nina yawned as she half stumbled down the stairs. Need sugar. Here. Charlie called as she tossed a cinnamon roll at Mina. Izuku made them. Thanks. Mina sighed with relief as she took a bite and watched Izuku eating one himself. Is that weird to anybody else? Shoto asked uncertainly. Yes. Mei stated as she briefly looked up from her newest invention while eating toast. Now let's go before Tin Man blows a gasket. Ha! Tin Man. Bakugo laughed as he stormed down the stairs, a bag slung on one shoulder and his tie missing. Bakugo, that is highly inappropriate for school. Iida warned. This off 4 eyes. Bakugo huffed as he booted open the door and stormed out. We should get going anyway. Siro stated as he stood up and grabbed his bag. Later. Boo. Boo. What? Iida gaped as the other who had ignored him just up and left themselves. Unbelievable. He groaned before grabbing his own bag, putting it on correctly and marching off after them. Humming to the classroom, Iida frowned at the gibberish graffitied on the wall between Class 1A and 2A homerooms, although 2A didn't exist this year, nor did 3A, which was just beyond that, due to Izawa's pretension to expel anyone with zero potential. It was just a random mash of letters as far as they could tell. RFCSLGTCPQCGQLGJJSQGML, whatever it meant was unclear and probably the result of some prank. Charles, can you read this? Izuku asked as he gestured at the random scrawl. Nope. Charlie shrugged. Probably just gibberish. Not anything I recognize. Momo stated with a shake of her head. Looks like it's been there a few hours or so. It's dry. Shoji stated using one of the mouths grown from his arms. Reminds me of the time I went to America. Kendo stated as she looked at the graffiti. Some places had this type of thing everywhere. Either way, it is a disgrace to this school. Iida huffed as he glared at the graffiti as if that alone would make it go away. Now let us get to class. Mr. Izawa will be here in less than 15 minutes and we have to be. Then move your ass 4 eyes. Bakugo snarled in anger. You're blocking the fucking door. Well, I never. Iida huffed as he was shoved aside by Bakugo, who proceeded to storm to his desk. Sorry about Kachin. Izuku apologized. Don't be sorry for the jerk. Uraraka replied. He has been a bully to everyone since we got here. That's just Kachin being Kachin. Izuku gave a nervous chuckle. Aizu, don't apologize for him after everything he has done. Charlie stated gently. What he does isn't your fault. I know, but I was friends with him since we were in diapers. Izuku replied while messing up his own hair. It's sweet that you're trying to stick up for him, but please Midoriya, don't blame yourself for his actions. Uraraka asked as she turned to enter the classroom. You'll only end up burned. If you are done talking. Aizawa asked from right behind them, making them all shriek and dash into the classroom. Heh, for once I'm glad I'm early. How the hell did that happen? Entering the class, Aizawa gave a small smirk at the fact that his students were already all in their seats and ready, even if half of them were slouching, and he was 50% sure that Hagakure was looking out of the window. Alright class, normally you would be doing this on the second day as a gauge for where you are at, but given that the class was cancelled the other day, we will instead be holding it today instead of history. Aizawa deadpanned at the class upon hearing that they'd be skipping classwork for hero training. Time to fix that. That doesn't mean you won't be making the time up again in the form of homework. Are we having All Might again? Sue asked. No, he's too busy to be here today, so instead it will be monitored by myself and another teacher. Aizawa stated bluntly, no way was he going to tell them who it was until they arrived, if only to prevent the incessant chatter. Now go and get into your hero costumes and head to Gym Gamma. You have 8 minutes or you're expelled. Now go. And like that, the class was scrambling out the door to the locker room, nobody wanting to be expelled. I love being a teacher. He grinned to himself. Hell. Inko was unimpressed. Head deadpan expression and folded arms were certainly lending to that as well. Alistair looked only slightly amused but for the most part bored. Eri was giggling at the sight before them, and Toga was just plain annoyed as she tried and failed to stab the being that interrupted their first day in the hotel. Even Cherubim and Husk looked annoyed. Beware. Beware. For I am the box ghost. Woo. A blue see-through specter dressed in a beanie and mover's outfit moaned as he held a cardboard box in front of him, not noticing Toga behind him trying to stab him repeatedly. Go back to purgatory, you damned ghost. Husk called from his bar. But I am the box ghost, woo-oh. I'm very scary. The ghost taunted as he shook his cardboard box in Husk's direction. I say good fellow, be a chap and leave, would you? Alistair asked. No, for I am scary. The ghost replied. I'm not asking. Alistair growled as his shadow elongated behind him and its glowing eyes and grin were visible upon the hotel's wall. You may have defeated me, but I, the scary box ghost, will be back. The ghost called as he flew off. I'm almost tempted to call that American family who deals with him normally, but that would just bring the other ghosts. Husk groaned. Oh, no stabby. Toga pouted as she glared at the retreating ghost. I didn't even get to see what color he bleeds. He was silly. Eri giggled. Yes, but he was also very naughty for annoying the people here. Inko explained patiently to Eri. They don't like the same things we do and you have to remember that, okay? Yup. Not everyone likes needles, some people like glass in their arms, Big Brother likes writing about heroes, and Toga-chan likes to stab things. Eri recited proudly. That's my girl. Inko smiled softly as she gave the small white-haired girl a hug. Now go on, let's get you a bath, then Nifty said she would help you with your schoolwork. Yay. Picture book time. Eri cheered as she rushed for the stairs that led to the resident rooms. Remember to wash your knife too. Inko called after the girl. She's such a good kid. Chapter 28. Less bombs, hopefully part 2. Aizawa was counting to himself as he took deep breaths. He looked down and shut his eyes with a tired groan. Mentally he cursed whoever was messing with the randomizer, which had a program in it to prevent certain students being paired with each other or against others. He knew for a damned fact both the pairings pulled by the program were the ones it was supposed to have avoided. This situation stank of that rat. So teach, who's first with who? Mina asked with a chipper grin. Bakugo and Uraraka as hero team against Jiro and Midoriya as villains. Aizawa gritted his teeth as he glared at the explosive blonde. One toe out of line, Bakugo, and you'll find yourself in the general studies course faster than you can say plus ultra. Yeah right. The blonde scoffed. Do I have to work with him? Achako growled in anger as she glared at her blonde partner. Can't I just, send him into space where he is more helpful? Murder by accident is still murder. Izuku stated bluntly. Despite the title of manslaughter in the human world applying to accidental murder in the supernatural side of things, murder was murder. With a dismissive scoff, Bakugo stormed off for the hero team waiting area. Hey, don't you fucking ignore me. Achako snarled as she stomped her foot at the blonde teen. You still owe me an apology at the least. Can we hurry up? Jiro sighed. I just want to get this over with and get to the nurse quickly, since we all know how this will end. Hey, I'll grab some ice cream and junk for tonight, okay? Toru asked with a chipper tone. We can watch that penguin movie you like. Thanks. Jiro smiled as she somewhat awkwardly hugged the invisible hero, due to obvious reasons, before blushing and pulling back while looking down. Toru blinked. You okay? Yes. Jiro squeaked softly and marched herself to the test area automatically. Izuku just shrugged and followed her. Mei muttered as she looked up from her invention for the first damn time that lesson before she stopped and looked roughly where Toru was standing. Wow, nice rack. Didn't know you could have a dick and boobs at the same time though. What? Kendo shrieked in shock. Many of the class was torn on how to react to that information. You can. See me? Toru asked uncertainly. Yeah, like can't everyone? Mei asked in confusion. I'm invisible. Toru deadpanned, and judging by the tapping boot and where the gloves were she was annoyed. Really? Just thought you didn't give a crap about clothes like me. Mei shrugged. For fuck's sake just get on with the lesson. Yaoiruzo make Toru a blanket or something before Hatsune gets any funny ideas. Aizawa sighed as he shooed Izuku, the blushing Ichako and Jiro out to the test buildings. Bakugo had already left while Ichako was complaining, and frankly Aizawa was torn. On one hand he could kick the Pomeranian out, on the other doing so would lose him his job, and potentially his hero license too. Momo, having been raised in a posh and proper household, managed to produce a silk blanket from memory which she draped over Toru's shoulders, in an effort to keep Mei from seeing, only for her pale face to blush slightly, as she noticed that a certain part of Toru's anatomy was now visible for everyone, thanks to the silk. So what if I wasn't born a girl? Toru huffed as she seemed to cross her arms, making her breasts bound slightly. While not as big as Momo's or Midnight's busts, Toru's was still quite sizable, and only slightly larger than Sayu's in size. Size of my forearm. Shoto sobbed quietly in the corner of the room, along with the rest of the male students who remained. Hey, you're still a girl in my book, sister. Mina grinned widely as she gave the invisible girl 2 thumbs up. I need eye and brain bleach. Aizawa growled as he glared at a message that popped up on the tablet he was using. Took the rat long enough to interfere. Toru. Head over to the support class now and see if they has any spare chameleon fabric for your costume, and put some damned clothes on. Sure thing. Toru gave a half-visible mock salute under the silk sheet and walked off. Ah yes, the return of the Y-boner. Shiro muttered to himself as he eyed the tent forming in his pants. Hey, how come Charlie isn't freaking out? Ryuko asked as even her boyfriend Tokoyami and girlfriend Kira were sobbing in the corner, although theirs was from a lost bet rather than envy or confusion like the others. Meh, I had a housemate who is a total perv and snaps pictures whenever they can. I swear half of Angel's room was covered in pictures from their one-night stands, poor Izu fainting from how hard he blushed when he saw it. Charlie replied faintly with a giggle. Gossip on your own time. Problem child, and Jiro, when you arrive in the room you can begin. Hero team, your 5 minutes planning starts now. Aizawa snapped as Izuku and Jiro made it to where the fake bomb was and started to move it to one of the more out-of-the-way rooms. Meanwhile Bakugo and Ichako were just shouting at each other as Bakugo threatened to explode the girl while Ichako threatened to send him to space. So, who is next? Kendo asked after a few minutes had passed. Her face was still red with embarrassment from before. Aizawa barely looked down at his tablet before replying. Iida and Shiro as villains against Kendo and Sayu as heroes. So, where is the other teacher? Sato asked softly. They're already here. Aizawa smirked as a siren blew. With a literally explosive start, Bakugo threw himself through the front door of the building, while Ichako used her quirk to float herself up to the rooftop. On the internal cameras, Jiro had her ear jacks plugged into the wall as she gestured up, then made a pinching motion near her mouth, twice pulling away after each pinch. She then pointed down before pinching her fingers until they were a centimeter apart and tapped her forehead twice. In the control room, Koji snorted a laugh, as did Momo, while Aizawa smirked. Izuku nodded as Jiro unplugged her jacks from the wall, leaving a small trail of dust in the air for a few moments. Izuku pointed at Kyoka, then up, to which she nodded with a relieved expression. Quietly they made their way out of the room and split up, softly closing the door behind them before Izuku moved a shelf in front of it. With a nod, Jiro snuck further down the hall and took the stairs up, making sure she didn't make much noise until she was a floor higher. Izuku, on the other hand, ignited himself as he rushed for the opposite end of the hallway and the staircase there. Ignoring the 2 flights between him and Bakugo was easy. He knew the blonde didn't care of the objective and just wanted to punch someone, so he jumped clean past him. Get the fuck back here, bastard. Bakugo screamed as he threw himself over the railing at Izuku, making Aizawa fassip him at the sight. Did he seriously so that? Kendo balked in shock. Not manly. Tetsu shook his head. Man, Baku is being rather intense. Shiro sweat dropped. Meanwhile, in the upper areas, Jiro was sneaking through the crate-filled floors as she stalked around Ichako, who had a whole damned fire extinguisher, using it as a bat. Quietly, Jiro plugged her jacks into the speakers built into her boots and turned a dial on the back of her glove to 7 before taking aim. The massive concussive shockwaves sent things flying away from Jiro, including Ichako, who briefly tumbled through the air before she stabilized herself with her quirk. Come on, do your best. Ichako grinned encouragingly as she threw herself at Jiro's feet first. The punk rocker barely got out of the way before Ichako slammed into where she had been standing. Without missing a beat, Achako threw herself into the air again as she bounced around the room trying to land a solid hit on Jiro. Back with Izuku and Bakugo, the explosive blonde was using his explosions to quickly make ground between himself and Izuku before tackling Izuku to the ground and landing an explosive punch to the green fire-covered Cenobite's back as his gauntlet expelled all of the stored sweat. A sickening crack and rip was heard as a rib was displaced through Izuku's side as the entire building shook and most of its windows broke. Damn it. The teen hissed in pain as he bitch-slapped Bakugo off of him. Bakugo? What the hell do you think you're doing? Aizawa demanded loudly through the speaker system in the building. Showing this shitty Deku how a real hero fights. Bakugo scoffed as he removed his earpiece, which he destroyed with an explosion. Damn, that's gonna leave a mark. Izuku hissed as he rough-shoved the broken rib back into his body, making several in the observation room gag or outright vomit at the sight. Stand down now. Aizawa snapped over the intercom. Nobody to save you now, Deku. Katsuki snarled as he tried to punch Izuku only for the teen to dodge aside and punch the blonde in the jaw or face with each attempt, leave several cuts across Bakugo's face. You should have just stayed dead, you and those sluts are worthless. I'm the hero here, me. Not you. Bakugo growled darkly as he let loose an explosion on each of the last 3 words. The final 2 managed to hit Izuku with enough force to blow the teen back several meters and into a wall. Shut the exercise down now. Aizawa snapped at his tablet. Barely a second passed before a purple gas began to blast from the vents into the building on each floor. Now you can go back to hell. Bakugo shouted as he fired off his second gauntlet before falling unconscious. The blast destabilized the building as the camera feeds cut to static. Above them, Kyoka screamed in pain as the shockwave burst her sensitive eardrums and the floor fell out from under her and Achako. The scar-faced girl barely had a second to react before a chunk of falling debris slammed into the back of her head, knocking her out as the final floor gave way to the collapse of the floor below it. At Power Loader and Cementos now, the rest of you stay here. Aizawa barked at Iida before sprinting out to the rubble pile where Midnight was digging herself out of. The pro hero was bleeding from numerous cuts across her arms, her face half obscured with dust and blood, while her costume was torn enough. It was enough that if the situation was in public, the HSC would straight up revoke her license. Sha, what happened? Midnight slurred as she wobbled on the spot. Bakugo happened. Aizawa frowned. Go to the observation room, Yaoi Ruzo and Kendo have first aid training. B.E. Midnight slurred as she stumbled towards the building. Leaving Aizawa to dig through the rubble by himself until the other teachers arrived. While he hated that he told the others to stay put, he couldn't handle the thought of more students potentially dying if Bakugo was still conscious. Chapter 29. A spark. At an open-air cafe in the heart of Hosu City, an elderly man who looked like Morgan Freeman calmly sat at a table eating a waffle topped with syrup and chopped mango. Across from him was an elderly man with thin slicked-back black hair and sunken eyes in a formal business suit who was enjoying a slice of pizza. A suitcase resting at his foot was marked with a picture of crossed sides. How is your vacation so far? The elderly man asked, his voice a soft rasp. It would have ended a lot sooner hadn't I have lost my keys back when that whole fiasco with Archduke Ferdinand being assassinated. The Morgan Freeman lookalike stated softly. Still can't believe you lost a spark of your divinity, can't even keep a simple key let alone your family intact. The elderly being huffed in disbelief. And yourself, Mortis. The Morgan Freeman lookalike replied in turn, ignoring the jab at him. The Winchesters are being pains in the ass again. Mortis huffed as he paused eating his slice of pizza. They recruited your son Watch's-face, the one who impersonated Loki for a while. That would be Gabriel. The lookalike chuckled softly. Yes, Gabriel. They recruited him to stop some brat from starting the apocalypse. Mortis hummed to himself before both him and his dining companion looked in the same direction with looks of shock. Well. Looks like your key has found a new host, you old fart, someone who was meant to die didn't. Indeed. Perhaps though this is for the better. The Freeman lookalike hummed as he left a check on the table and stood up. It has been a while since I visited my grandkids anyway. Yin Gamma, ruins of training building B. Achako groaned in pain as muffled noises reached her still ringing ears as she came to. Sharp pain ran up her left leg, yet she couldn't move in such a way to see it. Her helmet was cracked by a jagged line down the middle, and a chunk of the corner was missing. Her chin guard was scraped badly enough that inner Kevlar mesh was visible under the steel shell. Her uniform had several holes in it from debris, and she was pretty sure her left pinky was dislocated, while her right arm from the elbow down was pinned under a concrete slab. Behind her head she heard Kyoka groan in pain. Looking slightly to the left, Achako could barely see Kyoka's now scratched up arm shaking under the strain of the rubble in the darkness. She blushed, feeling the slim girl pressed against her back as she tried to remember what the hell happened. She remembered being ambushed by the purple-haired girl 2 floors from the roof before everything just blanked on her. The muffled voice called out to her, but the ringing in her ears hadn't yet subsided. "Ch. Ko. Echako." Kyoko shouted loudly. "If you are awake, tap my arm or something, I can't hear anything." Wincing in pain, Echako managed to move her arm and gently tap Kyoko's arm with 2 fingers, catching sight of how swollen her pinky was beginning to look. A nasty purple bruise was forming along the second knuckle, and a small piece of metal was sticking out from the same spot. "I don't know how long I can hold this up for, tap my arm twice if you can lift it up." Kyoko called loudly, her arm buckled slightly when only 1 tap was felt. "Okay, tap twice if you are stuck." 2 more taps were felt, making Kyoko gulp nervously. She frankly had no clue how she had been holding up the rubble for the past 5 minutes, given there was 2 entire floors above them, each filled with various boxes, and not to mention the air vents on the roof. "Hopefully help comes soon," Kyoko called, feeling a twinge of disgust as she felt the blood from her ears drip down her chin and onto Echako's back, unable to see the shift in coloration with how her head was angled. "I hope so too," Echako muttered as she experimentally tried to tug her arm loose, only to wince in pain. She wasn't getting her arm loose anytime soon. Outside of the ruins, Izawa gritted his teeth in pain as he pulled another slab of rebar and concrete out of the way. His hands were red and blistered. Despite having told his students to stay put, they too were helping him remove the rubble. Shoji had shifted extra ears and arms to locate the 2 groups of survivors. The closest one and most in danger of a collapse was Bakugo and Midoriya. Momo had made some jaws of life, albeit seated and covered in spikes, and was cutting through the metal beams for others to remove. Mei was using her babies to determine which chunks of rubble were safe to remove and which would cause a collapse if they moved them. Charlie, Shinso, Ryuko and Sayu were prepping a first aid area with Shoto filling bags of ice. Endo was leading the remaining students to try and dig out Echako and Kyoka, while Iida was leading back power loader and Cementos. "What took you so damned long?" Aizawa snapped at the 2 teachers. "Don't want to talk about it," Cementos huffed. "We got stuck in a vent trying to catch a renegade robot," Power Loader stated bluntly as he surveyed the damages. "Yikes, going a bit overboard on training Aizawa. It was that Bakugo brat. Rest assured his ass will be in general studies if I can't have him expelled." Aizawa growled as he glared at the rubble as if it personally insulted him. "Alright, stand back," Cementos called as he crackled his knuckles. It took a few moments, but everyone got off the rubble so the hero could do his work. Like ferrofluid, the cement melted away, forming a massive cube behind the cinder block-headed hero, leaving behind the twisted metal and wooden floorboards. Bakugo and Midoriya were the easiest to get to given their proximity to the stairs when everything collapsed. Midoriya was out cold but breathing steadily, while Bakugo was barely lucid and growling at everyone who got close, until Mei ditched a chunk of broken wood at his head, knocking him out. "Hatsum," Aizawa barked. "Sorry," Mei replied unrepentant. "Good job, no homework for the next 2 days." Aizawa smirked. "Yes." Mei grinned with a slight bounce and a fist pump. "I'll get them." Charlie volunteered as she picked up Izuku, slinging him across her shoulder and holding him just below his knees. For Bakugo, she slung him over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes and walked towards the temporary first aid station that had been set up just as Recovery Girl hobbled over with Toru, who was now wearing a spandex suit made of a pale gray material with a scale-like pattern on it. Getting to Echako and Kyoka was a fair bit harder, given how they were buried in half the wooden crates from the level they were on and several from the floor above that. Soon, with help from Sato, Kendo, Tokoyami and Shoji, they were able to remove enough rubble to expose the 2 girls. "Hot," Momo uttered with a slight nosebleed upon seeing their positions. "Pervert," Shinso muttered as he cleaned up the cuts on Izuku so Recovery Girl's quirk didn't seal in any dust or other debris. "Hurry, I don't know how much longer Kyoka can keep this up and my arm is trapped," Echako warned the others. "Hold on. I'll get it," Sato stated as he quickly downed a bag of sugar and bulked up. With a roar of exertion, they grabbed the bulk of the wood atop Kyoka and flipped it off of her, sending it crashing into the ground. "Okay, hold on," Shoji muttered as his duplicates wedged themselves into the rubble around Echako's arm. "Move on 3. 1, 2, 3. Echako quickly yanked her arms back as she rolled out from under Kyoka, wincing in pain as she put weight on her pinky. "Thanks," Kyoka rasped loudly, her ears still blown, before collapsing face first onto the ground. 2 massive wing-shaped indents appearing either side of her, one kicking up dust on the debris she had been buried in, the other crushing the wood to her right. "Holy shit," Kendo gaped. "Whoa, nice wings." Mei gaped with a thumbs up. "Fucking hell." Aizawa groaned as he pinched his nose. Somehow, someway, this was the problem children's fault. Chapter 30. Grandpa. Kyoka woke with a pain groan, a dry mouth, vertigo and a weight on her back. Blearily she cracked her eyes open and glared flatly at a plain white roof. Her view was limited to just beyond the bed due to pale teal-colored plastic curtains which surrounded her. To her left was a simple hospital nightstand with a box of chocolates, a few get-well cards and even a brand new toilet seat. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at that one. Kendo, who she was across the hall from, happened to like the Harry Potter series, so of course, she would send a toilet seat like the iconic pranksters from the books. Looking around further, she caught sight of a medical chart that was hanging from a clip on the wall. Her name, age and other details were on it, along with a notice for dangerous appendages being present on her. She rolled her eyes at that with a soft snort. Sure, her earjacks could potentially take out an eye or burst an eardrum, but the reach on them was really short, only just past arm length for her. She jolted slightly at the sound of clacking heels on vinyl tiles, suddenly was audible before the sound of curtains being closed was heard and more footsteps, this time stopping right in front of her bed. The curtains were pulled back, revealing a very exhausted-looking recovery girl who had a cup of coffee in her hands. The elderly hero blinked once, twice before she just shrugged and walked closer to the bed. "How are you feeling, dear?" Recovery girl asked with a soft smile as she checked over the chart, ticking off some things on the second page and writing a few things down as well. "Tired, dizzy and I need a drink," Kyoka admitted as recovery girl nodded. "Is Ichako and Midoriya alright?" "They're both fine. Miss Uraraka only had mild bruising to her arm and some shrapnel in one finger. Midoriya was fine once his ribs were fixed." Recovery girl replied before putting the chart back on the wall and turning to walk back, only to hit a gray wing that wasn't there a second before. "Stop flaring your essence, would you?" She grunted as she felt around the wing and slowly edged around it, unable to see the appendage in question. "What the hell?" Kyoka gaped in shock, flinching whenever she felt recovery girl touching the wing. It just felt wrong somehow. "I believe I can be of assistance here." A posh voice chortled from her right. Snapping her head around in fright at the sudden sound when she didn't hear them approaching was startling for Kyoka. Standing there in his usual attire was the principal along with, "How the hell is Morgan Freeman still alive?" "Okay, how is he still alive? Didn't he die in like 2310? Kyoka asked as she pointed at the elderly man. The film industry hadn't really released how it had happened, but the elderly actor had been kept on ice and revived for his movies upon his requests until a power outage saw him die under a falling toll gate. "Rest assured, I am not actually Morgan Freeman. We may look and sound alike, but we are certainly not the same, Miss Jiru," the elderly man replied. "He is, however, my grandfather." Nezu cackled, much to Kyoka's confusion. "I know we look nothing alike, but honestly the bigger leap is from my father to myself. Real screwball that threw at the family tree, let me tell you." "So? The wings?" Kyoka asked uncertainly. "Of course, I personally don't have wings in a style such as yours, but I did teach my first 20 kids how to fly with them, so it certainly should work with you too." The man gave a gentle smile as a pen and notebook appeared to his left, floating in the air. Soon the sound of pen on paper filled Kyoka's ears as she stared in shock at the sight before her. Two quirks was impossible, yet she just saw it with her own two eyes, creation like Yayoi Ruzo and a telekinesis type like Ryuko. "We'll start simple. What exactly do you know about the supernatural? What like yakai and stuff?" Kyoka asked with a raised eyebrow, wondering where this was going. "For a starting point, yes." The principal chuckled to himself as he pulled out a phone and quickly typed out a message before putting the phone away. "We'll discuss this back at the dorms," as she cleared to leave. "Yeah, she's good. Here, have some gummy bears." Recovery girl nodded softly before giving Kyoka a handful of the lollies. "Make sure no strenuous exercise for the rest of the day, and I suggest you cut slits in your shirts. You're lucky a girl in 3C has wings and was willing to give you a shirt to wear that wouldn't drip like the last one." "Wait. So the class?" Kyoka trailed off with a bright blush as she pulled the sheet up to her face with a bright blush. "Rest assured they saw nothing. Hatsune was able to cover you rather quickly with her outer jacket, and once the class realized what happened they didn't look," Nezu stated with a chipper grin and a polite nod of his head. "Let's hurry now, time is dead and reality has no meaning, but recovery girl is in charge of the staff coffee supply and I'd rather not piss her off, but staying longer than needed. Perhaps if you stop trying to pay staff with novelty hats on poker night." Recovery girl huffed in agitation. "Scram it." The principal cackled dramatically as he sprinted out of the room, leaving the older man to shake his head bemused. "Come along now, my grandson might be mad, but he does try." The man nodded as he pulled a cup out of nowhere which he handed to Kyoka as she got off the bed. "If worse comes to worse, contact this number, they've dealt with him before." Kyoka raised an eyebrow at the scrap of paper she was given. The number was American. 888-274-4447. "Alright, you two, hop out now. I still have to deal with another patient who decided it was a good idea to copy a quirk that turned his body into a living shadow in a bright room without protection." Recovery girl huffed in the direction of the closed curtains at the other end of the infirmary. Went through 6 packs of burn cream already. At the dorms. Izuku sat rigidly on his bed as he nervously drummed his fingers across his knees. Charlie and Abara were sprawled out on the bed behind them. Charlie was watching a video of a kitten playing with a pom-pom, and Abara was defiling a Bible by replacing half the words with ass in near transparent ink. It was a loophole they had discovered to allow her to continue to read the book without pain. Momo was at the desk looking through a school book with Mina by her side barely paying attention. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were playing paper scissors rock with Vaggie, who was doing so half-heartedly, and Luna was leaning against the wall growling at Azazel, who was looking between the door and the hellhound nervously. The door was suddenly booted open, making them all jump as the cackling principal sprinted in and dove under the bed. A few moments later he dropped down from the ceiling vent. "Yellow." He chirped cheekily from his spot in the middle of the room. The rest of the class is occupied watching Lion King with Aizawa. "So far still not the weirdest thing one of my employers has done," Luna stated with a slightly raised eyebrow. "Seriously, what was weirder than that?" Mina asked. Luna shrugged. "It involved a jar and a pawn." "No." Everyone shouted in disgust and fear, cutting off what was about to be said. Nobody wanted to know where that was going, even though many did. Only Nezu and Izuku remained quiet as he had no clue what was going on, while Nezu just cackled to himself. Even Azazel looked sick. "I don't get it." Izuku deadpanned. "I'll do one better, Blue Waffle." The principal cackled. "What the fuck, rodent?" Luna demanded while Momo and Mina gagged in disgust. Vaggie threw up in the trash can, and Charlie looked like someone killed a kitten in front of her. "You." Azazel gagged. "Special place irk." "Rodent." "Special PL irk." Vaggie threatened between heaving. "I do believe I ask you to be considerate to them." The voice of Morgan Freeman filled the room. "Father." Azazel squealed with joy as she tackled the older man into a hug which he gently returned. "Grandpa." Charlie gasped, her jaw dropped and her eyes wide. "Now, I don't believe we've ever met in person, young Miss Magni." The man chuckled gently. "You would think Lucy would tell me he had a daughter." "Whoa whoa whoa, he's the jerk in charge of heaven," Vaggie asked as she summoned her spear and got between Charlie and the man. Izuku merely paled more than usual, while Labara looked starstruck and was squealing like a fangirl. "What?" Kyoka shrieked from behind the man. "Oh, my apologies, let's sit down and I'll explain." The man smiled calmly, looking down at Azazel with a bemused look. He continued. "Azazel, that means I need you to let me move, please." Question: What exactly do I do in this situation? Kira asked as she raised a wispy hand. "Like, do we beg to not get smited? Are we cool?" "You're cool as you put it." The man chuckled as he finally got into the room, sitting on the end of the bed as Izuku scooted back nervously. "So, as was stated, I am the biblical god." "Prove it." Luna deadpanned with a twitching eye. "If you are asking the one with the rock so heavy I can't lift it, that just results in a black hole." God deadpanned, annoyed at the question he was almost always asked. Atlas the American in the early 2000s had better questions like the fingers one. True. Nezu cackled. Really scared the shit out of Nyarlathotep when their nap was interrupted. Ignoring that, Tokoyami shuddered. "Ha! I told you it was a old one." Dark Shadow cackled as she pointed at Charlie. "Regardless, I am merely here to help smooth any tensions between you and Kyoka here, given she attained minor divinity for herself." The being smiled softly as he nodded to the shocked Kyoka. "What?" the punk rocker asked in shock. "Oh, nothing major, like being in control of an entire system or religion. In fact, without worshippers, gods often just retain domain over what they were good at in life, little more than a demigod at best. My first son, for instance, was a brilliant carpenter, all thumbs with anything else though." God chuckled to himself. "Drew, ever seen him try to sail a boat?" Nezu cackled. "Mind you, he was a pretty good actor, Chuck something or other when he was living in America, always forget his name." "So, Kyoka's thing would be music or something?" Ibarra asked with a raised hand like she was in preschool. "Precisely, young Shizuka." God nodded, making the vine-haired demon squeal with joy at being recognized by a deity she had worshipped. "So I do have a question Charlie gulped nervously. "You can call me Grandpa if you like, Charlie." God nodded. Am I doing good trying to redeem people using the hotel?" she asked nervously. "If they truly want to make amends with what they had done, then yes, as long as I have my say they are welcome through the gates." God smiled with a nod. "Not if Cherub has a say." Azazel frowned. What do the Romans have to do with this?" God asked curiously. "You've been out of the loop, father." Nezu shook his head. "Cherub was set up in your absence, and frankly the bar to get into heaven has been getting steadily higher. Hell has well over 200 dozen worlds, whereas heaven only has 3. The admittance into heaven is only 2 per year on average now. That will bear some looking into then." God frowned as he leant forwards, his hands clasped under his chin with his elbows resting on his legs. So is this all real or a joke? Kyoka asked. The universe is a hologram. Nezu waved her off. What's real is what your brain says is real, everything else is duck's teeth. Sadly, until I find where the spark went to, I can't re-enter heaven to sort out the mess. God admitted. I originally thought that Kyoka had gained it, but upon seeing her it's clear the spark had merely granted her a new life and left. Tricky little thing, honestly, left it for 6 seconds once and it made the dinosaurs. Well, I'm out. Luna stated as she walked out of the room. Call me after 6 AM when my shift is over and shit makes more sense, rodent. Have fun with security, and ignore the bear-shaped training robot in storage room 5, it likes to play up at night. Nezu waved Luna off. The hellhound huffed and flipped the rodent off as she kicked the door shut behind her. Chapter 31. The Press. Ioka looked about nervously as she stood in the corner of the room. Her classmates were usually ones to keep to themselves, and she knew Izuku had a few of the girls dating him, and each other, Charlie and Baggy, weren't exactly subtle about it at all. Yaoi Ruzo had been in and out of their room a lot recently too. Mina was Mina and went wherever she pleased, even when Kyoka wanted to be left alone annoyingly. Girl had little regard for personal space. Seeing the assistant teacher of their class and Abara act like fangirls was a bit odd, but given the situation Kyoka could only go along with it. So? The supernatural is real and you're all what, angels? Kyoka asked somewhat nervously, after all she knew the whole be not afraid. Shit, given how often it was memed in the 2160s thanks to a comedy movie. Miss Azazel was obviously an angel, given her halo was clearly visible, Charlie too probably given her calling God a grandfather. The whole demonic looking thing must just mean she is fallen right. Nezu just cackled loudly as he fell to his knees and started pounding his fist on the flood before rolling under the bed. Looking under, Vaggie was surprised to see no sign of the principal. Not exactly. Izuku muttered as he messed up his own hair and not wanting to try and see what Nezu was up to. Only Azazel-sensei is an angel among us. Sus. Kira snorted softly but was ignored. I'm a Cambion, my mum is some big shot down in hell. Mina shrugged. Don't know who she is, only that dad won her heart, and if it wasn't for Michael, she'd be living up here with us. I know my brother is strict, but imagine the chaos that would happen if humans knew we are real. Azazel shuddered. I still have flashbacks to how busy we were in the 1600s, with the church being a major pain in the ass. I'm not even sure if I am sane anymore. Momo sighed softly as Iz aimed a flat glare at her hazard tape-wrapped suitcase she had taken to carrying with her. The things that killed my parents made sure they got me in the end. Now I'm one of those fucks and I can't do anything about it. It's not your fault, ya Momo. Izuku offered gently as he patted her shoulder softly. You had no clue what that shit would do, and you're still the same smart woman we met months ago, and not a raving maniac like the cult of Leviathan. A context? Kyoka asked nervously. Cenobites are basically a group who worship the old one Leviathan. Izuku explained. There are a few ways to become one. Extreme suffering and ritual torture, being born one, being cursed or suffering enough it catches the attention of Leviathan, and upon your death you become a Cenobite, or as Momo did, you open a lament configuration. Izuku finished with a shaky breath as he wiped the tears from his eyes. I'm not sure how I became one, either the curse or the suffering in life did it for me. I was quirkless and people are cruel. What? Who hurt the cinnamon roll? I will make them pay. Mina demanded in anger. No need for violence. God placated the angry pink Cambion. Their punishment is set in due time. I'm human. Tokoyami stated, then jabbed a thumb at his sister. She is technically one too, even though her quirk makes her my shadow. Herbs for Da-win. Kira sang off key before turning to look at Azazel. Know any good Bishurger places? No sorry, but I know a good waffle place. Azazel apologized with a nervous smile. There is a good cafe in Hosu that makes them, although I would recommend a napkin. God supplied with a slight chuckle. One of the few things Dad can cook. Charlie hummed to herself. He invented them, you know. He tried to make a normal cheeseburger, and that was the result. God admitted with a slight chuckle. You know, I'm not surprised. Baggy admitted with a deadpan look aimed at nobody in particular. He managed to burn cereal using milk, for crying out loud. Charlie. I am really worried about how you grew up. Izuku admitted with a concerned tone. Meh, Mum handled most of it. Charlie admitted with a grin as waved off the concerns. Dad was terrified he would screw up raising me and was always overprotective. Anyway, back on track, I'm a moth demon. Baggy explained with a soft smirk. Met Charles after I died and went to hell. We talk not of what sorrows ail her, for we fear the spear of angels. Tokoyami shuddered. Am fucking straight. Baggy snorted in amusement. We met Izuku a few months before the entrance exams when he committed suicide. Tokoyami somehow ended up in hell without dying, and that's how we met him. Revelry in the dark. Kira cackled dramatically as she threw her head back in laughter. Luna is a hellhound. Charlie supplied with a chipper tone. Since we have to share Izuku with her thanks to the stupidity of Killjoy, we get to see her more often. Octavia will probably be pissed though. Who's Octavia? Izuku asked in confusion. She's one of the other royals down in hell. Charlie explained. She's an owl demon who has a thing for Luna, but boy is she blind to it. One year she had shown up in a shirt with a love heart surrounding their picture together from the year before, and Luna thought they were just friends. Just. Ugh. How can someone be that dense? Izuku asked. Really? Pot meat kettle. Baggy deadpanned at Izuku, and it was now that Kyoka took note of how Momo and Mina were stealing glances at the green-haired teen when he wasn't looking. And I am the principal. Nezu called as he dove out from under the dresser. How in Kane's name did you do that? Ibarra asked a small being. Fuck you, that's how. Nezu cackled before he turned to Kyoka. Miss Shizuka here is a cannibal demon. I've got connections in the underworld to get her locust meat to mix in with her pork supply. Bite me and I shave your head. Mina deadpanned at the vine-haired former nun. Whoa whoa whoa, cannibalism. Kyoka gagged in disgust. Only the wild ones. Ibarra tried to defend herself. Basically the equivalent to eating a monkey for a human. Charlie supplied. The wild ones are bad news, they usually tend to attract the slayer, and that is bad. Put me the fuck down, you bastards. Collectively the room blinked in shock at the sound of Bakugo's voice, before rushing to see what was happening asides Nezu who dove back into the vents, and God who merely vanished without a trace. Thundering down the stairs the group came to a halt at the amusing sight of the blonde bomber bundled up in a sheet being held up by a Chaco, in a parody of Simba being held by Rafiki. Off to the side a smirking Aizawa was filming the entire event on his cell phone camera. Goose was purring contently on Aizawa's lap, curled up into a small ball of fluff, a half-eaten ruler sticking out of his mouth. Put me fucking down. Bakugo snarled as he thrashed about. Nope. Ichako smirked, hopping the PR supposed to be in the general studies dorm, now the hero dorms remember. Fuck you bitch. I am the only fucker here with hero potential, now let me down so I can kill you. Bakugo shouted in anger, trashing more than before. Does he think we are stupid? Mei deadpanned. Do you think he even thinks? Todoroki rebutted. Good point. Mei shrugged before tossing the remote, nailing the blonde in the head and knocking him out. Sweet, you're 2 for 2. Hitachi yawned, drawing attention to the purple-haired teen who was bundled up in a dark blue sleeping bag. Be sure he isn't related to Aizawa-sensei. Mina whispered loudly. Pretty sure he's a secret love child. Todoroki replied bluntly. Okay, fun's over. Get him to the general studies dorms and ask Hisashi to lock him in his room, would you, Uraraka? Aizawa asked as he finished recording the scene and made a mental note to give Todoroki extra homework for his annoying suggestion. The rest of you get to bed or you're expelled. The next morning. Izuku could only sweat drop as he made his way to the main campus from the dorms, his girlfriends, Tokoyami, Mina, Momo and Kyoka by his sides and behind him. Just beyond the gates he could see a crowd of reporters harassing the students who lived off campus as they tried to get to school. One reporter didn't take no for an answer and tried to follow in a trio of older students, one blonde buff teen with a simple face, a skinny black-haired teen, and a busty girl with blue spiraling hair, into the school grounds. A loud klaxon sounded as a foot-thick cement barrier sprung up separating the media from the school, but a collective wince of phantom pain went through all males present. The skinny dark-haired teen was hit between the legs as the barrier shot up, leaving the agony-filled teen teetering atop the 10-foot-tall barrier as they sat rigidly still from the pain. The ear-splitting scream of pain filled the air before they bonelessly slumped forwards and landed inside the school campus, his 2 friends rushing over to help him. Such cruel pain. Tokoyami shuddered fearfully. Life is but a dark mistress. I don't even have the same equipment and it just hurts to look at. Charlie winced in sympathy. Come on, before Aizawa makes us do that as endurance training or something. Mina shuddered fearfully. Oh shit. Vaggie called as she started to deviate from the path the others were on. You guys hurry, I can't have my boyfriend's equipment getting crushed by that slavidriver of a teacher, and I have to get to my own classes, so I'll see you all at lunch. See you Vaggie. Charlie waved energetically. See you later Vaggie. Izuku called with a grin. Why can't he look at me like that? Momo sighed softly to herself, unheard by anyone but Kyoka, not knowing that Mina was having the same dilemma. Okay, move it along, move along. Luna shouted at the laundering students as the trio tried to get to the nurse's office. A bandage was wrapped around her left palm and her uniform was a mess, but otherwise she was in one piece asides her messed up fur. Wonder what happened to her? Charlie asked softly. Late night plus the media probably. Izuku shrugged as they continued on their way. Passing a barricaded door labeled Storage 5 which had claw marks along the edges, a single black and red eye dancing with static peeking out at them through the keyhole, went unnoticed as they passed. Arriving at the class they noticed Iida growling at the graffiti that had changed from the day before. Now it read in Kop J Cake Jaws Ayodana. Weird. Mina snorted to herself as they entered the classroom where Kendo and Ryuko were looking through a notebook and trying to decipher something in another book they had open on the desk next to them. Alright everyone be seated, sensei will be here soon. Iida ordered as he made chopping motions with his hands. You're the only one still standing, Iida. Izuku pointed out to the now flustered teen who stiffly walked to his own desk and sat down moments before Aizawa walked into the room. Good, you're learning. Aizawa snorted as he lazily looked around the room. Today we'll be making what is probably one of the most important choices as career heroes. Sadly I sucked at this and have been deemed untrustworthy in the matter by the principal, so here is your teacher for the session, wake me and you're all expelled. But that said and a final glare at the room, Aizawa slipped into a sleeping bag and fell over with a loud thud before rolling under his desk to sleep just as Midnight sauntered into the room. Hello my adorable heroes in training. She cooed with a large smirk and slap of her whip across the ground, which earned an annoyed grunt from Aizawa. Today we're picking your hero names. Amik 1. The Cute Club. We open on a small table at which we find Eri, a creepy red-haired doll with freckles, a small reptilian-like creature with grey and tan scales and large floppy ears, what could only be described as an evil carnivorous hedgehog with red eyes that was only a foot tall. A small girl with grey skin and long black hair which was soaking wet and covering her face, and a pair of blonde twins in matching white dresses. With a proud smile Eri banged a gavel made of a skull on the table. Let the group of all things cute begin. First order of stuff, who found something cute they want to share? Snow. Snow. White. The reptilian creature rasped with a mad chuckle, holding up a movie reel titled Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. We shall have movie night then. Eri nodded. AI. Pop. Corn. The creature cackled as it tapped its thin wiry claws across the reel casing. Jenga meat. The hedgehog croaked as it held a ripped Eastern Time plush head in its stumpy three-fingered hand. Ooh, you ripped it clean off. Eri awed with a bright smile. You get a cookie later, Mr. Krite. Yeah. The hedgehog creature called a Krite cheered as it hopped about in place. We found this. The twins replied in a unified monotone as they held up a severed hand between them, a bloodied knife still held in its grip as it tried to swing it. It's alright, but where is the rest of the body? Eri asked curiously. The cabin full of deadites, the last owner chopped it off with a chainsaw. They simply replied as they lowered the hand back out of sight, making Eri shrug. Okay, Kayako, what did you find? Eri asked as she turned to the wet-haired girl. The girl merely gave a throaty crackling groan as they shoved her hand into her mouth and started to pull out a long chain. Eri smiled and clapped politely when the chain was finally out, revealing a love heart-shaped pendant on the end with a small red gem in its center. Oh my gosh, that would look so good on you, we can do dress up later, yeah? Eri asked. Kayako Meili stared at the white-haired girl before nodding slightly. Miss Annabelle, did you? No. The deep baritone of the demonic doll replied bluntly, cutting off Eri mid-question. It was honestly fed up with being dragged around to this kind of thing. All its attempts to kill anyone failed miserably. Oh, maybe next time. Besides, that white bunny with sharp teeth you found last week was the bestest. He even got rid of that knight who keeps annoying Mummy. Eri beamed with a large grin. Annabelle with internally screaming with anger, not even the beast of Carnabog had been able to kill her. The girl merely hugged it tightly enough while cooing at it until it started acting like a damned pet instead of the most foul, cruel and bad-tempered rodent you ever set eyes on. Do you want to play a game? The white-faced doll asked with a raspy man's voice. Maybe later, Mr. Jigsaw, we don't have enough people for your fun games yet. Eri pouted. Did you find anything cute? I have. The doll rasped as it slowly pulled a picture from its pocket. A cat. Amigish, this is Sebastinjiver. Eri muttered out rapidly with an adoring look on her face. Where is this fluff ball? I must have it. Leave my cat alone. Jigsaw scoffed. At him. Eri shouted as everyone tried to dogpile the tricycle riding doll which sped out of the room. Nuo. We must have the fluffy. You'll never catch me, bitch. Jigsaw cackled as he sped down the hallway on their trike only to slam into a foot. Looking up, the doll gulped nervously at the green-haired female being looking down on him with black eyes. Oh, fuck. What did you say to my daughter? The woman asked with a strained tone and twitching eye. Why me? Jigsaw squeaked in fright as the woman descended upon him. The screams were heard well beyond the borders of Pentagram City, and of course the Cenobites took it as a challenge and made just as much noise back. Some say you can still hear Jigsaw's pained screams of agony echoing through the ash wastes to this day. Chapter 32. Heroic Names. Hello my adorable heroes in training. She cooed with a large smirk and slap of her whip across the ground, which earned an annoyed grunt from Izawa. Today we're picking your hero names. Woo. Mina cheered with her hands raised. Heck yeah. Toru called. Quiet. Izawa snapped from under his desk, instantly stopping any noise. Anyway, I have here some chalkboards, write your hero names on them and then tell the class once you're called up. Midnight explained as she handed out a small pile of chalkboards and chalk to the first student in each row to pass back. Now remember, these names will likely be the ones you use for the rest of your career, so think of an appropriate name that reflects the kind of hero you want to be. The class was buzzing with excitement as everyone spent time coming up with what hero names they could use. Izuku was having an internal panic attack as he tried to mentally go over all of his notes, trying to find the perfect name for him. Charlie merely smiled and wrote down her name, knowing full well what she wanted to go by ever since Izuku got her interested in the idea of heroics. Eventually the sound of chalk filled the air as students made what was hopefully their final choices for their names. First up, Yanagi-san. Midnight called as she stood by the chalkboard at the front. Timidly the shy girl made her way to the front, hiding her face behind the chalkboard as she did so before turning to face the class. The ghostly hero Emily. Emily? Midnight asked in confusion. After the urban legend sensei. The girl replied nervously. I see, it goes well with the ghost theme, good job. Midnight smiled as she gave the girl a thumbs up. Up next, Uraraka. The floating hero Uravity. The bob-cut girl grinned with an accompanying eye smile. Nice job. Midnight nodded. Ashido. The acid hero Alien Queen. The pink-skinned Cambion grinned widely. Nope. Midnight instantly shot it down. Disney would kill us. Oh. Mina huffed as she shuffled back to her seat to think of another name. Sato. Midnight called. The sweets hero, Sugarman. The muscular teen grinned as he flipped around his chalkboard, opting to stand at his desk rather than move to the front. So sweet. It suits you for sure. Midnight nodded. Hatsum. The pink-haired girl merely waved her off as she continued to fiddle with a small ball-like device. Hatsum. Midnight snapped in anger. Pay attention. Oh, just put me down for Tinker. May waved her off as she went back to working on her invention. But grief. Midnight sighed before looking around the class again. Magni, you're up. Charlie grinned as she literally skipped up to the front of the class and turned her board around, revealing a cute doodle of herself with rainbows next to the words, the redemption hero. Hazbin. Maybe tone down the cute a bit, I think it just gave me cavities. Midnight stated with a strained smile, indeed her tooth was starting to hurt. Most of the class was to put bluntly confused over Charlie calling herself a has-been, but given Midnight's reaction, it was probably a personal reason to most of them. Will do. Charlie grinned as she skipped back to her seat. Todoroki. Midnight called. Shoto. The bi-colored teen replied bluntly. It's just your name though. Midnight blinked. I know. Shoto replied simply as he sat back down. Lord Explosion Murder. A persistent blonde shouted from the back. Everyone turned to look at him and blink. Bakugo, why aren't you in general studies? Midnight asked. Fuck you, old hag. I'm the best hero in this damned class. Bakugo snapped. How dare you call me old hag? Midnight screamed in anger. 3 for 3. Mei sung smugly before tossing the round contraption into the air. It beeped twice before it flew right for Bakugo, slamming into his face and knocking him out. Shinso grinned as he held up a scorecard reading 9.5, Mina held up one reading 10, and Toru held up another 10. Did you know he was there the entire time? Izuku asked Mei with a worried expression as he checked over Bakugo with Ida. Since Sachako started glaring at him while sharpening her pencils into stakes. Mei shrugged, drawing attention to the brown-haired girl who had sharpened her pencils to a razor-sharp point. Hatsum, Sato, could you get him to recovery girl please? Midnight sighed in exasperation as she facepalmed. The Pomeranian was persistent, she'll give him that. Iida-san, you're up. Just, Iida for now. The black-haired teen stated with a chopping motion. I have yet to properly research appropriate hero names for one of my skillset sensei. Sure is wordy. Mina snorted as she went back to the front of the class. Pinky. It'll do. Midnight shrugged. Mentally she had come up with several pun names for the girl, but as a teacher, she wasn't allowed to suggest them without getting a pay cut. It'll go next, Kiro, been set on this name since I was a kid. Sue stated as she made her way to the front before showing off her board, which also had a small drawing of her in a raincoat, splashing in a puddle. The rainy season hero. Froppy. Excellent choice. It totally suits your cute style. Midnight grinned at the green-haired girl. Tokoyami twins, you're up. Yay. Kira called as she held the board up for all to see, much to her brother's annoyance. The jet black hero. Tsukiyomi. Fumikage stated as he crossed his arms. I'm getting shivers. Midnight smirked, making the siblings visibly singe away from the teacher. Up next, Kyoka. The hearing hero. Earphone jack. Kyoka stated as her earjacks nervously clicked together. It's nice, really suits you. Momo smiled at her. Thanks. Kyoka blushed before a gust of wind blew through the room, and Shiro and Sato got hit in the face by something they couldn't see. Flaring again. Mina hissed softly under her breath. With a shaking breath, Kyoka tried to re-center herself and retract her wings, but due to her embarrassment, she was finding it difficult. Up next, Yaozurosa. Midnight read off of a clipboard. Wait, that's the third year I teach. Why are they in first years? My last name Yaoiruzo, it may have been a simple filing mistake. Momo pointed as she made her way to the front of the class and presented her own board. The Armory Hero. Creati. Nice and to the point. Midnight nodded before looking over the class. Kendo-san. The Punching Hero. Battle Fist. The ginger girl grinned widely as she held up her chalkboard. Nice, right to the point, no beating around the bush. Midnight nodded, internally cackling at her own pun, while the class groaned at it. Shiro. Huh? The black-haired teen asked, whipping his gaze away from Toru with a blush. Your hero name lover boy, perhaps I can give you lessons later on other matters. Midnight winked. No thanks, I don't swing your way. Shiro deadpanned. I'll just stick with the taping hero. Cellophane. No fun. Midnight pouted before starting to open her mouth only to get cut off by Mizo. The tentacle hero. Tentacle. The white-haired teen spoke using one of the mouths on his dupliarms. Getting me riled up. Midnight kicked her lips. I need an adult. Mizo gulped. I am an adult. Midnight smirked back, making Mizo shiver in fear. No sexually harassing the students. Azawa was snapped from under the desk as he glared at Midnight. Party pooper. Midnight pouted. Hagakure. The sneaky hero. Invisible girl. Toru called as she stood up and danced about, waving her board in the air, much like a certain pirate did with a jar of dirt. Unfortunately, given her anatomy and choice of wearing a skirt, things were visible against the fabric. Ah yes, the return of the Y-boner. With a vengeance. Shiro declared. Each their own. Mizo shrugged. Perv. Kyoka huffed. Damn, they'd make a good couple. Charlie muttered to herself only to flinch when Momo poked her cheek. No shipping. The black-haired girl deadpanned. Ahem. Midnight cleared her throat while absently wiping away a nosebleed. Midoriya, you're lucky last. Izuku nodded as he made his way to the front of the room. I wanted to honor those who helped me along my way from my mum to my friends. He smiled as he turned over his board for the class to see. The Green Hellfire Hero. Takuri. Alright, you walking sexual harassment lawsuit, get out. Azawa growled at the 18+ hero as he got up from under his desk as Izuku returned to his own. Next session will be maths, so bring your books with you over morning break. Dismissed. And with that, the bell rang through the school as students rushed for the cafeteria where Lunch Rush was already pushing his quirk to its limits. Come on, I want to get there before the mochi runs out. Achako called as she led the charge out of the classroom. Bloody brats. Azawa sighed as he began his trip to the teacher's lounge for nap number 3 of the day. Inside, the cafeteria was packed with hundreds of students from all years enjoying their lunches, studying or socializing. At one table we find Izuku was with Charlie, Baggy, Ibara, Momo, Tokoyami, Iida, Achako and Kendo, all crammed together. Pork. Ibara drooled as she savagely tore into a pork chop like a wild dog. Damn, she is hungry. Tokoyami blinked in shock. There are no words. Kendo stated in disgusted awe. Ibara-chan just likes pork. Izuku shrugged it off with a slight chuckle. This is the best food ever. Achako sighed contentedly as she slouched back in her chair. Indeed. Momo agreed with a nod as she used a knife and fork to cut a crumb chicken strip to eat. It make me miss my mum. Izuku replied with tears flowing freely as he tried to eat the katsudon in front of him. It feels like I'm betraying her memory or something. Hey, chin up. Vaggy nudged his shoulder. She's bound to be in a better place now. Vaggy stated gently. Yeah, and she wouldn't want you to be all Mr. Grouchy Pants on us. Cheer up and put a smile on that face. Charlie grinned widely as she put an arm around his shoulder. In fact, I feel a Sonko. Bad Charles. Vaggy interrupted as she kissed the blonde demon, making her blush brightly. No singing outside music or commercials. Warning. Security breach level 3. An automated announcement called as students began to panic. Chapter 33. The Press. Warning. Security breach level 3. An automated announcement called as students began to panic. Run for it. A general studies student cried as they rushed the main doors to the cafeteria, triggering a stampede of students. It was with an annoyed grunt Izuku found himself pressed against the glass, allowing him to see the press urging onto the school grounds, just as Uraraka was slammed into him by a larger second-year student who looked like he was made of trees. I am Groot. They called back as they tried to shove their way out the small doors. Hey, relax everybody. It's just the press. Izuku called only to get slammed over by a panicked student. Did somebody fall? Someone shouted, leading to more hysterical panicking among the students as they tried to cram through the doors. This is like purge day. Charlie eat as she was knocked around like a pinball. Uraraka. I need you to make me float. Izuku called as he rolled aside to avoid being stepped on before standing back up. Looking around, he quickly noticed a familiar head of black hair with pale scar-covered skin. Momo. We need a megaphone here. Got it. She called back as a Chaco made Izuku float above the crowds. A Technicolor flash barely went noticed administrationists the commotion before Momo threw the megaphone to Izuku. I got to get to the front, so I'll have to time this just right. Izuku muttered to himself as he aimed one hand behind him while facing the exit. A sudden short but powerful blast of fire sent him rocketing to the front of the crowd, where he slammed into the wall above the door with a grunt of discomfort that usually comes with breaking your nose on a wall. Everybody calm down. If you look outside you'd see it's just the press, so start acting like UA students and stop panicking. Hey, he's right. A bubbly blue-haired girl with a spiral hairstyle called out. It was the same one who was hounded before her friend got hit by the barrier in the most painful place. Hello reporter people. Come on hun, leave the vultures alone. A tall young woman with spiked light brown hair offered a hand to the blue tea. Can't have them spoil such a pure girl as yourself with their wickedness. Okie dokies. The blue-haired girl grinned brightly as her friend lead them out with the rest of the chastised students. Green Bean, you okay up there? Mina asked as she wandered over with Ibara and Jiru. I may be stuck. Izuku gave a nervous chuckle as he hugged at the wall. Alright, let me help. Momo smiled as she produced a basic wooden ladder and placed it next to Izuku, letting him climb down. Thanks, Momo. Izuku grinned with his eyes closed from the swelling. Yeah, broken noses tend to lead to that annoyingly. Then no problem. Momo stuttered with a blush. No fair. Mina grunted softly. Could somebody lead me out please? I kinda can't see right now, sorry. Izuku bowed by to an empty wall. They'll do it. Momo and Mina instantly volunteered. I've got him. Iida stated as he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. It is my responsibility to lead him to the evacuation zone while you two get to safety. It's just the press. Izuku sweat dropped while Iida basically frog marched him out the doors and down the hallway with the rest of the class following. This can't get any worse. Shinso sighed tiredly as he absently wiped some burger sauce from his shirt, having been sent flying when he was eating his lunch. Bee. Someone screamed right before an explosion rattled the windows and the screaming started once more. I had to open my damned mouth. The purple-haired insomniac groaned. Was that Kachin? Izuku yelped as he instinctively ducked down. Whoa. Vaggie uttered as she looked out the windows. The Pomeranian just attacked the press. And here comes Sensei. Ibara uttered as Vlad King body tackled the blonde to the ground before he could attack again, Eraser head and power loader right behind him. Oh damn. Jiru gasped as the smoke cleared, revealing the extent of the damage Bakugo unleashed upon the press. 3 were unconscious and bleeding, 1 who looked to be made of rocks was covered in cracks, 6 had been sent flying, and 1 was outright missing a chunk of their torso. It was at this moment the press went absolutely wild, some barking a barrage of questions and demands, some running in fear while screaming, and a very small few tried to help their fellow reporters. Such villainous behavior, as expected as a dropout of Class 1A. A blonde kid in a suit laughed uproariously at the scene. Dude, people died. Mina deadpanned. Which just proves why 1A is the inferior class. Kumabara, you should not hang around such trash and should be with me. The perfect hero and boyfriend material. The blonde laughed. Shut up, monomoron. Ibara huffed before slapping the blonde with her vines, making him yelp in pain. You aren't even a fraction of the hero or boyfriend Izu-sama is. They've clearly tainted your mind, my dear. You were a saintly nun when we went to school, and now you don't even wear your cross thingies. Monoma scoffed dismissively while trying to ignore the pain in his cheek. It was just a rebellious phase. Ibara scoffed before a burly Sasquatch-looking teen dragged Monoma away despite his protests. Rebellious? Iida asked curiously. I can hardly see a nun as being a result of rebellious nature. My parents are Satanists. Ibara gave a nervous shrug, trying to avoid Charlie's gaze as she said this. Well, that explains a few things. Vaggie muttered. Mostly how Ibara was hellbound despite by all accounts being a saint before her trip, according to Tsu, who had also been to school with her. While I do not support such ideology, I cannot judge others on what they choose to believe in despite my morals disagreeing on the provision that nobody is harmed. Iida sighed. Why haven't you all evacuated yet? A skeletal blonde asked as they jogged down the hallway. Oh hi Yagi-san. Charlie grinned cheerfully. Did you get that teaching position? Yup. I teach the third year's general studies now. Yagi grinned before his eyes fell on Izuku, and he sweat dropped. Should I call recovery girl? I'm good for now, the press should get seen to first. Izuku waved him off, while facing the completely wrong direction. Sure. The man sweat dropped. Now go on, I'm sure your teachers are wondering where you all are. Yes, sensei. Iida bowed before continuing to frog march Izuku towards the exit as the rest of the class followed. Iida slowed down. Izuku yelped nervously. When they were outside of even Kyoka's hearing range, Yagi gave a sigh of relief before continuing his jog to Nezu's office, where he had been called to moments after the alarm sounded. It just happened it was quicker to cut through the cafeteria than to take the other route from where he was at the time. Upon reaching the office he heard piano music as he knocked on the door. With a creak the door swung open, revealing Nezu sitting at a small piano board while singing. Little weird, gonna get a little wild. I ain't from round here, I'm from another dimension. It's gonna get a little weird, gonna have a good time. I ain't from round here, I'm from another woohoo. Sir? Yagi coughed nervously. Oh, Yagi, come in, close the door, I lost track of time and heard this song somewhere ages ago, persistent little earworm isn't it? Nezu cackled, breaking off from playing his song and singing. Alright. The man coughed as he shut the door behind himself. Nezu grinned widely as he held out his hand. Now, about your problem, I believe I finally have a deal for you 8th. Chapter 34. Before the curtain falls. Aizawa frowned as the vultures known as the press were finally escorted off the grounds by Luna, who was being directed by the police and medical personnel, who were dealing with the injured and one dead. Bakugo was restrained heavily and was snarling through a gag as he tried to break free. The two officers assigned to put him in the back of the transport van looked about ready to shit themselves. Hey, what do you make of this? Vlad asked as he gestured to the cement barrier which looked like it had been left of a stormy coastline for the past 100 years rather than being installed no more than 2 years ago. It's corroded. Aizawa deadpanned. None of the press had a quirk that could do that. Hey fuzzball, you notice anything? Hold on. Luna snapped as she gave a firm shove to a reporter who was refusing to leave before he turned around and stormed off when threatened with arrest. Luna huffed in agitation, she really hated the press. Crouching next to the ruins of the gate, Luna sniffed it before gagging. Well? Aizawa asked with a raised eyebrow. It's been rotted away. She explained, rubbing her sensitive nose in pain. No signs of our lot either before you ask, so it's definitely quirk-based. Great. Powerloader muttered. Now with All Might known to work here, was this an act of some random wacko or a declaration of war? Vlad muttered to himself. I don't know and I don't care, but they'd better not mess with our students. Aizawa sighed in agitation as he lazily blinked at the press, who besides the wounded were now outside the gates. I am here to help. All Might declared loudly as he landed right next to Aizawa, making the man cringe at how loud he was and the reaction from the press. Come along now. Leave the professionals to their jobs, now follow me. He called loudly as he kept the press distracted from what was happening by running down the street, the press keeping pace with the jogging hero. The sacrifice won't be forgotten. Aizawa uttered lazily. Someone get him a mug with chocolates or something. I'd offer a discount on the family business, but I know the guy is probably on a fast track elsewhere. Luna admitted with a shrug as they watched All Might round the corner, the press hot on his tail. Got guts to deal with that sort, I tell you. Like I said, won't be forgotten. Aizawa replied. Can we not talk like the guy is dead please? Powerloader asked bluntly. Hey Luna, think you can let the others know we have things handled here and to send the students to their dorms or home? That's sure. Don't want to be near the smell of rot any longer than I have to anyway. Luna smirked as she left to inform the third-year teachers who were watching over the students. Any excuse to walk around rather than actually do her job was a good one in her book, especially if said excuse involved being on her phone. Admittedly, she was still getting used to the human phone Nezu gave her for the job position, and she had twice already accidentally started a number with 666 instead of 81 like the Japanese numbers did. Human YouTube was also less violent than Hell's equivalent, but at least there was more variety and less cannibalism on it. Elsewhere. Izuku winced slightly as Todoroki applied another block of ice wrapped in a plastic bag from Momo to his face. The swelling is going down. Todoroki replied simply. Thanks Shoto, I owe you one. Izuku chuckled slightly, unaware of the venomous looks Mina was shooting Shoto for being unable to help her crush. Pay me in cold soba. The bi-colored teen replied bluntly. Izuku sweat dropped. He hadn't known the teen long, but all he ever seemed to eat was cold soba. They'll see what we have when I can see again. Izuku sweat dropped. I do believe I have a baby for this. Mei grinned as she waltzed over to the small group holding what looked like someone strapped wires and glasses to a medieval torture helmet. Keep that thing away from him. Mina, Momo, Charlie, Baggy and Ibarra hissed at the pinket. It looks like a torture device. Mina snapped. What? Izuku squeaked and fried as he hugged his arms to the top of his head as it combusted with green flames. He wanted nothing to do with torture devices, thank you very much. I wouldn't even let you put it on Killjoy, Hatsum, so don't even try it on Green Bean. Baggy snapped. But it's perfectly safe. May whined. It will hurt like hell sure, but only for half a day, and there's only a 72% chance it would explode. Besides, it will get rid of the swelling in like 2 minutes tops. The Hatsum, 72% is pretty high. Izuku gulped. No high would be in the upper 90s. May waved it off. Okay, can we agree to keep her from hurting Izu? Charlie asked as she gave a flat glare at May. Yes. Momo nodded as she got ready in case she had to make capture rope to restrain her classmate. Alright everybody. The third-year teachers, the pro-hero metal bat, called as he cracked his back lazily. Those who live on campus head to the dorms, school is cancelled for the rest of the day, those who live off campus head home. Yes, dinner time. Shinso grinned to himself. Hey, who's cooking? Giro and Kota tonight. Izuku replied as Iida once more started to frog march him, this time to the dorms. Come on Iida, let me be. Until such a time as you regain your vision I will escort you. Iida replied. I simply cannot allow such a burden to fall on our other classmates. Damn it. Mina growled lowly. I am so gonna leave acid stains on his clothes. Dead in line. Momo frowned. Our boyfriend sure does seem to attract crazy, doesn't he? Charlie chuckled lightly. Charles, please do not tempt fate. Baggy pleaded her girlfriend. Besides, Atlas Killjoy isn't after him. Please don't even joke about that. Charlie shuddered in revulsion. Killjoy can keep as far away from her boyfriend as physically possible, even if it meant jumping off a cliff for all she cared. Hell. Ballister groaned in pain as he dragged himself from under a wrecked car. Looking about, he counted 8 others for a total of 9 wrecked cars involved in the crash. My pants. He moaned. Oh, don't be a wimp, just a flesh wound. Inko grinned as she casually pulled shards of glass from her arms. It's not the cuts I'm worried about, these pants were expensive, and I may have just ruined our date, my dear. Alistair explained with a soft frown, indeed his legs, while heavily lacerated, were already healing. His pants however were shredded from the knees down. I look ghastly. And oh good riff-raff unfit to be in your presence. Curse those gawking hooligans who were too busy gawking at us to drive properly. He bemoaned. Oh you. Inko giggled as she waved him off. You could look like you crawled out of a field of razor wire and landmines, and I would still love spending time with you. Come on, I know where we are, and I want to see if Jeeper still had his deli open. Jeeper as in the creeper. 21 days and 21 nights every 21 years he has free reign on Earth, Jeepers. Alistair frowned deeply, showing off his fangs as his shadow grew antlers and static danced around him. Simply splendid. I do owe him for what happened back in 1931 in that forest after all. Ah, so you're not a natural-born Wendigo. Inko nodded as she patted Alistair's shoulder in sympathy. Some choices are hard to make, and those that do not make it will always be a part of you. Please, let's not talk of this. Alistair requested softly as he walked off, clutching at a small heart-shaped locket which hung from his neck. It was old and tarnished with several cracks and scratches across its surface. I won't ask who it was, dear, I still mourn the loss of my current mortal form's grandmother. Inko replied gently as she followed Alistair. She was a kind old lady who worked as a nurse, and frankly shortly after I ended up down here I found out she was one of 3 people within 8 years of her death that made it into heaven. I know she would be disgusted with what I truly am, but I also know she would be proud of the good I did on Earth. Francine. Alistair sighed as they stopped in an alleyway littered with old newspapers and the odd rubbish bag. She was the love of my life before I died. Our love was considered forbidden at the time, with me being a white male and her I can't even use the words those bastards called her. He seethed in anger. One night we heard screaming and gunfire from the farm we were staying in, and that thing, Creeper, he was ripping men to shreds as the barn burned around them. One of the men escaped and killed Francine, saying it was her fault as a black woman the demon was killing them. Creeper killed them soon after, but he didn't take me. And with no food you resorted to the unforgivable. Inko uttered softly as she hugged the distraught demon. The bastard upstairs wouldn't even let have peace down here. We had but 2 weeks together after arrival before a purge happened, and an angel killed her. Alistair was now openly crying, something that sent a demon walking past one end of the alleyway, literally shitting themselves in fear before running off, a trail of brown going down their legs. The love of my life ripped away from me twice, first by those KKK pigs, then by the winged pricks. Look, I'll cancel the reservation, and we can go find a good location to sit and have some wine and calm down from all this. Inko uttered softly. It was clear while Alistair had come to terms with what happened, he still blamed himself on some level for failing to protect a woman centuries ago. I'd like that, thank you my dear. It was rather ungentlemanly to break down like that on you or to talk of another woman while on a date. Alistair replied as he used a handkerchief to wipe away the tears from his face. The next day, Earth. Izuku yawned tiredly as him and the rest of the class were marched out of the dorms by Iida. Waiting in the parking lot outside the dorms was a bright yellow school bus emblazoned with the UA logo. Aizawa merely blinked lazily as he opened the bus door and climbed inside. Dude. Too early. May yawned. We have a field trip today and as such we must all be punctual. Iida retorted. Everybody line up in seating order at once. Iida nodded in satisfaction after a few minutes of the tired but quickly waking students organizing themselves into their seated order, but in lines. With a grin he turned around and stepped onto the bus where Aizawa was already sitting behind the wheel, but rugged up in his sleeping bag and sipping a juice pouch. It's not that kind of bus. Chapter 35. The USJ Part 1. Izuku was for once glad his girlfriends were occupied, allowing him a small amount of time to reflect on the events that lead up to the present. Charlie was usually the first to catch on to him and try distracting him so he wouldn't feel bad, but given she was talking with Momo and Toru a few seats back he believed he was in the clear for now. Say Midoriya. Sayu croaked as she leant over the back of his seat, crushing any hope of Izuku having some quiet time. I like to say what's on my mind Kiro. Your quirk seems an awful lot like Endeavor's, are you two related? At this Shoto did a spit take in shock as he quickly sat up while Midoriya's eyes went wide as he shook his hands in denial. And no. We're not related. They both shot back. Their quirks may be similar, but Endeavor's flames aren't green, and they don't melt the flesh off his face, leaving just muscle, also sure that unless he hides them well enough Endeavor doesn't have horns. Shinso pointed out tiredly as he rested his head on the seat in front of him. Yeah, Charlie kinda helped me style my hair like this to hide them. Izuku chuckled nervously. His horns honestly hadn't become visible through his hair until a few days into the school term, and he completely forgot he even had them to begin with. They're still my adorable Aizu though. Charlie called brightly, making the team blush. True. Sue hummed. But they're still pretty similar and really powerful Kiro. All my quirk does is make me a frog. That's not true. Izuku pointed out as he pulled a notebook from thin air, momentarily making everyone think he somehow got Momo's quirk before they quickly paid it no attention. From what I've seen you may possess frog-like agility and swimming skills, but your tongue can easily lift at least 80 kilograms, given you practically threw Zero around the training grounds with it last week. If my theory is right you also may be able to spit a paralytic agent or even a skin irritant. That's kinda creepy Kiro. Sue deadpanned. It's just again the real sorry if it was the intention I'm sorry. Izuku pelted out rapidly with a nervous blush and his head ducked down. He's not lying. Jiru pointed out having heard the entire conversation with her own quirk. He has something like 10 books on quirks he has filled out on his desk. If he wasn't in hero course, he would probably be the top student with support or general studies. Indeed the thirst of knowledge is unquenchable, ever gnawing at his psyche. Tokoyami intoned dramatically. Nerd. Kira called it her brother. Don't be rude. Ryuko chided gently from her spot next to the bird-headed teen and his conjoined twin. I see. Still it could be nice to see how many more tricks my quirk has to Akiro. Sue nodded to herself. True that. Kendo grinned from across the aisle. When I was little I could only make 1 or 2 fingers bigger at a time, and I used to win all the thumb wrestling contests for the last slice of pizza as a kid because of it. It wasn't until I was in my early teens that I could do my entire hand. Damn, that's cool. Mina grinned. I mean, don't get me wrong, making acid is handy, but I went through way too many clothes before I got the hang of it. Agreed. Zero nodded. I kept getting my tape stuck to everything as a kid. One time I ended ripping a hole in my jacket because the tape got stuck. Makeup is a bitch. Toru moaned in annoyance. It was at this point Aizawa had enough chatter. All of you quit your yammering. Yes, sensei. Iida called aloud, making everyone sweet drop at his enthusiasm. We're here anyway. Aizawa deadpanned as the bus pulled into a clearing outside a massive concrete structure with massive metal doors that made many think they would need Mount Lady to open. Everybody out, welcome to the USJ. Oh my gosh, it's Universal Studios Japan. Toru squealed in delight with Mina. It's not Universal Studios. Iida snapped as he made a chopping motion with his hands. Looks like a bomb shelter. Ryuko suggested as the massive doors to the structure opened with a mechanical whirring. Funny. Aizawa deadpanned at the girl. He had no time for jokes. Jokes were illogical and a waste of time. Therefore by that logic Miss Joke, who had been harassing him the past week, was also illogical and a waste of time. Alright everybody, head on Nani the fuck. Believe me, I don't want him here either. A spacesuit-clad hero spoke using a synthesizer. "It's the Space Hero 13. Ichako called excitedly before noticing who was besides them. "Shitty Pomeranian. Shitty fat cheeks." Bakugo was back, and standing just behind him was a smug-looking man in a suit with a hook nose and a small mop of brown hair that was half flat and half spiked up, wearing a green shirt under a black and gray pinstripe suit. "Who's he?" Aizawa sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose, the students edging their way into the facility but keeping clear of the blonde bomber. "I am Rikiya Yatsubashi, one of the heads of the HSC." The man bowed in greeting. "Good. I have some complaints." Aizawa frowned at the man. Starting with why he was allowed back here after killing a press member. "On the contrary, that wasn't a press member." The man frowned in disgust. Radashi Dando, his quirk reacted badly to the concussive shockwave of Bakugo's quirk, detonating the liquid chemicals in his body. "You may also know him as the villain Snot Rocket. The mass-murdering rapist." Aizawa growled in anger. The villain had been elusive for the past 6 months, and only their quirk was known, but given how common the quirk Sticky Snot was, especially in the Kanto region, it was very difficult to track the individual down. Aizawa had personally been on the man's case since he became active near the Mustafu prefecture, but only ever found the end result with no known means as to how the man entered or left the scene of the crime, as the trail usually went cold 3 meters or so from where the victim was found. "Fuck." Mina gulped in shock. "I'm not even gonna touch that one." Charlie frowned in disgust as she muttered quietly. Snot Rocket murders had been on the news a few times, each time the victim was found fixed to a wall with hardened snot, dead from asphyxiation on a large wad of snot, and their intestines having been exploded from the inside due to large quantities of snot and jizz. "We can call Imp later." Izuku whispered back with a strained tone as his hair ignited brightly, raging like an inferno of Greek fire. "If I don't get him first. Fucker deserves it." Charlie frowned as she pulled Izuku in for a hug. It wasn't her business to know why it affected her boyfriend so badly, unless he wanted to bring it up first, but she was damned well going to make sure she was there for him. "I also do have these for you," the HSC head stated as he handed Aizawa a stack of papers. "Nezu has a similar one to this." Aizawa sighed as he took the papers and gave them a quick flick through. "So, you're saying the blonde is back in the class or we get shut down?" "Illogical. It simply wasn't my choice in the matter. I for one wanted him in the Samei Heroic School closer to my support center and main training grounds, but I was outvoted 7-2. Rikiya sighed in exasperation. "Bakugo, behave. I am the one who has to fill out paperwork for any equipment you break here that my company then has to replace." "Never thought I'd feel sorry for a tycoon before," Charlie uttered with a raised eyebrow. "Sorry for their choices or the family they left, sure, but the tycoon themselves? Never. They're usually all full of themselves and can't even do the basics." "Please don't remind me about Francis." Izuku shuddered. Francis had been a very brief hire before he pissed off Alistair, and we all know what happens to people who piss him off. "Now if you excuse me, I have to get things ready before that platypus shows up again." Rikiya sighed as he began to walk away from the facility towards a small and ancient Volkswagen Beetle that was parked next to a conveniently Volkswagen Beetle-shaped lamp. Always going through the windows, like why can't he just take the door for once? It was with a hiss of pistols and whirring of a mechanical motor that the doors once again began to grind shut before a loud clank signified they were sealed. "Fine. Bakugo, stand over there." 13, where is the blonde meathead? Aizawa sighed in resignation as a smug Bakugo strutted over to the group, only for everyone to move back from him. "He got held up." 13 replied as they held up 3 fingers, much to the confusion of most, while Izuku merely frowned. "Irresponsible." Aizawa sighed, cutting off whatever he was going to call All Might before deciding he didn't want to deal with it. "Let's just start the lesson." "Agreed. But first I have a thing or two to say. Or maybe 3, possibly 4. 13 rambled absently. "Get on with it." Aizawa snapped. "Oh, right. I'm sure you are all aware of my quirk." "Black hole," 13 stated seriously. The voice modulator made it hard to figure out the gender, but for Kira and Koji, it was easy to tell it was a woman, not that they told anyone. "Yes, it has saved many lives in rescue situations," Iida exclaimed with a chopping motion. "You just go, whoosh, and get rid of the rubble so you can get people to safety. It's amazing." Ichako grinned widely. "Indeed it has, but my quirk is easily one that can kill." "Some of you have quirks like that, don't you?" Izuku and Ichako nodded seriously. They had both experienced firsthand what one of Bakugo's blasts could do to a person, and what one of his charged explosions could do to a building. In this world of regulated quirks, it might not seem that way, but the fact is some people have quirks that can easily kill with the wrong step. With Aizawa-sen's test, you learned the limits of your quirk and how to adapt to them. With All Might-sen's combat training, you learned what it's like to use your quirk against others and the danger that brings. With me, I hope that you learn your quirks are there to save lives, not to harm others with. That is why you are at UA, to learn how to help people and become the best heroes you can be. Thank you for listening. 13 finished with a slight bow. Her spacesuit-like costume made it difficult for her to do so and emitted the sound of rubber grinding on metal as she did so. Right, now with that out of the way, was stopped mid-sentence as a dark purple haze started to spew forth from the center of the facility, accompanied by dark laughter. Everyone tensed as the smog quickly grew to encompass a roughly 20-meter area before it quickly compressed into a humanoid figure made of smoke, leaving in its wake a horde of villains with a massive brutish-looking one in the bag. Their body concealed under a massive raggedy cloak, but what grabbed the horrified attention of the local demons and May was a grayish blue-haired young adult with scars over their skin, who was covered in severed hands adorned with gloves. In their hands was an all too familiar golden puzzle box which was nearly complete, a musical melody, calming yet foreboding and sinister filled the air. "Stop him!" Momo shrieked in fear as she quickly backed up into Izuku and Charlie, shaking in terror. "Oh, a smart hero. Wait. Where's All Might? Heh, Juice, we have to kill some NPCs first to summon the boss." The villain chortled to himself. 13, get them out, now. Aizawa snapped as he pulled his goggles over his eyes and pulled his capture scarf loose as it seemed to take on a mind of its own. "Quickly now." 13 called as she started to usher the students towards the doors. "Sensei. You can't take them on, you're a one-on-one fighter, not crowd control." Izuku urged as he darted forwards to grab Aizawa's sleeve, only to miss as the hero dove headfirst into the crowd. "No hero's a one-trick pony." Aizawa called as he fought him way through the obviously cannon fodder villains. Kill him." The hand-themed villains snarled as they fiddled with the puzzle. "I think I got it, 2 objectives done in a day." "Fuck no." Tokoyami and Kira screeched as they quickly pulled Ryuko close to them. "Wait, no." Izuku, Charlie and Momo screamed as the room shook violently and the puzzle box clicked open. "Ah, such flesh to play with." Chapter 36. USJ Part 2. "Ah, such flesh to play with." Calmly walking out of the shadows surrounding the plaza, several beings made their presence known as a harsh white light shone through the skylight that not 2 seconds before showed a blue sky. Those familiar with the beings tensed, waiting to have an opportunity to make a run for safety. Kira was starting to feel ill, the very aura of the creatures turned her stomach in ways she couldn't even begin to describe. The closest was a grotesque mockery of conjoined twins, their flesh still pink, hinting at a recent death was twisted together, their forms bound together by wire and black leather straps. A spiked bowl was suspended between their heads by their eyelids and ears, very little hair remained on their head, most of it being thin and patchy at the best. Each hand had fingers stitched together with rusted wire to form crude larger fingers for a 4-fingered hand on each side. The next was a being with their lips ripped off, revealing blood-stained gums and rotting teeth to the world. Their face was a mash of jagged scar tissue, with their eyes sewn shut in such a crude manner that puffy flesh was held out in place by the stitches, giving the impression of bloody pouting lips. At their side was a man with a rusted buzzsaw blade bisecting their chest vertically and several large railroad nails puncturing their jaw and throat. Then there was a pair of women, European in origin, with wire pulling open her throat, exposing her vocal cords and a large nail going clean through the bridge of their nose, while the other had a spiked ring and wires which held back the flesh of her head from her brows upwards, exposing her skull bellow, while being firmly anchored into her shoulders. The final humanoid was one that was familiar to Izuku and Momo especially. It was the burn-scarred man, half his flesh melted off, but the nails still driven into the side of his head which held flesh. His latex suit now melted to his body, acted like a grotesque second skin, which seemed to fuse into their body in several locations. Then there was the demonic creatures that Tokoyami, Baggy and Charlie had taken on together. 6 of them were spotted above, snarling and drooling from the windows of the false buildings in the downpour zone, and many more could be heard already tearing into the villains hidden throughout the facility. "Not again." Momo gulped nervously. They dragged the entire facility into the labyrinth." Charlie gulped nervously. "You know them?" May demanded, looking disgusted with what she saw. "How are they even walking like that?" "Students, we have to go now," 13 ordered. "Wait." Izuku called, grabbing the teacher's arm. "Look at the ceiling, we're not on Earth." "What are you talking about?" they asked in confusion as the hand-covered villain finally took notice of the new arrivals. "Hey, this is my raid, get lost," the man barked. "I think not." The female Cenobite with her skull exposed hummed to herself. "And why the fuck not?" he screamed in anger, stomping his foot while he scratched at his neck. "The box. You opened it and we came." The half-melted Cenobite droned, a flat expression on the half of their face which still had lips. "The fucking tracking beacon or some shit." "Whatever, Nomu. Kill." the man barked. In an instant the cloak-covered individual jumped forth, their cloak falling away to reveal blackened flesh-covering muscles that would put any weightlifter to shame. Their head had an exposed brain and a beak in place of a face. It cocked back its fist and slammed it into the lead Cenobite, which grunted and was pushed back a few feet. Amateur. They huffed as several bloodied hooks of chains came flying out of the shadows, skewering and restraining the Nomu as it growled and tried to break free. Cheater. The villain screamed. Let the feast of pain begin. The leading Cenobite intoned with his hands outstretched. With sickening glee the other Cenobites dove into the group of villains, tearing them apart with horrifying ease and in the most painful of ways. Aizawa barely managed to get out of the way as the fat one with no eyes charged through, ripping the throat of a villain clean out with his teeth. Sensei over here. Shinso called as the group was being ushered up the stairs to a more dependable position. Shoto was using his ice to slow down the Cenobite twins and the two wall scuttlers who were trying to advance on them. It was mere meters from the top when the purple smog reappeared and one of the Cenobites was thrown through, landing in front of Izuku and Iida, who were leading the retreat. It was the Cenobite who had her skull exposed. With a grunt of annoyance she stood up straight and looked at the group before her. The teens and two teachers halted their retreat as they took up defensive stances with Momo, creating a long-handled mace, perfect for breaking bones and immobilizing the Cenobite. "You're truly blessed," the Cenobite stated as she looked over the group. "Such suffering has touched you all already, however none of you are whom we seek. Step aside, mortals, and I shall leave you beyond dint of my brother's presence." "Say what, crazy chain lady?" May deadpanned, only to get shushed by Koda, who was on the verge of a panic attack. "I am Angelique, princess of the Cenobites, oldest child of Leviathan," the Cenobite explained as with a mere gesture several chains shot out and flung the group into two smaller groups as she walked down the middle towards the main plaza. A sound like a car crash ripped through the air as the Nomu was once more free and ripping into the Cenobites who 4-on-1 were tied. "I care not of petty squabbles between heaven, hell and the places between. The box was opened and we shall collect. We do something." Jiru groaned, her stomach was revolting being so close to Angelique that she was near certain this was what a Chaco goes through whenever she surpassed her weight limits. "I shitty ass demon." Bakugo roared as he shoved Shoto aside and set off an explosion point blank against the Cenobite. She barely twitched before turning and backhanding the blonde across the face, breaking his jaw and sending him flying into the stairs where he was knocked out cold. "And for getting in the way of hell, you shall all suffer. Fucking Pomeranian." Achako growled as the Cenobite lunged forwards, only to get tackled back by a flaming Izuku and Charlie, who now had a red apple-themed spear she didn't a second ago. "We need to go, now." Momo barked as she spun around, slamming the mace into the snout of a wall scuttler, breaking its left orbital bone as it howled with pain. "What about them?" Zero shrieked, gesturing at the two Cenobites and demon who were fighting as Aizawa and 13 rushed them up the stairs. "They can handle one Cenobite." Momo shot back as a large bloodied machete formed from her left hand, which she swung at the wounded scuttler, lopping off its tongue and leaving a gash across its jaw. "The what?" Shoto called as he and Shoji lifted Bakugo up and dragged the unconscious teen up the stairs. "Fuck's sake. The supernatural is real, we're in the middle of a demonic invasion." Aizawa snapped. "This shit is illogical and unfortunately actually happening." "Of course it's demons, because why the fuck not?" 13 growled, slugging a scuttler in the face that got too close before Mina melted its head off. "Right pieces of work these are, the lot should be dropped in holy water if it kills them. They're not demons. Technically they're angels of some fucked up god." Mina snapped in agitation. "So stop trying to pull the racist shit, sensei." "Hey." Momo snarled as she crushed the head of another scuttler. "Focus, Mina." "Shit." Aizawa swore as the Cenobite started getting beaten back by the Nomu and the few villains that remained. "We have 2 minutes tops before they turn their attention to us, and we're fighting both sides. Can we get the doors open?" 13 asked. "That's a bad idea, 13 sensei." Achako called as she dodged back from a scuttler's swipe, only to use her quirk sending it to the roof where it tried to regain mobility. "I don't think we can let them onto the campus. We're not even on Earth." Momo rebutted before making a cannon which she fired at a particularly persistent scuttler, which had taken to using the pots on the windowsills of the fake buildings as projectiles. The scuttler barely had time to blink before it was reduced to a red chunky salsa of flesh and snapped bones. Shit. Jiru shook with fear as Izuku and Charlie were being pushed back by the lone Cenobite, who clearly had much more experience than them, given how she was dodging not only the flaming fists and torrents of fire Izuku was throwing at her, but also dodging Charlie's spear thrusts and swipes with grace that dancers could only dream of. "What do we even do?" Ryuko asked in despair as Tokoyami and Kira threw another scuttler down the stairs. Her quirk was useless on them, given they weighed above her limit. "I don't know, but we have to keep fighting," Iida replied as he axe kicked another scuttler away from the group. "I don't know much more, I can keep this up." Mina warned as her hand stung and started to blister from using so much concentrated acid in such a short time. Hold on. Shoto hummed as he stomped his foot on the ground. A burst of cold washed over everyone as a dome of ice 2 foot thick encased the group. What about Midoriya and Magni? Zero demanded. They'll be fine. Momo panted lightly from the amount of stuff she made and how quickly they had to move. Midoriya took on a Cenobite priest to save me when we met and came out on top. Oh, I do de alu emularu kiro. Ain de one uoktormal den one de uokiktis. Sue croaked as she used her tongue as a makeshift bandage to stop the bleeding of several cuts up her left arm where a scuttler had swiped her during the retreat. It's a curse. Momo sighed softly as she sat down. Mina moved over and laid a hand on her shoulder in support. Those who open the lament configuration are doomed to become a Cenobite. Wait, so you gave the box to the hand guy? Shinso sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. I would never. Momo snapped as blades burst from her skin. I thought the one I had was a simple puzzle box, not a portal to a section of hell. Ori. Sue replied softly. I intend to aku up it. Well, since we're about to die anyway, I'm technically a moner deity as May had noticed before. Kyoka sighed as she gestured to her wings which unfurled and were now visible to the class who stared in awe and shock. Looking up at the quickly breaking ice where several scuttlers were bashing their thick skulls and arms against, she made a choice. With a nervous gulp she turned to one classmate in particular. May as well ask, so I have no regrets. I know we won't have long together, but even for a few moments will you let me be your girlfriend? Chapter 37. USJ Part 3. Shigaraki was having a bad time. First All Might didn't show up, then another villain team arrived due to tracking beacon bullshit, and now the brats he was going to kill to lure out All Might were almost out the doors. His Nomu was almost constantly getting chained up by the half-melted freak, and half of his minions were dead. Child, suffering is such an experience. The half-melted man grinned mockingly. He hated being mocked. I can still kill you. He screamed, lunging forth to slap the villain and disintegrate him to ash, only it never came. Instead, a sharp agonizing pain raced down his arm as a hook chain skewered clean through the bones in his lower arm. You cannot kill that which is already dead. The man chuckled deeply before turning to face the skylight as more chains pierced Shigaraki, leaving him routed to the spot as he screamed in agony. It is not my place to do more to you, there are such pleasures to share with you, and it would be rude not to share. Fuck you. Shigaraki spat. Korajiri. Sorry sir, I'm a bit occupied. The mist villain called as he ducked under a swing from the only female among the opposing group to remain in the main plaza, before immediately jumping back to avoid being ripped in two by the conjoined twins, who had procured a human spine of all things to use as a whip. The state of the villain with the finger gun's quirk quickly showed where the item had come from. Ah, the young princess is enjoying herself. The half-melted man smirked as the one with the exposed skull punched some hero brat with a flaming skull in the throat before tossing him at the demon-looking blonde brat. Nomu. Shigaraki screamed. In an instant the chains that had bound him snapped as the genetically engineered abomination came to his rescue, leaping away from the main plaza in a single lunge. With a bestial roar the Nomu slammed into the ice barrier, sending chunks everywhere as the students inside were sent flying. Scatter. Korajiri snarled as he warped as many of the students through the facility as possible, while he continued to try and dodge the strikes thrown his way. Leaving the two pro heroes, some flat chick with earphone jacks for ears, and the two who had been fighting the chick with the exposed skull. You ruined it. The girl uttered in shock as she slowly stood up, a pair of off-white wings sprouting from her back, flaring much like how a pissed-off bird would. I was about to pour my heart out, and you fucking ruined it, and they may end up dead, you bastard. Dear, calm down. Eraserhead snapped as what could only be described as a spear of lightning formed in the punk girl's hand. Meddle not in the affairs of deities, for they are smite happy. The woman with the exposed skull uttered as she merely stepped away from the fighting and lowered her arms as her two opponents staggered to their feet, both bruised but ready to fight if need be. I have no wish to cease existing. I surrender to your mercies. I don't give a fuck. You heroes should all just die. Shigaraki shouted as Nomu grabbed Eraserhead by the face and slammed him into the ground, making the hero scream in pain, while he managed to decay a hole on the fat hero's suit, making her scream in agony as a black miasma leaked out, seemingly decaying in the air. Sensei. The two who had been fighting the woman with an exposed skull screamed in horror. Oh fuck no. The demon-looking girl uttered before with a scream or rage the earjack girl threw a spear at him. Him. The only one Sensei actually trusts to lead people. Acting quickly, Nomu tossed Eraserhead into the path of the spear, impairing the hero into the side of his abdomen. It wouldn't be lethal unless it went untreated, but it was enough to, but the hero would be out of the fight and alter the trajectory enough they didn't hit him. Prepare to die, brats. Shigaraki screamed with manic glee as he rushed forth to slap the flat chick, only for he to grab his hands directly. With a savage grin he gripped tightly with all 5 fingers, expecting her to scream in pain as she turned to ash. Unfortunately for him, what happened instead was taking a headbutt to the face as he staggered back in pain. With a snarl of rage at the injury of its master, the Nomu slammed into the girl, tackling her into the burning building section of the facility. "Just you and us brats." Shigaraki chuckled darkly as Korajiri appeared by his side. "Harm them and suffer the wrath of hell." The woman hissed in anger as with a flick of her hand a sword made out of black obsidian appeared in her left hand. Elsewhere. Ichako screamed in fear as she plummeted through the air and towards the earthquake zone below. She whipped her head around in fear and panic as she felt someone latch onto her back, only to see Shinso having a panic attack. "Hurry, hurry, hurry." The purple-haired teen barked nervously. Moments before they hit, Ichako used her quirk, which instead of turning them into a red smear, merely had the same impact as running into a wall, which still bloody hurts. "Thank God for the high ceiling this place has," Ichako uttered with a pained wince. "You okay? Everything hurts." The teen groaned as he rolled off of Ichako's back before standing up. "Are you okay, Uraraka?" "Yeah, I'm good." The girl groaned slightly at her protesting stomach. As she looked around, it became apparent that for now they appeared to be alone save the corpses of several villains and a lone Cenobite with a buzzsaw in their chest who was clawing uselessly at a chunk of rubble they were pinned under. "We need to get back to the others." "Right." Shinso nodded before doing a quick check around to the roof of the facility, trying to figure out which was the main plaza. "You have suffered much." The Cenobite spoke in a deep gravelly voice while staring directly at Ichako, making the scar-faced girl cringe away. "Do you seek such pleasures still?" "Then no." Ichako whimpered fearfully. "Do you stand in the way of hell?" they asked. "I won't." Ichako blurted. She had no inclination of fighting off beings that could take on her strongest classmates by themselves and throw them around like rag dolls in the process. "Then you won't feel such sensations, child," the Cenobite replied. "Flesh not begging is flesh best ignored." "Okay, these things are creepy." Shinso deadpanned. He had zero clue what was going on asides. A villain opened a literal portal to hell, and that they were in something called a labyrinth. "Looks like the main area is that way." He sighed, pointing slightly to the right of a pile of corpses which looked to have been hugged to death by the Cenobite, if the massive slice down their middles was an indication. "Elsewhere." Sue frowned flatly at the carnage in the water around the boat she had landed by. Zero was unconscious on the deck, having landed near her, but knocked out from the impact against the water. She croaked nervously as a shark-headed villain stuck his head above the water. Several of the creatures who had tried breaking through the ice barrier Shoto made before were half-eaten, floating in the waters around them. At least she was on the ship. The quick surfacing of a neon orange lifeboat followed by the sound of a motor Atlas meant Momo was in the area. "A little help," Kino's voice called. Blinking, Tsu looked down, and sure enough, clinging to the side of the boat was Kendo. "Elsewhere." Shoto frowned as another torrent of ice shot forth, encasing another of the hideous creatures which ran along the slopes of the landslide zone. His breath was visible and the cold stung his skin, but he dare not use the bastard's quirk. To his left he heard Toru's teeth chattering from the cold, while Shoji tried to keep her warm. "Creepy fucker demon watching me sleep. Die." A loud explosion echoed from the downpour zone, as for a brief instant, the artificial rain stopped as a large flash lit up the area immediately before the screams of pain were heard from the twins. "Too bright." "Shut up, shitty bastard." Ichako's voice was heard from the other end of the facility. "They at least they are ww warm." Toru stuttered as her gloves made the motions of rubbing her arms to keep warm. "You should have worn a jumper." Shoto scoffed dismissively as he made another burst of ice to freeze more of the creatures. "No need to be an ass." Shoji scoffed, using a dupliarm at the half and half teen. "Let's JJ just GG go." Toru shivered, her expression unseen to the others, but a frown adorned her face as she felt her exposed skin sting from the cold. "With Jiru." It was with a grunt of pain that Jiru slammed back first into the catwalks amongst the support struts for the roof of the USJ. The platform was a little over 1.5 meters wide, with standard metal rails along the sides that were used for pedestrian bridges over highways. The loud thump of the Nomu hitting the walkway filled her ears. Instinctively she rolled to the side and sprang up, barely avoiding a punch which tore clean through the metal walkway. "Bring it on." The young deity growled as the Nomu pulled its arm free and swung again at Jiru. For most this would have looked like a blur of motion, but to Jiru it was as fast as a regular person punching. She barely twisted to the side before the Nomu was striking at her again. She leapt back, summoning forth another spear to block the next swing. The loud crack of thunder shook the USJ as the smell of burning flesh and fur filled her nostrils. The Nomu's arm, blackened and burnt, was already regenerating to its previous state. Several more punches were thrown as Jiru was sent skidding back with each hit, her arms aching from the impacts. As the Nomu raised both its fists to strike her with an overhead swing, she struck, swinging the spear through the Nomu's arms, making it snarl as it slammed its foot down hard. The walkway buckled violently under the strain, causing Jiru to stumble back. Another stomp and the cables holding up the catwalk started snapping, causing the bridge to sway violently. Jiru stumbled, holding onto the swaying rail to steady herself. Unfortunately for her, by this time the Nomu's arms had reformed, and with a powerful swing, her wing was snapped and she was flung over the edge of the rails, where she plummeted to the fight going on below between the villains, her classmates and the Cenobite woman. With a cough of pain, a spray of gold liquid was sprayed from her mouth as the Nomu landed on her. She was in agony, her lower body felt crushed, but she wasn't dying. Why wasn't she dying? It hurt. It hurt. Such a monster. The Cenobite woman uttered in shock. Jiru. Izuku called as he charged forward, leaving the two women to deal with the villains. Get off of her. With a scream of rage, the fire, which was normally constrained to his head, spread further, incinerating the flesh as it crept down his body, first his neck, then his shoulders, and finally his upper chest and back were aflame with green hellfire. With a scream of rage, he leapt at the Nomu, slugging it in the back of the head with a flaming fist as the creature's flesh burnt as quickly as it regenerated. With no thought for its own safety, the Nomu grabbed Izuku by the arm before headbutting the teen hard enough to crack their skull as he fell to the ground. Aizu. Charlie cried in horror as she tried to force Korajiri back so she could her boyfriend. An unearthly shriek echoed through the USJ, shattering glass and ice alike as everyone held their heads in pain, the Nomu outright convulsing on the ground as Jiru's caved body slowly started to crack and snap back into place. Each crack sent the girl screaming with pain as her muscles spasmed. The loud, deafening sound shook the facility as a pillar of darkness shot down through the shattered skylight before three figures stepped through and became visible to those who had just made their way back to the main facility. Shoto's eyes went wide at the condition everyone was in particular Jiru, who was still screaming. Oh god. Achako gasped softly upon seeing Jiru. Sprinting forth, she ignored Shinso's calls of warning as she skidded to a stop next to the teen, pulling her head into her lap. She ignored the gold blood which ran down her lips and her wings, which were sprawled out at unnatural angels with multiple feathers missing. No, you can't die yet. You can't. I don't want to lose you. Mina, who had limed out of the downpour zone with Bakugo, the twins and Mei, while Shoji and Ryuko made their way out of the blizzard zone. Kendo and Momo carried Shiro between them while Tsu limped behind them, her arm and one leg wrapped in gauze out of the water rescue zone. Izuku, who was still dazed from the hit, blinked tiredly in confusion at the sight before him. Mum. Chapter 38. Reunion. Izuku, who was still dazed from the hit, blinked tiredly in confusion at the sight before him. Mum. Auntie. Bakugo screeched in shock as the pillar of shadows collapsed in on itself, revealing the three figures to those present. The Cenobites in the area immediately took a knee in respect besides Momo, Izuku and Angelique. Mummy. Angelique nodded as she walked over. It is most unusual for you to take notice in small matters such as this. Angelique, you're 782 years old, you can call me Mum, for crying out loud. Inko sighed as she shook her head before taking a look around at those present, giving a dismissive snort at the villains present. Make sure that idiot boyfriend of yours doesn't try anything stupid, alright? Of course, Mew mother. Angelique nodded seriously. It wouldn't do for her mother to lose her temper after all. Mummy, can I have that one? The small white-haired demon asked shyly as she pointed at the Nomu. It's a flesh golem. So long as you can keep it fed and out of trouble, you may. Inko nodded, making the small girl squeal in joy as she excitedly bounced on the spot. Who's he? The blonde, covered in multiple blades, asked as she blinked curiously at Shigaraki. Looks like a nobody even if he opened the cube. Why, you brat? The villain snarled, only to get shoved into the side of a building with a pained wince by the blonde in question. Bored now? She sighed as she ripped a blade free of her arm, much to the disgust of the humans present. Such a pretty set of hands, be a shame if something were to cut them all up. She giggled. Keep him alive, Toga, but otherwise free rein. Inko smiled politely as the blonde dove onto the villain, who finally had enough sense to try running for it to protect his father, the mist villain Korajiri, hot on his trail, once the blonde took notice of him and made a comment about seeing if smoke could bleed. What the fuck is going on? Bakugo growled as he primed the release of his gauntlet. Auntie would never condone that sort of shit. Itsuki Bakugo, young man, I will personally wash out your mouth with a sock for such vulgar language. Inko screamed as several bars of soap and a single sock floated menacingly behind her. Bakugo meeked fearfully as he raised his hands in surrender. It's Auntie, alright. The explosive bomber shuddered fearfully as he took several steps back and behind Tokoyami. Birdface, you're now my human shield. You're on your own. Kira snorted as she tossed Bakugo in front of them. Cenobites are scary enough, thanks. Fucking POMFF. Achako's rant was cut off by a bar of soap finding itself in her mouth, causing the girl to gag in disgust as she spat it out. Now just because you're not family doesn't mean I won't do that again. Inko stated simply before walking forwards with her short companion who skipped along happily. So, hi. Charlie gulped with a nervous smile and small wave. It's nice to meet you in person. Hello to you as well, Magni. Inko nodded. I juice you can call me Inko given you're within my territory without my permission, and seemed to ignore being polite and calling ahead despite being here with my son. Sorry. Charlie cringed back nervously. It's just that there was a villain attack and one opened a cube and things sorta just happened. It's alright. Inko sighed. I haven't been here for more than a few months now. If it wasn't for his outburst here I would have thought my son was still alive on Earth. How? Izuku gulped, drawing the attention of Inko to him. Izu, who killed you? Inko asked with a strained smile, looking about ready to eviscerate a puppy rather than be polite. Because I swear if it was Angelique's boyfriend I will gut them in a way most unpalatable to Cenobites. I jumped. Izuku gulped as he looked away. He just knew his mother was disappointed in him. What? Inko cried in shock before rushing forwards and pulling her son in for a hug. My baby. Why did you do that? He wasn't kidding when he said his mum could flood a house. Tokoyami sweat-dropped as the woman literally started to flood the plaza with her tears. Mother. Get a hold of yourself. Angelique groaned tiredly. We do not need another Great Lake in the labyrinth. Fuck. Shigaraki screamed as he sprinted back through. He was cut in several places, and Toga was hot on his trail, swinging a bloodied knife with glee. Not even the students wanted to get in the way of that. Mummy, why haven't we seen her before? The small girl asked nervously as she tugged at the simple shirt Inko was wearing. Oh my goodness. Inko gasped as she pulled back. Introductions then. Izuku, these are your sisters Angelique and Eri. Angelique is your older half-sister, Eri is your adopted younger sister. Eri, these are Izuku and Angelique. Hi. Eri chirped politely. Hi. Izuku replied, slightly shocked at how chipper the little Cenobite was. Too cute. Kira squealed. Must I remind you that is a Cenobite? Tokoyami asked his twin. Don't care, cute. Must protect. Kira shot back. So that wasn't just the guy with the pins being weird then? Izuku uttered as he pulled a notebook from thin air. My baby. Inko cried again. I lobotomize Elliot Spencer if it's the last damn thing I do before the universe explodes. What? Charlie shrieked in shock. It won't be for a few billion trillion years, no need to worry. Inko waved it off before turning back to her now concerned looking son. Look sweetie, when you weren't even born I died while you were second trimester, they resuscitated me, but I was dead long enough for my enchantment to fail. Crazy lady say what? Shinso deadpanned from his spot next to Izawa, where he was using a torn sleeve from his hero costume to bandage Izawa's injuries. Long and short. As the god Leviathan, I grew bored and throughout history would take a section of the consciousness and put it in a stillborn child. Inko explained. I would of course seal my memories and actual powers. The last time I did this was in the 1950s, until I got bored once more and I was reborn in my current form. Mad revelry. Tokoyami uttered. That doesn't seem ethical. Sue croaked nervously as she and Siro made their way around the plaza to the main steps again in the event it was once more time to run. Sometimes things are just born without souls. Inko shrugged. Gods will also use them as a way to live as immortal. I mean look at Hades, he did a gig as Ozzy Osbourne in the 20th and 21st centuries, and I remember one time Thor was stuck as a cat for a few years. So, odd question. Siro stated with a hand raised. But what exactly is going on, because one minute the villains and demons attack, the next you're all leaving us be. They were just here for the one who opened the box. Butterball, priestess, go help my daughter with the blue-haired idiot would you? I want him alive. Inko ordered. The two Cenobites nodded and sprinted off in the direction in which they had last seen the villain in question. Bakugo, you young man are in deep trouble, I will be telling your mum about this. I mean really. Lasting someone just doing their job. Prar. Dang it. Bakugo grumbled. He had no wish to taste a sock in his mouth, thank you very much, especially one that looked like it had come off of one of the many villain corpses in the area. HFF. That's what I thought. Inko hummed to herself. So, Izuku, who is she? She asked, gesturing at Momo. Because I am pretty damn sure I didn't station a Cenobite in the school. Mum, that is Momo, she's a friend of mine. She accidentally opened a puzzle box. Izuku explained for the black-haired girl who was frozen in fear. It's not her fault though. She didn't know what it was or anything. Yeah. Charlie agreed. Momo is super nice and helps everyone. Inko just shook her head, amused. Izuku, that's not how the box works. It's not. Izuku and Charlie asked in confusion. No, only someone who truly wants the box open with every fiber of their being could open a box unassisted. Inko explained. So shall we just get going then? May asked impatiently. Because I have like 6 babies I need to fix because of those wall things. It was at this point the Cenobites dragged back a bruised and bleeding Shigaraki. A knife was embedded into his right leg and he was chained up in such a way that his hands were pressed against his chest and his quirk useless. Toga was happily humming to herself as she led the impromptu parade with Butterball and the priestess dragging him along. We got him. Toga sang joyfully as she waved around the severed hand that had been secured to his face. Thank you dear. Inko smiled. Normally, Tenko Shimura. How do you know that name? The villain hissed in anger as he tried to thrash around. Oh, I know all about you dear, you are family of my mortal form after all. Izuku, meet your insane second cousin. Inko explained on a tangent. Anyway, normally this is the part where we take you off for some fun, but given who you work for judging by the golem you brought with you, I think you'd have better use as a messenger. Nomu. Shigaraki screaming, having forgotten about his minion during the panic. What made him freeze in shock though was the sight of a small girl playing patty cake with creature. Patty cake, butcher man, cut me a man as fast as you can. Chop him, slice him, carve them to a T, that will be enough for monster and me. Eri sang as she played with the creature. Nomu what the fuck? Shigaraki screamed in confusion. She certainly has a way with creatures. Inko giggled. You should have seen it. I will admit at first she was terrified on a lot of things down here, but she quickly took a liking to the gremlins, and it snowballed from there over their shared love of apples. Anyway Tenko you and your butler are the only 2 I can send back with this method. Say what? Todoroki deadpanned with a lazy blink. Tell your boss next time he seeks me out to prepare for more than mere cutlery. Inko smirked as the 2 Cenobites dropped the villain on his face. With a gesture from Inko Toga pouted as she huffed and waved for 2 of the wall scuttlers to drag a bound and gagged Korajiri out of the ruins and laid the butler atop of Shigaraki. Ta-ta now. Inko waved as she dropped an almost fully solved cube onto the 2 and they vanished with a burst of light as the cube hit them, pushing in the final piece. So? Are we free to go? Jiru wheezed in pain as Achako held her hand and used a piece of cloth from her costume's small repair kit to wipe some of the blood away from her mouth. If only it were so simple. Inko sighed, shaking her head making those present stiffen in fear. A loud crack and deep sounded as a section of the floor collapsed from the strain of Nomu's previous hits. Hey, little help. Mina called loudly as she tried to climb out of the hole, but was failing. We landed in the service tunnels and he is knocked like way out. Man, he sure seems to be fate's bitch or something. Siro muttered. Look, can we just focus on keeping everyone alive for now? Shinso called. 13 Suda sealed itself with some foam thing, but sensei's still bleeding here. I can get you as far as the edge of the labyrinth and get your transport to Pentagram, but beyond that I can't help you out of hell. Inko explained as she ruffled Izuku's hair affectionately. Well we know a few denizens who owe us. Charlie hummed. Given the time differences it's probably nighttime here right? It's just after business hours for most places in Pentagram yes. Inko nodded. Then we can crash at my place for the night. Charlie grinned cheerfully. Charlie, is that a good idea? I mean how would half the staff react, let alone any customers? Izuku whispered to Charlie in concern. We'll be fine, just have to keep Bakugo away from Baxter and the bar, we should be good then. Charlie grinned brightly. Besides think of this as a learning opportunity. I just hope Killjoy doesn't get wind of this. Kira shuddered. Who is Killjoy? Ryuko asked softly. Nobody good. The twins shuddered as the previously sealed doors opened with an ominous creak, revealing a near-endless expanse of ashes, with a single city visible in the distance. Hum along now, Charon will be along shortly, honestly he would have a better work ethic for Hades, if he played the damned man better. Inko called, muttering the last part to herself. Somebody pick up your teachers, Angelique escort us to the city then come back, you're still in trouble young miss. Great. Angelique sighed in resignation. I do not envy you there. Izuku gave a nervous chuckle. His sweet and caring mother, even before he knew what she truly was, would scare him and Bakugo half to death as kids with her punishments. He shuddered, he could never look at Purple Hats the same again. It was with a sense of caution that the students made their way outside carrying with them the wounded who were unable to do so themselves, and instead of the outside of the USJ, they found themselves just outside a massive stone maze with walls the size of skyscrapers, where at the center floated a black prism which was spewing forth clouds of black smoke. Do I look fat from here or is it just me? Inko asked as she looked up at the prism. What? May asked in confusion as she zoomed in on the object in question. Looks like it's made of bone. Well that is my real body after all. Inko giggled as a burst of sand shot several meters into the sky, kicking up dust. Within the cloud a large looming figure approached. "Ah, Charon, just on time." Inko hummed brightly. "Eri, keep your new friend close, we don't want them getting lost." "Okay mummy." Eri giggled from her spot atop the Nomu's shoulders. The massive creature merely blinked. Chapter 39. I hate sand. The gathered students could only gawk at the tall thin being who looked no different than your average lawyer for some reason, as they arrived on a long canal boat which cut through the sand with ease. "Leviathan." The man nodded respectfully. "Charon the ferryman, I will pay you twice the price for quick transport, agreed?" Inko asked. "Agreed." The god nodded tiredly. "I am in need of a new suit given the last time I got one was when that son of Barnacle Beard was still alive, and that was in the 2050s. "Alright, 92 drachmas." Inko hummed as she held her hand above her head, leading to a few confused looks before inverted light from her true form washed over them, and she was suddenly holding a bag of coins. "Still trying to blow through your winnings from that whole debacle during the Napoleonic War?" Charon hummed as he accepted the bag. "Not my fault, Zeus is a gambler." Inko smirked in self-satisfaction as Charon started gesturing for everyone to climb on board. While most were hesitant in doing so, those who were from Hell or in Tokoyami's case had been there already, were the first on board. Eri merely grinned. "Onwards, Mr. Squishy." The young girl called excitedly from atop the now named Nomu's shoulders. With no outward response, the Nomu simply climbed onto the boat and sat down on a seat closer to the back. "Well, not the weirdest name," Tor remarked, making many jump, having forgotten she was there. The girl had wrapped herself in a tarp from somewhere, and given the dust clutching to her form, it made pieces of her visible, such as her legs, forearms and half her face. "Where have you been?" May asked in confusion. "Also, nice tits my friend." "That's just a matter of penis." "Opinion. I meant opinion." Zero quickly corrected, wincing at the glare shot his way by Inko. "Honestly, most of it was looking for something to wear also, adventure." Toru called as she jumped onto the ship and perched herself towards the bow of the ship. "Come on, Charon is probably the best being around for navigating the ash wastes outside that idiot who keeps getting eaten by giant sandworms, beetle something." Angelique scoffed dismissively as she sat beside the Nomu and Eri. "Do you want your hair braided?" "Yes please." Eri grinned. "Noose or barbed wire?" The older Cenobite asked as the others finally filed onto the boat, all very wary of the Cenobites, Mina and Charlie, who had opted to sit in the back. Well, mostly, Momo was carried on and sat between Jiro and Shoto because she was still out cold, while Mei and Shinso were keeping Azawa and 13 secure. "Noose please, a nice girl who visited had hair like that, she was fun." Eri giggled. "She even asked if I wanted a knife to stab someone called Pugsley with, but then mummy called me for dinner." "The growing girl does need food." Angelique nodded as she got to work. "So, hell is real and we are all just okay with that." Achako gulped nervously as Inko finally stepped on board, and with a lurch, the long boat started to speed through the sand towards the distant city. "To be fair, most people end up down here." Mina shrugged apologetically. "Any selfish action, any aggression, heck even stealing someone's cookie as a baby will earn you a trip down here." "Hey, it's not all bad." Izuku tried to assure the shocked girl. "Charlie runs a redemption and rehabilitation center." "As if." Bakugo scoffed. "Dumb shit, probably offend herself to end up down here like you did." "Take that back." Izuku growled, his head once more igniting into flames. "If it wasn't for the fact I know your father is immortal, I would think you're hosting that Angel Lucy boy has chained up." Inko sighed softly as Kendo retched over the side of the boat. "Make me Deku." Bakugo snarled as explosions popped in his hands. "Hey, calm down man." Mina tried to placate the blonde bomber. "Shut it, you shitty succubus." Bakugo snapped. "Speciest, prick." Mina hissed in anger as her eyes narrowed. "Wait, so she's a succubus? Aren't they supposed to be hot?" Todoroki asked in confusion. "Like I could get if it was Midori or Sato, they're hot." "Hero?" Tsu croaked sadly, realizing what Team Shoto batted for. Eri blinked in confusion. "But isn't Izuku the only other person who makes fire?" "Adult talk, sweetie." Inko sweat dropped. Despite how she had been teaching Eri, she hadn't taught the girl anything about the birds and the bees, only that some people liked getting hurt or hurting others and other people didn't like it or liked hugs instead. "So, a few things before we get to pentagram." Charlie gave a nervous smile. "Don't give out your real name, people can use it to bind you to contracts here. Don't drink from public fountains, they are filthy beyond belief. If you see a blonde woman in a red dress, go the other way. If you see an angler fish in steampunk clothes, he does not need encouraging." She finished with a deadpan. "Also don't wander off please, the city is a nightmare to navigate." Izuku sweat dropped. "Tokoyami and Kira will tell you." "It was one time." Tokoyami squawked in embarrassment. "How were we supposed to know the ice cream place was in the other direction?" Kira demanded indignantly. You somehow ended up at the porn museum for crying out loud. Mina pointed out while laughing, having heard of the twins' misadventures from Kira herself. Oh, and don't eat anything labeled spicy. Izuku shuddered. I couldn't extinguish myself for 3 days. We still owe Nifty a bonus for the new toilets. Charlie shuddered, having seen the aftermath of the taco incident. TLDR, a week before Tokoyami and Kira ended up in hell, Husk had gotten a coupon for a taco place, and Alistair had deliberately added hell-grade spicy sauce to Izuku's taco when he was talking to Vaggie. The end result was 6 burnt rugs, 2 destroyed windows, a ruined toilet and a hole burnt into the floor that went down 3 floors of the hotel, ending in the basement. Sandworm. Chair inside in deadpan as a massive black and white striped snake-like creature shot out of the sand to their left. A screaming pale-faced man with a pinstripe suit and frizzy green hair was hanging on for dear on life. How do you stop this thing? The man screamed fearfully before the creature plunged back under the sand. The man's neck stretching comedically as their eyes shot forth, and eventually their skeleton was temporarily outside their body before it was all sucked back in as the worm hit the sand. Irk. Kendo gagged before vomiting over the side once more. Nobody blamed her. Need a bag or something? Toru asked. Her only reply was a shake of the head as the invisible girl tried to help the girl by keeping the hair out of her face and rubbing her back. Wait a second. Charlie huffed as she glared out at the sand. That's the guy who egged us right before Izuku arrived. What's next? Satan himself visits? Jiru asked semi-sarcastically. Because that just seems the way things are going right now. Unless it's important or to threaten my boy and girlfriends, he doesn't really show up, too busy. Charlie explained. So, just who exactly is your boyfriend? Alistair refused to say anything unless I could procure a vintage 1926 radio in mint condition. Sadly, I only had a 1927 radio in mint condition, and it was a no-go. Inko sighed with a roll of her eyes. Where did you even get one? Jiru asked in shock, her mouth agape. My parents have been trying for years to track down a 1920s radio. Some guy swapped it for having a cactus shoved up his ass. Inko shrugged, looking confused. Don't get why he asked Butterball to do it instead of doing it himself though. Stupid is as stupid does. Soji hummed. It is what it is. Angelique hummed. Stop quoting memes from the 2020s. Inko deadpanned. I get you were on Earth during that time, but please dear don't overdo it. Now Miss Magni, would you answer the question? Oh well. Charlie gulped nervously. She already saw how her father reacted both times to Vaggie and Izuku, and honestly was mentally screaming with how nervous she was. Izuku simply reached over and held her hand reassuringly. Charlie is my girlfriend. I see. Inko sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Don't get me wrong, I am happy my baby boy found love, but it means I have start organizing a new treaty on top of the 4 decades of paperwork backlog. Yay. New sister. Eri called in excitement as she threw her hands in the air. At this moment Shoto's brow furrowed in confusion as his gaze shifted between Jiru and those in the back of the boat. But my Izu-sama. Toga whimpered as she fingered the blades protruding from her forearms, looking on the verge of a psychotic episode. Calm down Toga, we will discuss it later. Inko tried to placate the blonde. Wait, how many in your group are supernatural anyway? Shinso asked in confusion. Well, all of them. Charlie gave a nervous chuckle as Jiru finally noticed the look she was getting from Shoto. What? The goddess asked with a raised eyebrow. You're god right aren't you? I'm mad at this. Shoto asked while shooting a not-so-subtle glare at Midoriya. He already has one bound to him with a marriage contract, how many more until he is satisfied? Yo chill. They're happy together, not my business to butt in. Jiru replied as Achako hugged her from the side, snuggling up to the punk rock girl, leaving them both blushing. User. Mei called as she held aloft a hodgepodge of machine parts above her head, like it was Simba. What is it? Ryuko asked softly. Baby number 37,191. The wake-up machine. Mei grinned before jabbing it into the foam covering the hole in 13's suit. A loud crack reverberated through the air as the teacher let out a scream of pain, instinctively slapping the machine out into the sand which passed them by. My baby. Hatsum. What's going on? 13 panted in panic. Well, welcome to hell. Mei replied as she glumly looked out at the sand rushing past them, horrified that her baby didn't even last a day before it was gone. We're crashing the night at my place since I doubt Dad would approve you in his place. He still doesn't approve Vaggie, and we've been dating since we first hit our teens. Charlie explained. That and we have no way home until tomorrow at the earliest, and the Happy Hotel is the only place with enough rooms. You live in a hotel. It's not red light, is it? 13 asked, her suit hiding her expression, but everyone could tell the hero had officially reached Izawa levels of no shits given. You know. Charlie shuddered. I own the place, it's a rehab center for sinners who want to repent for their sins. If we get out of this, I'll see if Hound Dog has some notes for you. 13 sighed in resignation. I don't owe you my soul, do I? Okay, common misconception out of the way right now then. Izuku interjected. Souls is the currency here, they work like American dollars. If you are talking about what each person has in them, that isn't the same thing. One soul is what, 209 yen at the moment? More like 232 yen, value of the yen dropped slightly this morning. Charlie explained. Quit your yapping. Sharon huffed tiredly. We're pulling up on the city edge soon. But it's so far away. Zero asked in confusion. Yes, but we're just about to speed up. Inko replied as the boat reached the crest of a sand dune. Before, with a feeling of cold water running down their backs and a slight pop in their ears, they found themselves at the very edge of the desert, right on the city border. God, that is fast. Sue croaked in shock. Damn straight I'm a god. Charon chuckled dryly to himself as his passengers quickly disembarked the boat onto the small park with dull green grass and an old metal slide next to a sand pit. Not too far away, fanged street lamps lit the streets, and empty parking spaces on their side of the street. On the other, several cars, including a white van, were parked. On their side, smashed beer bottles and used needles littered the parking spaces, and several trash cans lined the area. The freestanding phone was situated near one lamp, a metal umbrella sat above it, and a cut-bike chain looped them together. Charlie sighed as she fished a card out of her pocket and walked to the freestanding phone, where she tapped it against a runic circle. She quickly dialed a number as she waited for the ringing to end and the person she was calling to pick up. Hello? Angel Dust, can you bring around the bus to? I think this is South Uncle Fucker Park, we need room for around 30 people. No. Not in the trunk. I haven't killed people. You did what? He did what to a little girl? Get here quickly, we can hand him to Imp when their victim is done with them. Magni-san, are you okay? Ryuko asked cautiously. I am good. Association of ours tracked down a child abuser and is planning on letting the kid have her revenge on them. Charlie explained. Until they get here we just have to wait. For how long? Achako asked somewhat nervously. If they follow road rules. Half an hour, if they drive like they normally do. 6 minutes. Charlie admitted. Then we have 13 sensei drive. Izuku gulped nervously. I don't trust Angel Dust's driving. Me either, there is a reason they always hired a driver. Charlie shuddered. Hey, you're famous here? Sato asked as he pointed at a billboard on the side of a building across the street with a picture of Charlie labeled Happy Hotel. Now open for redemption. Of course someone had defaced it to read Hazbin Hotel. Now open for Rod. While also painting a mustache and a missing tooth on Charlie's photo on the billboard. There was a few swastikas, but those were mostly painted over with black paint, not even in hell were they liked. Kinda. Charlie nervously laughed. Wow. Eri called, gaining everyone's attention. The small girl was looking up at Izuku with a look of adoration while his head continued to stay aflame. This bastard come in back fo foit. A zombie man slurred before taking a swig of a bottle which he tossed aside onto the ground where it shattered. Oh no. Inko sighed in resignation as she pinched the bridge of her nose. You stinky hobo zombie. Toga gagged in disgust. My wife use comebacks Tommy. The man slurred. Is he my daddy? Eri asked somewhat nervously as she hid behind Izuku. The Nomu tensed its muscles, ready to protect Eri if need be. No sweetie, he is a mean old drunk man who needs to be chained up and poked with hot iron all day. Inko replied as Eri nodded seriously. Look Midoriya, go home, you're clearly drunk. Charlie tried to reason only to yelp and jump back as a bottle was tossed at her from the now open door of the white van. Not again. Izuku growled, remember the last encounter he had with his father and his friends. Omik 2. Nightmare. Eri whimpered fearfully as the mean beak man once more slammed the door to her cell shut and walked into the room. Blood stained the floors a sickly red as he approached, hand outstretched as she sunk into the floor, stopping her from moving, from escaping the lunatic. You cursed child. Cursed. The man growled as numerous hands filled her vision, poking her, prodding her, making her body fall apart and reconstitute itself all at the same time before suddenly it stopped. The room was dark again with only a single light illuminating her new mother Inko. The woman had her back turned to her, not looking in her direction. You're weak, Eri. She stated emotionlessly, making Eri gasp in shock. Mummy. Mummy. Eri screamed as she tried to run for the woman, only to somehow end up further away the closer she got. You're not my real daughter. The green-haired woman stated before everything turned black in an instant and Eri started to fall. She screamed herself hoarse as a massive overhaul loomed over her, his hand clasping around her, crushing, suffocating, killing her. No. 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 She screamed as she clutched at her head. Eri? Wake up. Inko called distantly. Wake up, Eri. No. Eri screamed, tears in her eyes as she shot upright in her bed, tears streaming down her face as she latched onto the first thing she could, that being Inko, who was in a simple nightgown. The eerie grey light of the moon filtered into the room through a gap in the curtains. "Don't leave me, mummy. Don't leave me," she sobbed. SHH. SHHH. "It's okay, Eri, it's okay." Inko hushed softly as she hugged the distraught girl gently. "It's okay, it's okay. What happened? Was it Kruger? I'll flay him alive if it was." Inko vowed darkly, nobody got away with messing with her baby girl if she could help it. "You don't leave me." Eri sobbed as she clutched at Inko. "I won't, sweetie. I won't." Inko hummed softly, whatever her new daughter had dreamt up could wait for the morning, for now her little girl was afraid and wanted hugs. Chapter 40. The fight. "Not again." Izuku growled, remember the last encounter he had with his father and his friends. "Chud zip ya frkn cunt." The zombified Midoriya slurred as his friends gathered around him. All had clearly been drinking for a while now, judging by the pile of bottles that had spilled out of the white van behind them. "Leave my friends alone." Izuku growled. He would never forgive his father for how he treated him and his mum after he was diagnosed as quirkless. "I said shoot up." The drunkard snarled as he ditched a glass bottle at Izuku, who merely growled as he caught it out of the air. With a hiss of evaporating alcohol residue, the glass melted to slag where it pooled bellow on the dirt of the park. "Hey, you shoot uppa." A demon shouted from an upper window of the apartments above as they ditched to apple core at the drunk. "No, you shut up." Hisashi snarled back. "Oh, don't make me come down there." The demon shouted. "Fuck you." Hisashi snarled. "No, fuck you." The demon called back. "What's your name?" Hisashi shouted back as Izuku, Charlie and Todoroki made their way to the front, standing defensively between the drunk and their classmates. 13 tried to but winced in pain and stumbled, barely caught by Shinso and Mei before she nearly fell. "What?" The demon shouted, barely hearing the question. He said, "What's your name?" The frog-looking demon to Hisashi's left shouted. "Ezechiel." The demon replied. Hisashi blinked owlishly for a few moments before he replied with a cocky smirk. "Fuck you, Ezechiel." "That's it. I'm a calmin' down, you drunk, image ma shotgun." The demon shouted as their window was slammed shut. "FSHT." Hisashi scoffed before turning back to the group and ogling Mina and Momo. "Tells you as what, you gives me the sexy sluts for me and ma friends and you'll fuck off. Oh, like fucking Kane you will." Mina snarled in anger, acid dripping from her clenched fists as she pushed past Todoroki. "Damn sucksy buslurts or da horst." Hisashi grinned stupidly. "Alright, that's it." Mina snarled as she stalked over. Izuku and Charlie tried rather unsuccessfully to restrain her, thanks to how much acid was dripping off of her at this point. $3 a fuck?" Hisashi asked, only to get slugged in the jaw by Mina. "4. Piss off." Mina screamed as she punched him again. With a grunt of pain, the older Midoriya fell back as his friends tried to attack Mina, only to find themselves set upon by the rest of the class bar, those who were tending to the injured Eniri, who was busy trying to see what was going on with the fight, and Inko, who had taken to wailing on Hisashi with Mina. "This," Inko snarled as she stomped on his leg, "was for sleeping with your boss." Another stomp, this time to the knee, which broke with a snap. "That was for constantly burning my back and chest." Another stomp, this time to his manhood, which she then proceeded to grind her heel into. "And this is for being abusive to our son." "Mercy. Mercy." A demon who looked like a cross between a goat and a snake shrieked as Bakugo chased after them with a savage grin, detonating small explosions right behind them, leaving them singed and pained. "Run, oh Kane, fucking run." A fat imp screamed in fear as Toga cackled with glee, chasing after him with her knife. "Fuck this shit, I'm out." A fire demon cried as Shoto sent wave after wave of ice at them. "Looky looky," a tiny little runt. A warthog-headed demon smirked as he picked up Eri by the scruff of her shirt when she got too close, dangling her at eye level. "Don't forget, cute and happy." Eri shouted as she threw herself from the demon's grip and at his face, where she proceeded to start tearing at his fur and slapping his face repeatedly. "Ah. Get it off, get it off, get it off." The demon screamed in a falsetto as they ran around in panic, Eri climbing over him as she slapped, clawed, pulled his fur and bit him. "Ah." A loud shotgun blast filled the air as one of the drunks dropped to the ground, a messy hole in his torso. It was Ezechiel. "That's it. I got me boomstick. Fuck, run." The frog-like demon screeched as he scrambled off, the majority of the group running behind them, leaving only the warthog demon and Hisashi, who was being pummeled. One of the demons was looking like they had gone through a meat grinder and was missing a shoe, leaving them to half hop away. "Oh no, you don't, I'm gonna get you this a time." Ezechiel called as he gave chase, firing off the gun occasionally. "Oh no, stabby." Toga pouted as the one she had been chasing sprouted wings and struggled to fly off. "Is it always like this?" Achako asked timidly as Kyoka winced in pain from the sounds, rubbing her earjacks in pain as she did so. Yeah, that's just pentagram on a normal day for you. Kira shrugged as she spat out a boot. Atlas the beast chargers are good. You disgust me. Tokoyami gagged at the mere thought of the inverted burgers. So messy. I wouldn't mind trying it. Ryuko muttered softly. So, are we just going to ignore the fact that they're beating up his dad? Sue asked nervously. Huh? What happened? Momo slurred tiredly. Oh hey, you're finally awake. Shiro uttered, a tarp-covered Toru clinging to his side, making him blush. Oh, welcome to hell, I guess. Alright. I'm good. Inko hummed as she dragged a still fuming Mina away from a now bloodied and burnt Hisashi, who was twitching on the floor in pain. Eri sweetie, it's time to stop playing. Okay. Eri called chipperly before she headbutted the warthog demon, knocking them out cold. With a skip in her step, the small girl made her way back to the main group where she stopped next to Izuku. Ani-chan, did you see me? Why yeah. Izuku stuttered. I want to grow up and fight bad guys like Mummy says you do. Eri grinned with excitement. Hey, he's coming too. Mei called as she crouched down next to Aizawa. Hey Hopo Hero. You okay? I fucking hate my life. Aizawa deadpanned with a pained expression. We can get him patched up properly at the hotel. Charlie explained as a distant polka music could be heard. Wait, how is he even still alive, Kiro? Sue croaked. I'm pretty sure he got stabbed clean through. Light spears burn through, it's cauterized, but won't hold forever. Inko supplied softly as the music grew louder. So where are we exactly? I'm pretty sure there aren't any caves nearby that have this high of a ceiling. Aizawa spoke louder, the ever-growing music drowning out his words. And I also don't recognize this skyline, and what hell is that music coming from? It's the fuck boys. A voice screamed as a limo flew over the hill, staying in the air for a few moments before skidding to a half on the road before them, slamming aside the white van as it did so. A black and a pink fluffy spider demon were sticking out of the sunroof. One firing off a MP40 at the retreating demons while the other was merely admiring herself in a small mirror. Mexican polka music blaring through the driver's window as it wound down, revealing the white fluffy face of Angel Dust, who was smirking. With a click, the music stopped. Hello. Angel Dust grinned. Pick up for 30. Angel Dust. Who are they? Charlie asked as she gestured at the two other spider demons. And why are they in my limo? Oh, we're Angel siblings. I'm Molly, this is Arachnus. The pink spider supplied. Angel cringed at the flat look of disappointment Charlie gave him. We'll be discussing this later. Oh nuts. Angel Dust huffed as they pouted and folded one of their pairs of arms. Then they laid their eyes on Bakugo. Who's the hottie? Out of your league, puffball. Bakugo scoffed. Are we leaving now? Sure, hop in everyone, just mind the asshole tied up in the back there, Eri. There's a Chinese takeout container full of broken glass to run his face in under the seat he's on. Angel Dust supplied as the group bar one went into the limo, although Iida had to be lifted in by both Soji and Saji. You coming, Toots? Mother has grounded me. Angelique replied with a roll of her eyes from near the sea of ash. I am waiting for the bus back to the labyrinth to arrive. Suit yourself. Angel Dust shrugged only to blink owlishly and look up at 13. You good crumb dome. I will be driving. You will be in the back. 13 deadpanned. Meh, whatever. Angel Dust shrugged as they opened the window that separated the driver's cab from the rear of the limo and climbed through. No skin of my thorax, not like I want to drive anyway, too many road laws. I'll navigate. Charlie sighed as she climbed in shotgun. I can't drive yet, but I still know my way around here. In the back of the limo, however, the majority of the class were frankly disturbed by the joy Eri was taking in slowly torturing a vulture-headed skeletal demon. All around the darkened halls the Cenobite stalks the lost soul. Cenobite thought it was all in good fun. Crack. Eri sang, punctuating the word crack by stabbing a sharp piece of glass into the bound and gagged demon's face. Goes their vertebrae. Famine. The bound demon's muffled screams of pain were heard. I know he's mafia, but isn't this extreme? Molly asked nonchalantly as she waved a hand in the direction of the demon. Oh, trust me, this psycho abused kids. Angel Dust spat. Can we dunk him in gas and electrocute him when the kid is done? Arachnus snarled in anger as he cracked his fingers while glaring at the vulture demon. Imp has dibs after her. Charlie explained as she leveled a flat glare at Angel Dust. So Angel, what else have you lied about? I kind help redeem you if you keep doing stuff like this. A have funny story. Angel Dust chuckled. Why do I suddenly foresee a mountain of paperwork? Izuku shuddered, and it wasn't just fear from the hungry gazes Toga was sending his way either. Chapter 41. Bad words. I'm gonna rip all your skin off, stick 20 needles in your eyeballs. Eri sang as she began the bloody work of skinning the still screaming demon on the car floor. Be Eri, maybe not here please. Izuku shuddered. Okay. I don't want to ruin Anaichan's girlfriend's car. Eri nodded as she wobbled slightly while standing up, putting a booted foot on the demon's head as she did so. How can something so horrifying be so pure? Sato asked in confusion. Uraraka gagged in horror as she stuck her head into a paper bag Momo gave her to be sick in. Almost there. Charlie called from the front of the limo. Non-alcoholic drinks are under the middle table. Is it okay for us? This isn't like the Hades thing where if we eat it we're stuck here, right? Zero asked in concern. Hey, if it is and he eats it, I'm eating too. Toru huffed as she appeared to cross her arms under her bust, only visible thanks to the tarp. No, else we would be eternally enslaved to this realm of darkness and sin, never to walk again in the mortal coil. Tokoyami explained rather dramatically. It's safe, just avoid anything with nether wart listed as an ingredient, it will give mortals explosive flatulence, literally explosive. Inko explained. I remember one person back in the Victorian era who started a massive fire in some German town that way. Odd fellow was obsessed with some yellow demons in overalls. If there's any dip soda I'll have some. Izuku gave a shaky smile as Mina started rummaging through the drink's drawer. Ugh, who wants paint remover as a soda flavor? Mina frowned in disgust as she handed Izuku the soda. It's a common taste for fire-related demons to develop. Charlie explained from the front while Izuku shrugged with a nervous chuckle. Wait, so my weird-ass cravings to go eat limestone isn't just me being weird? Why the fuck didn't mom tell dad that would happen? Mina scoffed as she threw her hands up in disbelief. Ugh, my head. A voice groaned in pain. Looking to the back they quickly found Iida was stirring but still out of it. Mr. Squishy. Here, have one. Eri chirped as she handed the Nomu, who had for the past half hour been sitting silently, a bottle of grape soda. The Nomu blinked in apparent confusion before it ate the whole bottle in one bite. You're silly, Mr. Squishy. Eri giggled softly. Well, we're here. Charlie called as the limo slowed to a stop next to a water fountain. The building that loomed over them was a hodgepodge of various styles, and even the Titanic of all things was stuck to its side. Charlie had a budget. Izuku shrugged at the odd looks the class was directing towards the hotel. Is it stable? Kendo asked uncertainty. It is, just avoid rooms 13, 27, 42 and 666. The residents there will caw insanely into the abyss for intruding. Tokoyami intoned. He means they'll get mad. Ryuko translated. Alright, everyone out, all belongings left behind are forfeit. Arachnus grinned as he swung open the door. Beauty before ugly. He chirped as he dashed out first. Sorry about him. Molly shrugged as she pulled a handgun from her cleavage and cocked the slide. Asshole. Get back here for calling me ugly. Oh, fuck. Arachnus shouted as he made a dash for the patch of bushes to the right of the hotel. It's so pretty inside, Mr. Squishy. You can meet the cute club. Eri called with excitement as she held the Nomu's hand and lead it inside the hotel ahead of the others, the massive creature having to slouch over for Eri to hold its hand. Anybody want to drag him face down or can I do it? Inko asked as she gestured at the bound vulture demon who was trying and failing to slink away while tied up in such a way their hands couldn't touch anything. No. More fun for me then. Come along, Kai, my little girl isn't finished with you yet. MFFFFGGMNMFFFFFFF. Kai's screams of pain were muffled by his gag as he tried desperately to free himself as Inko dragged his face across the pavement of the hotel driveway. As everyone entered, those who hadn't been there were shocker at the decorations and somewhat of the sight of Nifty screaming as she started smashing a hammer on a recording device, playing a now increasingly distorted version of Inside Every Demon is a Rainbow. Eri meanwhile was giggling as she showed the Nomu around the foyer with a bright smile, even stopping to say hello to Husk who was as usual at the bar. Must protect baby. Kira chirped for the 10th time that day. I don't give a sh damn. Bakugo snapped at Kira, censoring himself in front of Eri. Indeed, Eri is adorable. Inko hummed happily as she tossed Kai onto a clear space of floor. Shut your mouth, bitch, or I will do it for you. Kai snapped, having gotten his gag loose enough to scream at Inko. You and the brat are diseased vermin who need to be exterminated. You hear me? Fuck you, I will kill you. Mummy, what's fucking bitch mean? Eri asked in scared and soft tone as she hid behind the Nomu, looking fearfully at Kai. A snap was heard as everyone balked in horror. Kai froze fearfully as he felt Inko's eyes on him. Please don't kill him in the lobby. Charlie asked as Inko continued to glare at a now visibly shaking ex-mafia boss. You, my unfortunate soul, will pay for teaching my daughter those terms. Inko gave a strained smile with an eye twitch. Basement level 2, room 8. Charlie sighed as she gestured at the elevator before tossing a keycard at Inko. Thank you, my dear. Inko beamed brightly as she dragged Kai to the elevator, kicking and screaming, even as the doors closed behind them and the elevator made its way down. Stay here on floor 2, I'm going to grab the first aid kit to patch you two up properly, stay on the couches okay? Charlie asked as she practically dragged 13 and Aizawa to the couch next to where Ida got dumped. Tokoyami, could you help me? Needs 2 to carry. Such burdens shall heal the fractured living. Tokoyami intoned with a nod as he followed Charlie out of the room, not knowing the shitshow they were about to avoid. But what does fucking bitch mean? Eri asked uncertainty as she looked at the remaining people in the room, making several people do spit takes at her language. Not it. Aizawa deadpanned. Nope. Too pure to ruin. Bakugo, you do it. 13 instructed. Are you insane? Auntie would kill me. Bakugo screeched in horror. Nope. Kendo instantly spoke up. What do they mean? Eri asked pleadingly as she gave Izuku the puppy eyes look. Oh will you see Izuku gulped before he bolted. Shuriken turn your life. He pelted off before sprinting up the stairs with most of the class in tow, leaving the teachers and the passed out Ida to watch Eri with Husk and Nifty, who was still trying to kill the recording of Inside Every Demon is a Rainbow. It means have special adult time and he called you mama dog's ugly mum. Husk explained with no tact at all. But mummy isn't ugly. Eri sobbed sadly. As the Nomu picked her up, placing her on its shoulder as it walked up the stairs towards where the others had fled to. Damned it, I can't stand seeing kids cry even if they are demonic brats. Aizawa sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Inside of every demon is a rainbow. The distorted recording pelted off once more as the door was opened, revealing Alistair strutting in. Deity. Nifty shrieked in an insane rage as she slammed her hammer onto the device with a maddened frenzy. No more rainbows. No more rainbows. None. Ha ha ha. Well ladies and gentlemen, I will admit I hadn't expected that. Alistair admitted in slight shock at the sight of Nifty going caveman on the device. With a slight shrug, Alistair turned his attention to the others in the room. Finally kicked off from the mortal coil, have we good sir? Nope. Lament configuration. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya's mother bailed us out. I was wondering when they would finally become reunited again. Alistair have a fanged smile and a wistful sigh of melancholy. Perhaps reintroductions are in order once I can find Inko to help explain things. She's in basement level 2 and roommate. Aizawa deadpanned. Very well, I shan't be long. Good day sirs, madams. Alistair bowed politely before he walked towards the elevator, whistling a tune as he did so. Earth, Japan. Hosu City. The figure panted as they came down from an adrenaline high, the forms of several paralyzed winged animal things were laid out around him in the dark alleyway. Well, I have no clue who you fakes are, but you're worse than the normal lot. Ah well, time to die. The figure grinned insolently as they stalked forwards, their blades scraping across the ground before they swung. 2 of the 4 were dead in an instant, leaving a deer in a blue dress and a frog thing. Ought to be purging the world of the fake heroes one at a time. Whoa. Wait. The deer one pleaded. If you want to purge the world I can help you there. Word's a cheap fake. The figure snarled as they lurched forwards, revealing a red bandana with eye slits cut at it and a stubby scar where their nose should be. Fill the frog and smear the blood in a circle around her, what else do you have to lose? The deer screeched fearfully. What? You backstabber. How could you? The frog screamed in horror. You were just a stepping stone. The deer shot back waspishly. Always praying around like you are better than everyone and always being so rude to others too. Yak. The figure scoffed as they impaled their blade into the winged frog. But now just draw a circle around them and the book for purging this world will appear. It'll take a few weeks to set up, but once it's going the sinners of the world will all be dead. The deer explained in a hurried and half-insane tone. I don't trust you, however let's just see if you're as full of shit as your friends were. The figure scoffed as they drew the circle of blood, as if they were here to redeem him, bunch of bullshitters. The second the circle was completed, a red glow emanated from the corpse of the frog before the blood formed into a large ball of the red liquid and popped, leaving behind a brown leather book with glowing red symbols. A circle emblazoned its cover surrounding a goat skull with a square on the forehead framing a pentagram. Let's work together, yeah? You and me? The deer asked nervously. With my help we can purge the wicked of this world in a few weeks. All we need is the creature from this book, Mr. Stain. And just what is this creature? Stain asked, still somewhat subtotically. The deer gulped nervously as they licked their lips. It's ancient, nigh unstoppable, only the slayer could ever really. I am telling you to explain now. Stain growled, making the deer shudder. They gulped, looking up at the sword mere inches from their face. They call it the icon of sin. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.